big names are getting eliminated yet again, while the underdogs are making a name for themselves. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind, where I'm going to be your hosting, Caster Necro John. Alongside with me on the panel is Varun Super Johnny. Now, Johnny, as we all know, how things have been looking like on the desk so far, and overall how things have been looking like on the grind so far. As I mentioned, the underdogs are making a name for themselves.
Exactly, and because of that, the grind has been extremely entertaining watching these teams in action. I mean, yesterday, who can forget the run that XNOR had, the incredible 4-match consistent top 3 finishes that they were able to secure. But again, today is a new day, new set of faces. So again, a reset on the expectations and a reset for these teams as well.
Reset on the expectations, but to be honest, will the performance continue the similar type of fashion from all the known teams, or will we see a little bit of rise once again from all the T1 teams? Because that's what we're here to see, man. Teams like Enigma Gaming, teams like X-Park have already been eliminated yesterday, while on the other side, we saw GE Phoenix rise from the ashes. In the last 3 games, starting from Vikendi, this team showcased some incredible amount of consistency, and then they made it inside the top 8. Actually, I think so at the end of the day, they were in the top 5 as well.
And GE Phoenix, they had an incredible strategy to make it happen as well. I think the first 3 games, they were trying to match the other teams in terms of those early game fights. But then they realized this is not working out for us. We need to back off. We need to play for survival. And in the last 2 matches, I still remember Ravina and Thakurayan were those 2 people from the side of GE who were extremely consistent, and while one was trying her level best to fight to secure those finish points, the other one was completely focused on getting those survival points for the team, and they were able to successfully do that as well, because of which they have made it through. Today, again, these adaptations, these small little changes in strategies and game plans will be required from all these new teams and new faces that we will see. But then again, as you started our show with that sentence, big names getting kicked out, that can also happen today. So the bigger names also, the known teams also need to focus.
And trust me, inside today's group, there's a lot of these known teams, right? But for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the prize pool, because we need to remind you guys what is the biggest chunk of the entire money over here, and the first place getting 75 lakhs all to themselves, while the second place is going to be getting 37 lakhs 50,000. Now, we've been taking a look at this graphic over and over again every single day, but we just want to remind you guys what's on the line. As I mentioned, it is the biggest chunk so far inside the grind.
Exactly, 75 lakhs to the winner, 37 lakh 50,000 to the second place, and even if you finish on the 16th position, 16 to 13 in fact, you still walk away with 1 lakh rupees. And as we did mention, the individual prize money for the individuals who do have those brilliant performances during the BGIS main event finals, I mean, they will have an opportunity to win some extra cash for themselves, but the way you win all of this money is by securing the points in your games. And we are talking about these points again and again. Let's have a look at the point structure, ladies and gentlemen, which is as old as time itself by now. 15 points to the winner. You finish on the second position inside of the game, you get 12 points. You finish third, you get 10 points. You finish fourth, you get 8 points, and so on and so forth. The points keep on decreasing up until you reach the 8th to 12th position bracket. In that bracket, you only receive 1 placement point, and from the 13th to 16th position, you only receive, well, nothing. You get 0. And while all of this is happening, every single finish in the game is worth 1 point.
Hey, but you know what? The point structure is old, but that really just helps these teams to just dial back in the memory once again.
Yes.
And they don't really need a inside the battlegrounds, right? They don't really need to work across the new point structure, because if that's going to be happening once again, then teams will be taking a bit more time to readapt and adjust. But considering the point structure is quite old, even the map schedule in general for all the days have been quite out of the mix. But now at this point in time, I'm expecting teams to be much more better than what we saw in the initial phase of Vikendi.
Yeah, and I do agree with you on that. I mean, teams yesterday also, we saw teams figure out ways to take those fights, figure out ways to be a little bit more aggressive on Vikendi in particular, especially the early stages. That is something that can be a game changer for a lot of these teams that do not necessarily have the momentum in their bag after the first 3 games. So that off-map, the awkward game plans, the out-of-the-book game plans that teams will bring to that table, bring to that map, I think will be something that can definitely turn things around. But Ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into game number 1 of today on the map of Erangel, let's have a one last look at the 16 teams that are playing. Starting off with Metal Esports right now. Necro, this team, I believe, has to be the heavy favorites of topping the leaderboard in this particular group after the run they had in their round 1 matches. Wouldn't you agree?
Exactly. But you know what? Another team that I'm really going to be looking out for is going to be Team Insane. Because trust me when I say this team hasn't lost a single 4 versus 4 fight. This team, every single player has been looking at a phenomenal form. And if you're going to try to collide against this team named Team Insane, then you better say goodbye to the lobby right off the bat. Because as I said, a 4-on-4 fight, these 4 players are just so well known to each other. Their communication inside fights have been on point. They do not really tend to crack under pressure, and that's something that really works in the favor of Team Insane. But then you take a look at the underdog side, and then you see one name that has been your favorite for a really long time inside round 1, actually. I still remember, Johnny, and that is going to be BLOODROSE Esports. I heard you talking about this team so many times inside the round 1, but you know what? For now, Erangel's on the way as we've got the plant fly path in front of us.
I mean, Erangel is underway, and this flight path is going to lean heavily towards the southern side of the map, as we do see it start all the way from the western edge of Primorsk and going between Milta Power and Novorepnoy, leaning a little bit towards that Milta Power plant. But still, Necro, this is a very awkward flight path. Heavily shifted towards the southern side. That means any team that wants to play from Georgopol City, Yasnaya Poliana, Rozhok, Stalba Kamishki, all of these northern sides, they will be in so much trouble in the early stages of the match. But where do you think the game is going to begin? Where do you think the first zone is going to be?
Military base, without a doubt, because this circle is way too tilted down south, Johnny. I think so. It's way too tilted down south. And if the circle is actually going to form on the northern side, then BGMI gods are just going to be cruel. And I don't think so. BGMI gods would want that. But you know what? As we do have the plant flat path in front of us, and I'm just really curious how the teams that like to drop inside Rozhok, Yasna, Poliana, even Savorny, how are they going to be adapting to this new change?
You know what zone I want, Necro? I want a water zone towards either any of the northern sides would do. I mean, Zaki, Stalba, even a Saverny hybrid water zone, that would be amazing to witness right now. But would you look at that? We have Entity Gaming towards military base, along with the players from the side of FORCA and Metal Esports. They have taken their standard position towards Novorepnoy. But yeah, this is kind of a standard circle. Does make things a little bit easier for all these teams to deal with, considering it is an eastern zone split between the main island and the military island. So now even the 3 teams on the military island have multiple options of crossing over to the main island, and they can play with their own timings. But all right, this is Team Snax that is playing from the military base position. Yeah. And again, one of the heavy favorites inside of this lobby, but let's see. Right now, I think one of the most difficult decisions for them will be to figure out where they want to move out from. Do they want to use the Novorepnoy bridge? Do they want to cross from the military bridge? Because there were a lot of teams on both those positions. So, kind of an awkward spot here for Team Silent Killer. What happened to them? Oh,
I don't know about the Silent Killers, though, but Spy over here, they're definitely not spying around, too. They're just trying to straight up go for that player who's just rotating around the rock. Now, we don't really see the cavalry coming into play from the side of BLOODROSE, but finally, the man comes in to pick the man up, and yeah, they're going to be going there. Merrive, no problems, right off the bat. BLOODROSE Esports finding themselves in a good spot for now, but that one single player, oh man, he barely managed to save his life. But now, as we all know, Team Snax getting back to this conversation as well. Inside round 1, to be honest, Team Snax once again had quite a shaky start. But then later on, they picked up the pace in a good way.
Let's see, though, how this is going to go. Although I have to say that was kind of a hilarious moment. Just running circles around the rock, trying to avoid the buggy. Teammate shows up right in the nick of time to help him out. Just pick him up and take him to safety. But over here, all right, we have the players of FORCA, or at least 2 of them, and it is Justice on our screens right now. Has quite a bit of decent loot secured on him. The M4 is there, the M16 was there as well, and all right, this is actually a pretty risky move, rotating or moving around on the map on a bicycle.
Yeah. Johnny, as I mentioned, right, this group in general has so many T1 teams. You've got Metal Esports, you've got AUTOBOTZ Esports, Revenant Esports too, even Spy is there, Team FatalitY, you've also got Claw Esports, Team Insane, FS Esports, and then you've also got Team Snax. So many T1 teams inside this group. Now, trust me when I say this, we have been seeing a lot of these T1 teams getting eliminated off the bat from that top 8, and I think so today as well. There will be a couple of names that might just disappoint us. But you know what? One thing I can say for sure, Team Insane is not going to disappoint us, and Metal Esports is not going to disappoint us.
I mean, if you say out of the big names that Team Insane and Metal aren't going to disappoint at, who do you leave out, Necro? Are you talking about Team Snax then?
Yeah, I think so. Team Snax might not make it inside the top 8, and I also think even FS Esports might not make it.
FS actually is an interesting pick because FS I've noticed have always been one of those teams wherein they are heavily momentum reliant. So if they start off good, then they continue to play extremely well to the end of the day. But if the first few games do not go their way, then they struggle so much to recover the momentum and secure any points basically in the remainder of the matches. So it will be extremely critical for FS Esports to actually make things work either in this Erangel or in the next Miramar. But right now, let's talk about Revenant Esports. I mean, their run also was an interesting one. Again, a fan favorite team, a heavily stacked lineup in terms of the players that they have, but still, these lobbies are filled with surprises right now in BGI's The Grind. Claw Esports. Now, Claw Esports did grab a lot of attention during their round 1 matches. What are your thoughts on them?
Claw Esports, once again, a really interesting pace, I would say, being showcased from this team, right? Even inside the round 1. Now, from Claw, not really that much of a flashy performance compared to all the unknown teams inside the lobby, but at the same time, they always somehow just manage to clutch that situation for themselves and come out on top in those final moments. But right now, I would say, if when you're considering inside the round 2, you would not really want to rely on that clutch factor. I would say for Claw, they need to be as consistent as possible in all the 3 games.
I agree with you. I mean, consistency is definitely going to be required from this team, considering they barely pushed through during the round 1 matches. I remember it was the last few games where they kind of popped off, and with 25 points they were able to make it through to the other side. But moving on towards Team FatalitY, in a similar position like Claw Esports, wherein they will have to build up and pick up momentum as early as possible today if they want to stand a chance of moving into the next round of BGI's The Grind. Celsius AKD now, let's talk about them. Celsius also kind of had a very interesting run during their opening matches, 27 points, but here's the difference between FatalitY, Claw and Celsius. Celsius, during their matches, had 1 chicken dinner.
I mean, I guess Celsius Kid in the round 1 in general, they showcased a lot of potential, right? And speaking about all the players too, you can also call them the underdogs inside the lobby.
True.
But considering how the games really bent in round 1, I would really like to call them the underdogs because Celsius Kid, as I mentioned, it was one of those teams that I personally saw a lot of potential from. But right now, it's Celsius Kid getting pounced on top by the players of INT. Dude's already managing to find the opening, and now the rest of the players, they're going to be scattered across. No backup on the player that's left inside the compound all by himself.
I mean, he does have teammates quite close to him, so the line of fires will decide if he will be surviving in this collision. But it is a 3v4 situation where Intrepid Esports actually have a pretty massive advantage, as you mentioned, and AKD just pinned out in the corner. His teammate is there, but will this be enough? They have turned things around. The numbers are in their favor. It is a 2v4. AKD with a nade. It was being cooked, but now they get on the buggy, and I guess the decision that has been taken was just so clear. They will run away from this entire fight, just avoid any risk in the early stages of the game.
Oh, but there's a risk line around them. There's one foe in the name of Team Insane. And as I mentioned, this is not the team you want to be up against. If Team Insane is going to spot you in their eyes, they will probably take you down. It's one of those teams that hasn't really been losing those 4-on-4 fights. They've been looking in an immaculate form. So you better just leave them alone. You better just let them play their own gameplay. And then later on, if Team Insane's going to get sandwiched in the late game situation or third-partied, then it can be a complete different scenario. But if you challenge to collide head-on, you will be taken out of the game. That's how good this team's been so far. INTREPID Esports managing to shook away their opponents from this compound. They've managed to take over the control.
They have stolen control of these compounds away just a few moments ago, but now they will have all the attention of the players of Team Insane, as we saw them quite close to these houses. This is a wonderful position, quite close to the center of the zone as well, so it will be given a lot of priority from the teams around them. And INTREPID, I wonder if they will be able to deal with all that pressure. But as we look at the zone, Necro, look who is finally moving towards the safe area all the way from Hospital now. It's the players from the side of Four Kings.
I mean, right now it's just insane. Taking a couple of pop shots against INTREPID. Was able to find a couple of connections too, just chipping out on the players in the front. Metal Esports in the clothesline squad actually towards the farm area. Not really being that desperate to secure that central position for themselves just yet. Taking things a little bit slow, sound. They're going to try to play the game in their own pacing. That's how Metal Esports is. No matter what the situation is going to be like, Metal Esports will probably try to play that situation in the way they want to. They will never fall down to the opponent.
I'm just waiting for Metal Esports to just start shooting at the opposition, the players from the side of TFC. Well, finally, I think they would have realized that there is someone with eyes locked upon them, and they will have to just stay in the corner of those rooms to try and protect their position. But the first airdrop of the game comes with the MK14. The level 3 loadout kit is going to be there as well for anyone looking to either switch armor, helmet, or you never know, maybe even the backpack itself. Spy Esports, Necro, what are your thoughts on them? And Spy Esports during the round 1 matches did look quite good.
I mean, to be honest, look, Johnny, speaking about Spy Esports, I would say the players individually are fantastic. They've got some of the best skills I've ever seen so far. Mechanically skilled. But the only problem is with Spy Esports is that they're not really able to work as a good team. The communication has always been a massive issue inside the fights. Individually, yeah, they do tend to get those individual knockouts here and there, but at the end of the day, BGMI is a team game. You need to work in as a team. You need to have a good synergy amongst yourself to provide that support inside the fights, and that's where Team Spy really do tend to lack.
The team play is a little bit flawed, but talk about flaws, and Claw Esports find themselves in a very flawed position, as it is right in the middle of the crosshairs of the players of Metal Esports. Phoenix along with Zeref pinned out behind that shack. Will they ever make it out? That is the question, as the smoke lobbed for cover is grabbing all the attention. Paradox from the side of Metal Esports. Oh, the spray, the shots, they are connecting. Claw Esports having taken a lot of damage, trying to make a run for it, and they won't succeed. Both the individuals from that Lamborghini knocked out in the open. A massive hit on Claw Esports.
Exactly, and an easy confirmation for the side of Metal Esports. Claw, as I mentioned, this team, once again, just making those shaky decisions to rotate out in the open. And considering it's out of the Farms area as one of the most known teams inside the IGC, you can never make decisions like that. To just rotate out in the open, and the vehicle gets blown up too. Nowhere to survive for those players. Nicely done from the side of Metal Esports, already getting a couple of elimination points wrapped up. Now, speaking about this circle, it's going to center on up E1 once again. Claw Esports, yeah, in a decent spot they found themselves in, but considering they don't really have a lot of firepower to back themselves up, that's where the real problem's going to start to begin. FS Esports right next to the likes of Team Insane, and I would not want to be in this position if I'm FS.
Yeah, I mean, no one would want to be. This is extremely awkward for them, as they have vehicles chasing them, but also nowhere left to go. Every single position with any decent cover available has already been taken control of, and FS Esports, if this goes on in a few short moments, they'll be stuck out in the open. Nirvana falls back, joins his teammates, and now all four of them will be just huddled up together outside the entrance of this shelter tunnel.
Yeah.
I wonder how many more teams are surrounding them.
I mean, Nirvana was going for a little scout around, and then he realized there was something in the way. You realize that joke, Johnny? But
I do.
anyways,
I was just gonna say, if anyone gets the reference, I mean, they gotta hit you up.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a little, but yeah, getting back inside the game, Autobot Esports, another one of those known teams, actually, Johnny. But speaking about this team's run inside the round one was quite interesting, right? They managed to secure 39 points. They were also on the second spot in the overall standings. But then you take a look at the first spot, and 63 points were accumulated from Metal Esports. So in general, that massive dip in first and the second spot just proves how good of a team Metal Esports is.
Exactly. I mean, Metal were dominating. Their day was their day itself. I mean, they put their name all over the rankings, played so well in all three matches. But again, as we mentioned and as we have noticed, stage 2 is completely different. Teams have stepped up their performances so much. There's been so much improvement throughout the board. It's not just one single team or just a few individuals. It's been everyone taking their game to a whole another level. And as you were talking about FS Esports, look at them now. It is Nirvana on our screens again. And it seems like he has some information about the players from the side of BLOODROSE, is looking for a position from where he can easily secure a knock and the finish. But the angle isn't really available to the players of FS.
Exactly. I mean, FS Esports, considering they can't keep themselves safe, at least for now. I like the fact that FS Esports, they've got their attention all across the board. They're not just tunnel visioning on one spot all the time. They've also got one player who's all the way inside the shelters, just looking around in the bunkers as well, making sure that they're not going to be flanked from the bottom lines. So the presence of mind, really good from the side of FS Esports, but let's see for how long they're actually going to be managing to hold that spot as the circle once again is going to center on up. Johnny, so far we haven't really seen a lot of hard shifts.
Well, we haven't seen the hard shift. It's all just central zones after central zones. And I think because of that, Celsius, the team of Claw, Metal, all of these squads are going to be extremely grateful to the gods of BGMI, as there are 4 teams inside the zone route. The rest of them are either outside or on the edge of the circle. And I think the edge is where things will get extremely interesting, especially that southwestern edge, where we did see another team moving towards the players of Metal Esports. But now, again, shifting focus to the lads of AUTOBOTZ, who are guarding that western edge for themselves. There is Team Snax approaching their position, and it's going to be a big fight that is about to break out on this map of Erangel.
Speak of that on AUTOBOTZ Esports on our screens. And look at around them. There's just so many players around them in that similar vicinity. Even the players of INT, INTREPID Esports, and AUTOBOTZ, all they can do is just hear a lot of movement around them. So many moves being made by the players of Team Snax and even Team INTREPID Esports, but still not able to find that good and sweet spot for themselves. Eventually, Team Snax, they lose out on one player. Slayer knocked out. Cloud as well is going to eject out. He realizes the fact that now it's time to go. It's time to fight. And that's why he's going to try to fight it out. But what's going on from Team Snax? The presence of mind just not of air, but INTREPID Hemant. This man is doing a fantastic job in taking down the players.
Yeah, he has dished out so much damage. Help secured knock for 2 players from the side of Team Snax. And look at this. Snax himself is making the push forward, tries to take down Zeus, but Zeus manages to get away, completely avoiding any damage from the opposition. AUTOBOTZ on the other side, the perfect third party came in from this team. They have stolen points, secured the points for themselves, put a lot of pressure on Team Snax, and forced INTREPID Esports out of their comfort zone as well, stealing their spot on that eastern edge. Now, AUTOBOTZ have done a wonderful job of turning this game around in their favor, but what will the result be like for Team Snax, considering now they are down to their last player surviving, and it is the man the team's named after, Snax himself.
Yeah, and Team Snax, as you mentioned, considering he's the last man alive too, I guess his teammates really just got taken out of the game, wanting to save Snax inside the game so far. And Snax in the back lines. Let's see how many points he's going to be able to accumulate for his comrades, considering all that bloodshed that just happened a while ago. All of that was made just to make sure that Snax will be able to stay alive inside the game. And now INTREPID Esports too on the receiving end for now. FS, or at least the players of FY on our screens, and even they are starting to engage in a fight. FS Esports, they're trying to make it out alive, but eventually Chaser manages to run over the player of Vamp.
Let's see. Oh, Justice! I mean, looking completely in the wrong direction. The players from the side of FORCA have started to fall as well. And FORCA official taking a massive hit from all over their surrounding. But team fatality against the players of FS, and it's going to be Hangzhou who finds the opening for his team. The lad is a little too far away to lob that Molotov, so Hangzhou needs to be careful, and also considering their shots being fired upon them from the flank. But Spearos, look at him! The push inside the smoke is not going to work out, as he will be taken down, and all of a sudden, in the middle of nowhere, Team Fatality are about to experience a very fatal move against them.
And not just that, even FS Esports, Johnny, every single player's been taken out of the game. A known name inside the lobby, not inside the game anymore. But Team Insane having such a good cover to play around with. But still, they need to make it inside the safe zone, Johnny. All the teams that are currently fighting over here inside this little spot, none of them is actually in the circle, including Celsius Kid too. Forza, this will be quite a tough rotate out of this situation, but they will need to make it no matter what. If they're not going to be making it, they will be eliminated from the game. Team Insane, that nade's going to be perfection, and it's actually going to wipe out all the players in that vicinity.
Oh, I mean, I was just looking at the radar, and the dots that represent the players just disappeared in a matter of seconds. And if you're wondering which team that was FORCA official, ladies and gentlemen, that have been just eliminated from the game. And even though we have kind of transitioned into the late game stages, there are still 13 teams and 43 players remaining in this farm circle final finish of this matchup. This one is going to be extremely brutal. Look at the amount of smokes that have been lobbed out by the players of Spy Esports in order to create just a little bit of breathing room for themselves. But this won't be enough. Trust me, this won't be enough, because look at how many teams are pushing in their direction from the southern edge.
I mean, not just that. I mean, look at all the POVs that are just popping up on your screen. Even Spy actually managing to stay alive for such a long time. This is impressive. Being able to take down the player in the front. Good spam, good fight. Gyro God going for the nade toss. We'll probably get the confirmation flowing as well. Actually, it was the player from Metal Esports who managed to get the confirmation rolling. Interesting. Elimination stolen away, but it's completely fine as long as Team Spy's got a little bit of zone for themselves to play around with.
I mean, Spy Esports, this is going to be very difficult for them to secure those extra finish points for themselves. As you mentioned, I mean, Metal had clear line of fire available. Spy, they had to take those desperate fight to just survive. If they did not win, they were done. If they won, they get to stay alive in the matchup a few moments more. But look at this. It looks like a massive mistake has been made by the players of Metal Esports. An early rotation towards the center of the zone is not working out for them, losing out on 3 players already. I believe Paradox is the last man left standing from the side of Metal to be able to do anything for his team. But how long will he stay in this game? That is a very difficult question. On the other side, Revenant Esports fighting for survival. MJ is the last player left standing with a pixel of HP. And well, his pixels will be erased from this match by Celsius AKD.
Oh, and look at Claw. Phoenix all the way in the back. Considering Paradox knocked out, this is a really tough situation. Claw, that last glimmer of hope is alive in the front. Metal Esports would want to get the fallen comrade back upon his feet. And Core, he realizes that even he himself is the last glimmer of hope alive inside the game, so he cannot be eliminated and wiped out right here. Need to be consistent every single time. Claw Esports, this one single man has the chance or has the opportunity to play the spoiler inside the game, but actually, Metal Esports, they get blown apart by the players of Spy.
Not really a good position for them. I mean, even in the initial rotation when they pushed for the center, we saw instantly players take tons of damage before they even reached their destination, and their HP bars were just completely ripped apart. But now, as we have made it into the top 6 of this game, I think everyone's thinking about the same thing. Who will walk away with the win? And what an amazing start to the day, Necro, by the way. We have a lot of those undergods present in the final moments of this match.
Yeah, including AUTOBOTZ too. Considering what type of performance they had inside round 1. Still just unloading mags in the front lines, taking down the players. Now, AUTOBOTZ, as we know, all the 4 players just going to make quite a desperate move inside the lobby. One of the players gets knocked out. Actually, make that 2, but still 2 players are surviving barely on a sliver of health by Esports, just unleashing wrath on the lobby. This little vicinity that they've got to play around with, it's really working out well for them.
Yeah, it has worked out quite wonderfully for them so far in this match. But the fight against Celsius, will Spy make it out alive, or will Celsius AKD get that sweet, sweet revenge for his teammates? I mean, he has 6 eliminations for the entire team of Celsius so far, 2 on AKD, 2 on the other lad, but again, considering they are on the edge of the zone, they can probably just wait it out, wait for the other teams to fight among themselves and move out in the open. But look at this, Spy Esports, Bunny, trying to spray down AKD, hasn't been able to connect anything on the opposition. These teams, these players are very good at protecting their moments. But look at this, Silent Killers. What will they be up to? They have the numbers advantage working out quite wonderfully for them. Plus, they know where the opposition is coming from.
Indeed, man. Team Silent Killers on our screens, and top 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which Spy is on a massive receiving end. They're taking so many shots onto themselves, but not exactly the opponent teams are able to find the shot. So Spy Esports, just those bullets whizzing past them. And then you've got AUTOBOTZ, dude, right next to the players of Spy. Luckily enough for AUTOBOTZ, but he doesn't have any utilities available in his hands. He's only got a little Molotov, but eventually he gets spotted out too. Not a good move from the side of Spy, but they still want to make it inside the circle. Now, desperation play is going to be the only way to make it inside.
Well, desperate moments call for desperate measures, but you have to still think as clearly as possible, because if you make a move without even thinking about what is going to happen in the future, you might make a massive mistake and lose out on a lot of points in these final moments of the match. And that is what these teams are trying to avoid right now, as only the top 4 teams are still left standing. And I think AUTOBOTZ are just taking a lot of pressure upon themselves. I haven't seen their players stay healthy for more than 2 seconds in these last few moments of this match. Constantly being naded upon, constantly the suppressing fire being shot up in their direction is keeping these players on their knees constantly. And look at that, Skrells is going to be finished off. Mr. Spray is the last player left from the side of AUTOBOTZ.
And not just that, speaking about Spy Esports so far, I don't even know how are they able to make themselves alive or just keep themselves alive so far inside the game. Interesting spot they've got. Celsius get a little bit on the higher ground, also managing to find themselves inside the circle, but they also managed to find that nade right on top of their faces. Spy Esports, Gyro God are live. He knows exactly where the players are positioned to from TSK, but he still doesn't know exact position of them. Eventually, the last man from Spy gets ran over, and that's going to be it. TSK, Team Silent Killers, they're going to be the one to get the first chicken dinner off the day in their hands.
I mean, and look at how wonderfully they live up to the name they have for themselves, the Silent Killers. In the early stages of the match, avoiding any fight that was pushed upon them, avoiding any team that came their way, and in the late game stages, it was that control of that central house that won them this entire game, especially considering the decision, the extremely risky decision of sending one individual to the rooftop. It was risky because if that lad got taken out, it would have been very easy for the other teams to push upon them. Plus, with a few utility, they could have finished him off or secured an extra knock as well. But no, they made sure that the player that was playing from the rooftops had just one job: collecting information. That was his only task. He was supposed to collect information, lob out some smokes to create openings or create some movement area for his teammates as well. But that was pretty much it. If he secures the knock, that's the bonus. But it was a very brilliant thought out endgame strategy from Silent Killers specific to this circle. Another team that I'm actually quite impressed with has to be AUTOBOTZ. Survival instincts on point from this team.
I mean, AUTOBOTZ, yeah, as you mentioned, considering being the underdogs too inside the lobby, still able to perform this great. But you know what? Yeah. Another team that I'm really going to be looking out for now in the future lines, considering the game wasn't really that great for themselves, it's going to be FS Esports, because I know this team in general, they have so many fans, right? They have so many eyes that are going to be looking out for FS Esports, and I do understand there's also going to be a little bit of pressure surmounting on top of themselves, but I just want to see how they're going to be keeping themselves composed in this high pressure situation, and are they actually going to manage to crack under the pressure, or are they going to be good enough?
I mean, this wasn't a few moments ago we saw Team Snax getting picked off, and I think that wasn't what we expected. But then again, Necro, when you think about it, a lot of the big names were taken out pretty early in this matchup. Yeah, Metal Esports and Revenant made it quite far inside this match, but both these teams were lacking in elimination numbers compared to what they are capable of, and especially Metal. I mean, Medals run during round 1 was extremely impressive. They set new bounds of how in 3 matches you can secure a lot of points. But today, this first game hasn't really gone their way at all.
I mean, to be honest, I just love how Spy Esports adapted, right? Because they knew that now playing aggressive is not going to be the way to go. One of the players went in the front with the ghillie suit that they thought maybe he's not going to be spotted out because of the grasses, but still, at the end of the day, when you're going to be having that high ground, you will probably see even a small worm that's going to be crawling around on the map. So yeah, FS Esports, that one player got picked off. It was sort of like a little gamble. They send that one player in the front thinking that can we potentially or possibly just crawl in the front, or maybe the player who crawled up in the front with the ghillie suit, he had a job to take down the team that was in the front lines inside the smoke. But because he had one Molotov, if you saw. So once he tosses that Molotov, he probably would have made the push against that team. Then FS Esports could have had a little bit of more ground control to play around with. But still, winning that fight in general was way too tough. Having that lower ground to play against yourself, and at the same time, a tough and uphill battle for yourself, it just sounds way too tough for me.
Yeah, it is quite tough indeed. But I have a question for you, Necro. I mean, because I've been noticing this for the last few days, especially in this week. Teams have been like overcommitting utility in the early game stages quite a lot. And because of that, end games, it's just a raw firefight with not a lot of utilities being equipped or being tossed on each other. Mid-game situations, we see a lot of smokes being utilized, and I think the utility efficiency factor overall has dipped down a little bit. Would you agree with this?
I agree with that 100%. But at the same time, I like the fact that teams are utilizing the utilities inside the fight. Now, let me tell you one reason for that. The only reason why they're really not able to sufficiently or efficiently utilize the utilities is because of the precision. It really hasn't been in point. Now, if you take a look at some of the other known teams that I'm talking about, if you understand what I'm saying, those teams, every single utility that they use, or at least innate that they use, they usually tend to find at least one knockout or they soften the player up. Because inside these round 2, though, or inside BGS, the grind so far that we've been seeing, teams do tend to use those utilities, but they're not really able to find the sweet mark. You get what I'm saying? Once they do start finding that sweet mark, I think so net efficiency would not really be a problem.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is about finding the sweet spot of what you want to go for exactly and what you're trying to accomplish. Especially, I mean, talking about accuracy, that will develop with time. You will get more and more accurate, good at judging exactly how far the opposition can be or how far they are going to go. But along with that, I think during the mid-game stages, one thing that I'm having trouble with is just way smokes are being utilized right now. I mean, even in this game, we saw 2 smokes being popped in the same position, because of which the similar team, I mean, talking about Spy Esports over here, as they transition to the late game stages, they were just completely out of throwables. So I think that is something that can be focused upon a little bit more. But then again, I mean, it is Spy Esports. They have stacked lineup, a pretty stacked lineup. So I think even if they rely on just raw firepower, they will push through. That is at least my expectation, because Spy Esports, I mean, the players are extremely good, as we talked about them. Kind of the conversation we have with teams like Medal, with teams like Team Snax, wherein we know the players have a lot of experience under their belt. We know the players are mechanically gifted as well. So even just by playing on raw fundamentals, these teams can push through. But that's the thing. Over here, the other teams have had the opportunity to do a lot of homework, so they're going to be prepared for you.
Hey, but you know what? One more thing I would really like to mention is that FS Esports' points, right? And so far, as we've seen FS Esports play inside the game too, even if you remember, inside round 1, I do understand. This team was doing way too phenomenal. And at this point in time, I've been looking at FS Esports for a really long time too, from the past. I think so it's been years now that I've been looking at this team perform inside the professional lobbies. And speaking about all the performances from the past, I feel like one of the main issues with this team has usually been repositioning themselves inside a better spot in the circle, or especially when they're in a massive fire.
I mean, I do agree with you quite a lot, in fact, because it was a similar situation for FS even in this game. But we'll come back to that conversation in a bit. For now, let's have a look at the top 5 players of the game, where we have the lads from Silent Killers, followed by Gyro God from Spy Esports. We have Celsius Gangster, I believe, is the shot from G-Star, all right, is what the name is of the individual. Forking's Loser is going to be there on the 4th position. And AUTOBOTZ Zorlo.
Oh. I mean, for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the point standings as we've got top 5 in front of us. And actually, all the top 5 teams are the underdogs. I would even call the players as BGis Esports in the underdog category, right? Considering, nowadays these teams really been making a name for themselves, but still, this is a group of underdog players that are just representing themselves and the banner of BGis Esports for the first time inside the competitor scenario. So, an underdog team. The entire top 5 inside the first game was underdog. Then you move on forward to the 6th, 7th, and 8th spot. That's where you see the known teams. Team Insane, Claw Esports, Metal Esports, Johnny.
And as we move on to the second page, surprises don't stop, Necro. Look at who's on the 9th position. We have Revenant Esports finishing the first game with just 4 points to their name. FSE Esports, a team that you were talking about so much. And again, our expectations from FSE Esports are pretty massive. We'll be honest about that. Because that is a very well-known name in the BGMI community. But still, Game 1 is not off to a great start. They finished this match with 2 points. Team Snax, talk about the biggest name of them all in this particular lobby. Team Snax, no points from Game 1. That is surprising.
And to be honest, Team Snax was staying alive for such a long time, too. They got a decent amount of limelight inside the game, but not been able to survive for long enough. That just really concerns me, how the opposition or how the competition is going to be looking like for the future, too, for Team Snax. But one thing is for sure, whatever play Team Snax is trying to bring inside the game, it just seems like an unorthodox approach. They don't seem like they have one set plan to pull something off inside the circles. It just seems like they're going with the flow of the game, and I feel like soon enough they really need to find that sweet spot, a sweet tuning inside the strategies.
I do agree with you, Necro, completely on the fact that, I also have a feeling that Team Snax is going with the flow, and they're playing an adaptive play style, a reactive play style inside of the matches. But we all know that it won't be enough. You need to have that one big game if you want to make it to the next stage of this BGI as the grind. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to map number 2, let's have another look at the teams and see exactly what my new co-caster has to say about them. By the way, it's going to be Salty joining me on the panel right now. So Salty, what's up? How you been doing? And what's your thoughts on game number 1?
Dude, first of all, it feels great to be back on the desk, man. Like, I was watching Necrocast from the sidelines, and I was wishing that, these games are just so good, especially with the underdog teams performing this way. I want to tell their story, I want to be their narrator as well. But feels good to be back on the desk. And speaking of the teams itself, of course, right, the first page, just like Necro said, it was completely dominated by the underdogs. In fact, it was mostly the top 5 teams who were mostly underdogs, right? Now you also have to consider BGis Esports as an underdog, even though they've been making waves left, right, and center. A couple of teams from the experienced names whom I'm expecting to sort of come back is going to be Revenant as well as Metal, just because of the fact that their players are extremely experienced. But apart from that, I think that even today is going to be a completely underdog story. They've come in like dark horses. They've taken the BGI as the grind by storm. And Johnny, we've seen so many known names being eliminated so far. I feel like today is going to be no different.
I mean, exactly. Yesterday was the day of the underdogs, where we saw a lot of these newcomers play exceptionally well in their matches and sort of prove a point that, yes, we have a lot of skill. We have the caliber to compete against the best of the best. I'm going to take the name of the team, Esports. I mean, that is the team that has instilled and engraved their image and their performance of yesterday. I'm pretty sure in the eyes of every single BGMI fan in the country, every single competitive player that was watching the matches yesterday from the backlines. And I think that is something that I want to see replicated today as well. I want to see that one new name, that 1-2 team that can show us this sort of consistent performance. We are not asking for those wins. You win the chicken dinner, good for you. You win the chicken dinner with a lot of finishes, good for you. But if you can consistently finish in the top 3 in 4 matches, nothing is bigger than that. That amount of consistency, I mean, if you can go all 6, that is exceptionally well done. And I think that is something that is more important than chicken dinners. We have talked about this. I've had this conversation about this in the past with a lot of other talents. I want to ask you your take on this as well. Your thoughts on the fact that we do have those teams in a lot of these tournaments wherein they pop off one game exceptionally well. They're going to have like 30-35 points from that one game, and then the next 3 matches it's going to be nothing, just 1 or 2 points secured entirely. Do you agree that approach is correct? Because my belief is it is extremely risky to play like that.
It certainly is extremely risky, right? Imagine this. Consistency and having multiple strategies means that no matter what the situation is, you will land inside the top three. One very known name which comes to my mind when we speak of consistency is probably going to be Team Rebel, right? Every single
Yeah.
time they were inside the top three, no matter what, right? And no matter what the situation was or how the enemies were surrounding them or whatsoever, where the circle pans out, it just never really mattered. The rotation paths were extremely diversified, and that's why they were inside the top three, which ensures that you have those set amount of placement points. And why I always say that placement points is always less riskier than the finish points, because number one, in case of a tie, you have the greater preference, right? Even if you tie with another team, if you have greater placement points, you get that added advantage of qualification. And secondly, of course, you don't really have to engage in battles to try and go for those placement points. That is a set amount of points that you always have if you know your rotation paths well, if you can make your team enter that final circle. Of course, there will be games where you know you will pop off, you will find yourself with double digit finishes as well. And I feel like you should take those games as a bonus and should not actually stick to it or actually bank on those games to sort of qualify and go to the next stage. I feel like having a consistent strategy, having a consistent approach is way more important to kind of push the team's morale as well. You know, one good game for sure, take it as a bonus, but have that consistent approach is what I would rather feel.
Exactly, and especially for me, I think the perspective is get the job done early, have fun later. So if you can manage one way or the other
Sure.
to secure like 40 plus points in the first three games, then I mean the last three games is basically yours to enjoy. You can have as much fun as possible. We saw X not do the same thing. The first four matches they were in the top three. Last two games, I think they just like wanted to let the other teams also have some fun inside of the game, so they took those early exits. But today, I think one team that I'm waiting to see what they will deliver in the next game has to be Team Snax. Because as we step into Miramar,
Yeah.
considering they have Slayer and Kratos in their lineup, I think Miramar should be an easy game for them.
Should be an easy game, right? I mean, you don't really expect players of that caliber to actually go out on that 16 pod, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, just like you said, Miramar is probably going to be their hunting grounds. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the map of deserts is going to be live, and the flight has taken to the skies. Johnny's going to be my co-pilot, who is going to run through the flight path. But it seems like it starts off from Crater Fields, moves towards Power Grid. And Johnny, where is our destination? Please let our fans know.
Well, this I think is just going to be a little bit off from Puerto Palacio. Yes, I mean, it is not really leaning anywhere. This flight path, the diagonal flight path, starting from the northwestern side, going all the way towards the southwestern edge of the map, does allow a lot of these teams to drop to their desired drop locations. I don't think anyone's going to be in a too much of a trouble. I mean, even if you want to land towards, or even if you want to go towards Campo Militar and Torre Amuda, you have the options of dropping towards LSR, close to Junkyard, close to those highways, or maybe just dropping as close to Oases as possible and then just taking the road towards Torre Amuda and Campo Militar. That option is always there. But look at that, La Cobriera is where we see the early drop clash. And I hope that is a drop clash, and I hope that we get to see an early fight over there. One of the teams that has taken that spot is the Silent Killers, winners of the previous game. Who's the second team?
Yeah.
That is what I want to find out.
Exactly. It seems like we can't read the names right now, but I'm pretty sure if a war brews out extremely soon, there is going to be that clarity on who actually comes out on top. But Team TSK, they should be high on confidence, you know, like they've just won the last game. They've got that additional amount of points to work with. And look at this, right? You've got Team FatalitY, and it seems like Team FatalitY want to disengage from this fight, or do they want to engage? They are using their vehicles to try and regroup or trying to push up the opposition. They don't have any utility. That was a weird run with the vehicle, but it finally seems like they are finally going to a compound so that they can actually get their armory right. They don't have anything in their inventory, and running to the opposition would be the worst idea at this point.
I mean, yeah, but let's see. Oh boy, this is kind of hilarious, but I also feel bad for Mr. Oh, no, it works out. The other lads, I thought they didn't have weapons. So my bad, they had an AK.
I mean,
For
it's
a
always been the
second.
case, right? A lot of these teams from they try and glide a little too much, especially when the flight path is like way outside their drop territory, and when they land, they're like, "Oops, there's already a team in our drop location, and they just shoot them. We've seen so many teams get knocked out in the air, Johnny. It's absolutely crazy.
I mean, see, it's fun. You feel a little bad for them, but my problem with there was the false hope, the sense of hope that I got. That two players already, one of them just has a melee, the other one has a pistol. I thought Mr. Spray would get away, man. Unlucky though. I think Intrepid are going to be extremely happy with that because now they have that one pick and they know they have the advantage against Autobots. And Harshu's position, look at it. He was able to scout out all this information about where the lads from Autobots are going to be. But here's the thing. Even though it's a 4v3, Autobots now can gain a very heavy advantage if Orlo pulls off an incredible moment. If he has that one moment of brilliance right now, I think he can turn this fight around and be the reason Intrepid get an early exit in this game.
Possibly, there might be a sign of brilliance. But of course, speaking of the circle on the other side of our screen right now, you've got a northern circle. The entire northern fringe of it is completely uninhabited. There is nobody, absolutely nobody from the northern side of La Cabrera, Tutoria, Ahmada, or even Campo Militar, and all of those real estate is up for grabs. Just like I always talk about, right? Any team who actually takes that western highway and manages to rotate all across to the northern part of the circle, they will be the greatest benefiters, or probably the greatest rewardees from this particular situation. But of course, we saw how crowded that southern part of that map, or the central part of the map, was. It would be extremely difficult for these teams to actually come out, disengage from the fight which they're already engaged in, because you saw that deadlock happen. Autobots is engaged in a deadlock, Intrepid is engaged in a deadlock, and multiple other teams are engaged in those little deadlocks which are happening here and there. So to disengage from that and actually go on a rotation early on, it's going to be a challenge. It's sort of a mental challenge for these teams to prioritize what they want initially. And at this point, I feel like majority of the teams would like to take their time, loot up, and then move. But once again, we have a look at this rather unfortunate moment of Mr. Spray just not having anything to fight back and falling to the Grim Reaper without even having a shot at it.
Well, let's see though. How is this going to work out now for these teams? Finally, Miramar taking the pace that usually everyone expects it to be. A little bit of a slow early game, just the two eliminations. Yeah. One from the side of Autobots, one from the side of Team 5 Chiefs. And Team 5 Chiefs, I'm a bit let down. I saw them, I believe, a year ago is when I witnessed this team in action. And they were pretty good at that point. But now I think things have to slow down. Round one from their side was not too shabby, but not really the pop-off that I was expecting. Then again, I mean, round one, it was just simple. You have to stay in the top 8. Round two as well, you have to stay in the top 8, but now you have a lot more to lose. So if Team 5 Chiefs do manage to make their mark on this stage, I'm going to be happy, man. I want to see them push through as well with a strong momentum to the next stage, because even though you will still be in the BGIS, the grind, winning over here, staying in the top 8 over here means you have a spot secured in BGI as the main event.
Exactly right, and a lot of teams are actually fighting for that. You have so many underdog names who have already made their presence felt in the BGI as the grind, and now they are moving towards BGIs as well. But I want to know your thoughts from Team Silent Killers, because you saw their game up front from the desk, right? You saw how this team played. They did get the chicken dinner, but what do you think of their playstyle? Do you think it's sustainable over a period of 6 games, or do you think it was a fluke for just one game?
I don't think it was a fluke. I think they can definitely replicate their performance, but it will be extremely tricky. I mean, in this game, having the same situation in front of you again and again and again and again, and replicating the exact same results is extremely difficult. And that is why teams that are consistent teams like XNOR was yesterday, we find them extremely impressive, and they are exceptional squads, no doubt. Extremely exceptional, because as we mentioned, I mean, there is a little bit of randomness in the game, and that randomness that occurs usually during the mid-game stages completely throws whatever you're thinking of. I mean, it will be something that will be not really irritating or extraordinary. It will be just something that will That's not really meant to happen. I mean, a hard shift of
Yeah.
the zone when you're smack in the center. When you are pushing from the zone from the west, it's going to shift towards the eastern side. And that happens. I mean, there are times in the game where you just feel unlucky. But again, those times will be minute. I mean, the number of times such occurrences happen is very small. And you have to focus on the games that are going your way and have even a 40%
Yeah.
probability of you winning. You have to convert those chances one way or the other. If you can't secure placement, go for finishes. If you can't secure finishes, go for placements. It has to be one
Yeah.
of the two.
I think you replicated the exact thought of professional teams by the dot in this statement itself, because I've been around a lot of teams and every single time they just say that, you know what, there will be instances in the game which are way beyond your control. You can't get
Yeah,
a chicken dinner in every game. You can't plan for all the outcomes which are going to occur. But of course, if things go your way in the mid game stage, it's going to be your job. It is going to be your duty to sort of convert that game, get that chicken dinner, get a lot of finishes and points to work with. And I feel like that is where the entirety of the team skills or individual skills come to the fray. And speaking of skills itself, I feel like this particular team in front of our screens right now, Team Snax, they have no shortage of that, be it skills, be it individual brilliance. They are stalwarts of the community for years, and I feel like this team definitely has the potential of mounting a comeback. Just like you said, Miramar might just be their strong forte, but then so far I feel like they're still taking blue zone damage. A lot of rotation needs to be covered. This entire northern circle, it sort of is starting to get filled by now, Johnny, and I feel like real estate is going to be of prime importance. And the teams who are
yeah,
rotating late, I believe there's going to be a lot of fight even from the third and the fourth circle onwards to get those edges of the map, because we know for a fact in those northern fringes there's not really a lot of compounds to work with.
true. True, and that actually becomes a lot of big challenge for the teams and the players. But talk about big challenges, ladies and gentlemen. The AMR, the weapon that can pierce through any sort of armor on our screens. And talking
Ooh.
about armor getting pierced, it's gonna be Flick Whitey from the side of FS. Is gonna be knocked out by the players of BloodRose Esports. And BloodRose, even though they started the fight off with an advantageous duel, they lose it in the very next second. One of their own has been taken down. It is Pasha OP who was knocked out. But Chaser from the side of FS is looking to secure a few more knocks. The nade looks perfect. Will this get the job done? The answer is no.
Yeah, it's a one-on-one so far, but I feel like both the teams will have resurrected by now. Of course, you can see that Harshu, if I'm not mistaken, is still trying to provide some sort of a retaliation. The flank angle was brilliant, but of course he has been pushed back, especially with those nades coming
Ooh.
in, and now want to escape that situation. Sliver of HP on this man, but he barely survives. FS Esports, their hold on their territory was brilliant, and so far I feel like they've done a good job pushing back Team BR at this point. BloodRose, they have to decide what they want to do. It seems like even FS want to sort of disengage, but with teams being so close by at this point, yeah, it only makes sense to go in for the battle, because just like Necro talks about it, you're
Yeah.
only delaying the inevitable. You will have to fight eventually. Look at this, FS wants to flee the situation, shots being fired, but once again, BloodRose unsuccessful in that attempt.
And what is happening with these two teams? Both of them try to take out players from either sides mid rotation, and both of them messed up those sprays. Uh, FS had a better opportunity of taking out Harshu. Harshu was there with a pixel of HP. I almost had a heart attack just watching him run. But lucky for him, he made it through to the other side quite safely, was in
Yeah.
one piece, did survive as well. And look at this. While there was a lot of commotion between the players of FS and BloodRose Esports, Spy Esports were here just in the vicinity, spying, living up to their name, getting all that information for themselves. And I wonder what they will actually do with this information, considering now FS has a solid cover, so you can't really engage upon them. BloodRose, you don't really have a vision, so you don't know where the players are, how far away
Yeah.
the four players are going to be from each other, so you can't really plan out that fight. And I think Spy Esports, the decision seems quite simple. Just back off, play your own game, find some cover for yourself, and hold for position.
Spy Sports is extremely intelligent with their information, to be honest. We've seen them play. Of course, they are really good in terms of taking those fights, but the way they use the information and the way they figure out those rotations, it's extremely intelligent. But on the finish field, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like there's some sort of an action app. Polo is the man who is doing some sort of a damage. And look at this Intrepid. They have been completely enveloped by RNT. Of course, there was one player up in the backlines who was constantly firing bullets, firing mega shots against this team, and of course 2 players just pushed up, completely wiped them off. You can still see that monster truck that has been destroyed, and I feel like that was the one that dealt the majority of the damage.
Well, let's see though. I mean, majority of the damage is definitely going to be contributed from that, but my eyes are now just focused on the players of Team 5 Chief. I mean, they're very far away from the safe haven of water treatment, and their rotation is going to be extremely brutal considering INT will have just a clear line of fire available. But INT is moving towards the players of Revenant Esports. Now, the question is, will those two teams collide? And if they do, what will the decision be from the side of INT and Revenant at the same time? And who will choose to fight? Who will choose to run away? But talking about fights, Insane right now have a high ground advantage and a pretty good one as well against the players of Medal, but are taking shots on another team in the opposite direction. So their information is being given away to the opposition, and Medal Esports, we know they're smart. They're just holding on to that low ground spot, waiting for Insane to move out, and as soon as the gunshots from the top of that hill fade away, that is when Medal Esports will start to move out. Well, so far, Top Dog is trying to jump peek through to the top of the hill, but over here, look at what is happening. Claw against Celsius. G-Star takes a lot of damage. Is there with around 70% HP, but still alive.
So far, Celsius AKT, they are trying to get the high ground for themselves, it seems like, but there has been a team that is occupied, and that's going to be Team Claw. Now, I always believe that these King of the Hill battles on Miramar is of prime importance. Teams who want to capture those higher territories, they will always have to fight someone or the other, as long as those territories are up for grabs. So for Celsius AKT, if they are aiming for those high grounds on the northern part of the circle, which might actually set them up for an advantage, they'll always have to be on battle. But so far, look at this, the Claw. They are taking some shots, and one player has been taken down already mid-rotation, and the rest of the players, they had to flee. I believe that player has to be the sacrificial pawn. Devil could not do anything over there, and now Team TSK might just look to capitalize on this.
I mean, they are looking to capitalize. The Silent Killers, they won the previous match with this simple strategy. Protect yourself and hide yourself in the mid-game stages, and then step out in the end-game situations when you know you will have a massive advantage, sure. But let's see, Silent Killers, the high ground advantage is there, but the problem is there's a team of FatalitY closing in from the rear, so they will have to deal with a lot of pressure in this position. There's another team closing on their spot, and that is Spy Esports, as we can see them move in from the radar, but the reactions from the side of Silent Killer will be of the utmost importance. Which fight do they choose? Which team do they take out? Do they get the opening knock? A lot of questions left to be answered.
And look at that mini-map. Of course, there are so many teams in the vicinity. It's going to be extremely hard for majority of these teams to try and survive. But I love the fact that Team Silent Killers, once again, just like I was talking about it, they have got the King of the Hill position for themselves. It's going to be of prime importance. But elsewhere, it's Medal Esports who are under fire from Team FatalitY as Paradox goes down. Encore is quite low on HP as well. And look at that entire onslaught. Top Dog is down and out. And that is it. Lights out for Team Medal. And they're the first team to get completely wiped off the game. One of the most experienced teams. One of the teams who had acquired the most number of points. They have been completely silenced, Johnny.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of Miramar. You can always expect unexpected results. Medal Esports got a little too complacent and they had to pay a heavy price for that. But now let's see, as FS Esports look to take a fight, will they have a different result? Well, AUTOBOTZ, Arlo, what was he trying to do? out in the open trying to move around, scout for information, and FS Esports, they secure an easy knock and a finish. But the trade was there from the side of AUTOBOTZ as PK was knocked out. But it should be an easy revive for Team FatalitY to bring their player back into this game. I'm sorry, it was FatalitY who took down Orlo from the side of AUTOBOTZ, not FS.
So far, FatalitY, they've been brilliant. Of course, they've tried to fight. They had to fight, meddled for this little piece of compound that they have, and now they have the hard cover for themselves. It's actually rare to find a hard cover in circles like these. Every single team is trying to vie for those little pockets of space, and it seems like Team FatalitY, they've done a good job. Team Silent Killers are also on top, but elsewhere, look at this though. It is Team Snax who is actually on the offense, and they have spotted Team TFC. Now, you were talking about this team, Team 5 Chief. They were pretty late in their rotation, and they were almost about to get gate kept by Team Snax, and that is exactly what is happening right now. Nades being lobbed in a little bit of a soft cover using the smokes, but that's not really of any issue, especially with Team Revenant up in the front lines. I feel like Team TFC, they are completely in a sandwich situation, Johnny. How can they come out of this situation? I have no clue.
Well, I mean, we are about to find out if they will even make it out of this situation, as the lads from Team Snax are not going to stop. 5 Chief Spidey using every single sense of his to try and dodge those bullets. Won't really be able to avoid anything, and Team Snax secures those 2 finish points for themselves quite easily. But now, before they even move forward, they have to be prepared for the fight on the other side of the ridge, because if you look at the radar, there's a 4-man squad waiting for them on the other side, and this time it is the players of FS.
Yeah. Team FS Esports still holding that middle ground. Of course, they've got the man advantage to work with. Kind of gives them that little bit of a spread. But look at those flashes on the map. Action is happening left, right, and center. Of course, you know for a fact this is stage 4. The circle is extremely small and it cannot contain so many players. And that is one of the reasons why so many rifts are happening. It almost seems like Miramar is going to break right from its dead center. But of course, the circle once again shifts and it favors Team Silent Killers yet again. It seems like this team has sort of taken up the tags of the zone magnets, and right now they will be dominating it from this point on. FS Esports still trying to push forward. They have sort of been... And look at this though. Right up front is going to be Team BLOODROSE, and they need to clean sweep this team if they want to push forward. Elsewhere, it's Team Claw who is up against Team Revenant, and even Revenant is under heavy fire, as only Sensei is the man who is still up on his feet, and now he gets blown up by Zeref. Beautiful nade. No opportunity to fight back, no retaliation whatsoever. Claw Esports just being as ruthless as they possibly can, Johnny.
And it was quite impressive from their side as well. 4 points secured by the players of Claw Esports, but still 13 teams and 43 players remaining. FS, we see their name in the finish feed as they take on against the players of Team Snax. Slayer getting knocked out. Snack is going to be the last man left standing from his team. Kratos is knocked out in the rear as well, while Cloud has been finished off. Snax is run out of utility. The last nade was lobbed a few seconds ago, and now he has just one Molotov in the back. But before he can do anything, it's going to be Flick YT with an impressive nade from the distance as well. That just completely forces Team Snax back into the lobby.
Yeah, forced back into the lobby, of course. But look at this though. Team number 12 still trying to hold back Team FatalitY, if I'm not mistaken, up. Just trying to hug the blue zone, trying to play the edge of the circle gameplay, but we know for a fact how risky it is, especially when the circle throws a curveball. And look at this now, Team FS, they are deciding to encounter Team BLOODROSE. 2 players trying to flanking from the right hand side, 1 player from the left hand side as well, but at least 1 flank has been neutralized, and now things have evened up. A beautiful jump shot coming in. Halusa was trying to hold it back by his own sheer will, but of course a little bit of a retaliation comes through as well. Halusa is quite low on HP now. He has been knocked out. I believe it's a 2v2 situation, Johnny, and things can turn in extreme fast fashion. It's going to be extremely important for FS Esports to react quickly to this situation. 1v2 for Chaser, and I believe he still needs to go for the revive, but even if he does it, a nade just explodes in BLOODROSE. They have silenced Team FS.
Yeah, and in an impressive manner as well. A 2v2 would have been better, but it was just Chaser, the last man left standing, and BLOODROSE, they knew exactly where the nade needed to go. It was a brilliant execution, but let's have a look at another fight, and this one is between Team Insane. I love the fact that they have those synced up yellow Uruses parked outside in a perfect manner, but now those vehicles are going to be forced out of position as Team Insane is finally forced to move towards the zone. The blue zone this time will definitely chip off a big chunk of your HP bar if you're in it for too long, and Team FatalitY can definitely use the delay from Team Insane to their advantage. Look at them, they have lobbed out smokes to deny any line of fire available, any direct line of fire available to Team Insane, and they're going to take the other edge of the buildings that they are in, force them to move out wide before a fight can even occur. But the play zone damage does take down Slug, and that is already a big disadvantage for Team Insane even before the fight began.
Exactly right. They need to get this player back up and alive. They need those 4 men, especially in a circle which is so far away from them, and so many teams are up there in those open ground. And as soon as Team Insane want to make a move, it's Team FatalitY who is firing so many shots. In fact, it's not just this team, they are being shot at from multiple directions. But of course, Hadi is still managing to survive. That was a hero move, of course, but casualties were there, and it's going to be insanely difficult for Team Insane to survive this, especially Adi just being in the middle of Claw. He is being shot at from every single direction. Still find the finish for himself. I believe it was from Team Spy, who is also coming in, chipping and chiming on top of this team. Claw Esports, for them, things are getting exponentially more difficult because with too many teams being surrounding them, it seems like they are under heavy pressure and they cannot handle it by themselves.
I mean, yeah, it is going to be too difficult for them to handle it all alone, and it is going to be an extremely difficult task. But let's see, Claw Esports, Zeref and his teammate right behind him are looking to move forward, and I think Spy Esports can help them out if they do manage to finish off the team closing in from the rear. Hero had an inkling of information but hasn't really spotted out the opposition from the side of BloodRose Esports, and that actually can be an unpleasant surprise they have set up for themselves. Hero readjusts, realizes there's a team, there's a player right next to him, refocuses upon them, shots being fired, nade being lobbed, but nothing has been secured. No knock, no finish. Claw Esports, they managed to protect their numbers, and look at this, Zeref now has finally started to deal with the pressure that was brought upon them by the players of BloodRose.
The secret sauce to this victory, to the victory on this map, is going to be those little compounds which Team Claw possess right now. But of course, considering the fact that every team wants a piece of the pie, I feel like they are going to be the center of attraction right at the smack center of the circle. They've got a little bit of a hard cover to work with, but with 4 teams trying to dish them out of that situation with nades popping in from left, right, and center, it's going to be so hard for them to hold this location for long. Of course, we'll have to see where did the circle actually move. In fact, with so many teams inside of that blue zone right now, I can't even figure out where the circle is. It seems like it's still on top of Team Claw, but of course, look at this, the Team TSK, they are under fire right now from Team FatalitY with the artillery just being thrown in from that window itself. It's going to be extremely tough for Team TSK to actually survive the situation. Soft cover in the form of smokes will deny a little bit of the line of sight, but FatalitY want to close in the distance and they want to take this fight. This is getting interesting.
Yeah, it is getting interesting and extremely intense with every single second that goes by. PK from the side of FatalitY trying his level best with the DBS to pick off the players from the other side, but the opposition, the silent killers, have been silent, and we know how deadly they can be. They have managed to protect themselves with the smokes being lobbed in front of these individuals from the side of FatalitY, and plus from the rear, BloodRose is putting up additional pressure as Harshu is lobbing a lot of utility on top of the players of FY, Sparrows and Hull. How will they avoid this awkward situation? And look at this, the decision is actually quite brilliant. They move down the hill. They're going to clean these teams with the team they have the bigger advantage against first. So they're going to pick off that individual from BloodRose, then move on to Claw, and then finally deal with the players of Spy Esports. Spy, in the meanwhile, have decided to take the fight against Silent Killers. And Spy, as we know, they were at a disadvantage. Zap is the last player from his team in a 1v3, so can't really do much over here. Jiggles in and out behind the Lamborghini, takes a few shots. The damage was dished out, but as we mentioned, the expectations of him coming out on top in that fight were very few, so he will eventually just get picked off.
Team TSK, the king of the hill right now, they are starting to assert dominance in this final circle. They are putting their foot up strong. Of course, you've got Team Claw, got the compounds for themselves, but it's a very interesting situation because Team Fatality also have got a piece of the pie. And the fact that Team Claw don't have their 4 players up and alive might just be detrimental to their success, at least at this point. Team Fatality, their hands are warmed up. They've got 7 finishes, in fact 10 finishes to their name, and all 4 of their players are standing. So they have majority of the map control. And look at this, I love this move, right? Hulk and Spearos, they're the ones who want to clean up Team Claw first. And once the cleanup crew is done, they know that there is not going to be any form of distraction. Meanwhile, Team TSK is just going to wait and watch because they know for a fact the second position is confirmed with 4 players climbing on top of Claw. It's going to be utterly impossible for them if they don't pull off a miraculous move to try and stop Team Fatality. But so far, things have taken a stalemate as Team Fatality, they've sort of put their foot away from that pedal itself. They're trying to sense, trying to sniff where the opposition is. Meanwhile, Team Silent Killers also trying to creep towards the central part of the circle. Not wanting to engage in this battle, but also trying to close in the distance because as soon as this fight ends, I believe the Team Silent Killers, they will pull their trigger, Johnny.
Yeah, they will definitely pull the trigger. It's going to be quite heavy with how big of an impact it will leave. But let's see. Silent Killers, it looks like they're all ready to move in, pushing on Hulk from Team Fatality. The drop shot is beautiful, plus Hangzhou with the perfect peaks make sure that this duel, which was supposed to be a 2v1, was completely one-sided. And again, the individual 1v1, Hangzhou will manage to swing it in his team's favor. And with that fight against the Silent Killers secured, I think the chicken dinner has already been claimed by Team Fatality. A brilliant performance and an extremely amazing decision making by these individuals towards the final moments of the game. There it is, just a formality, finishing off the last player who just runs out, gives up in their faces their point, and just makes sure that this game comes to an end. But congratulations to Fatality, an amazing game, an amazing win.
Yeah, amazing win, of course, and for them it's probably been a very big boost in the overall standings as well. They were rooting themselves, they were waiting for this game of Miramar, and it seems like they've got it in their bag. And now with this brilliant chicken dinner up in grabs already, I feel like they've also got a lot of finish points for themselves. So I believe they have somewhere around 12 to 13 finish points to go with it, and that means that they are probably trying to jump somewhere inside the top 5 right now, probably even top 1 or 2. Which means the Team Fatality, they are well set. You know, we've known for a fact that out of the 6 games, if you get 2 good games, you should be good to qualify. Team Fatality, they have 1 foot across that finish line right now already.
I mean, definitely. And as you said, I mean, if you have 2 matches where you are in the top 3, you manage to secure those 5 to 6 eliminations, that should keep you in a comfortable position inside of the top 8 by the end of the day. But go for more. What's wrong with going for more? I want to see Team Fatality win 1 more chicken dinner. That is what I want to witness. This game, as I was talking about their decision making, I mean, we look at, you'll observe this in the highlights as well. The decision that was taken 4 minutes ago before the game actually came to an end was the reason that Fatality won this game, and it wasn't one of the other teams. It wasn't the Silent Killers. Silent Killers had a beautiful high ground advantage, but they chose to take the even fight against Spy Esports. And Spy Esports, they were able to sort of grab enough attention upon themselves to allow Fatality to secure 1 extra finish from the side of TSK. But Fatality's move as they charged towards that last player of BLOODROSE made sure Claw was pinned down and made sure Spy Esports were dealt with in a timely manner. The timing of those pushes was so perfect, and the order they were executed in was even better.
Yeah. You know what, Johnny? I have a weird opinion about this whole fight. I feel like I can't really blame Team TSK for losing this battle because inside that final circle, it felt like they were the alphas, right? They were the ones who were drawing so much attention, right? Being the king of the hill, being right at the tippity top for the majority of the circle. In fact, there were multiple teams trying to constantly grab their attention, constantly poke them with their bullets, taking pot shots at them. And I feel like Team TSK did a fairly good job to hold that ground up until the top 3. Team Fatality on the other side, they came in from the downward curve, right? They came in from the bottom and they were the cleanup crew. They started wiping off teams one by one, and of course they had the man advantage to go along with it as well. In spite of the many fights which they took, they always manage to make sure that first they are going to revive their fallen comrade, and then
Yeah.
they are going to move on to another fight. And I feel like when a team sticks to their basics like this, when they know their fundamentals right, and when they always stick together like a unit, they are going to be always very difficult to beat. And to Fatality, they sort of showcased what a team game looks like. But a lot of teams to sort of praise. I feel like Team Claw also deserves a big round of applause for sort of holding that compound for so long in that central part of the circle. It's always not easy, you know, with so many nades and molotovs being lobbed in your direction. It's very easy to sort of crumble under that amount of pressure. Even Team Spy, as a matter of fact, I feel like this was a very technical final circle which we got to see. And if given the opportunity, I can probably make a big analysis out of it. But then, of course, we don't have that much of time. And I feel like, you know, a lot of teams can learn from what they have just witnessed in this game itself.
I mean, definitely. Especially, I mean, the early stages of this Miramar were extremely awkward. We saw those, I want to say incomplete fights, because the engagements were there,
Yeah.
the options were there for the players, but even if they decide to take them, they would instantly just like go into a massive state of regret and back off.
Yeah.
So I think that was one thing that was quite awkward about this Miramar. But then again, this was just one of the two Miramars we have during the day. Plus, I still believe in the corner of my heart, and I'm not going to stop believing in the bigger names like Medal, like Revenant. These teams definitely do take their times to get a little warmed up, but the moment they are done, we're going to see a phenomenal performance. And that is when things will get interesting, because as we talked about them, Fatality is, looking quite consistent so far. Silent Killers are also looking extremely consistent since they did win the previous game in this match. Top 3, not easy, so they have pulled that off again. And I would love to see how the experienced teams rise up to the challenge and take on these young individuals. Because if we just compare Fatality and Silent Killers, both of them are like on
Yeah.
two different ends of the spectrum, wherein Silent Killers is just like a team that will play for position, and they're extremely good at doing so. Fatality, on the other side, they do sometimes lose focus on their game plan and start looking for fights when there is absolutely no need for them to do it. But that is also one of the reasons why I enjoy watching them play.
Exactly right. I mean, we as casters, we always talk about, you know, you should always go for those placement points. But deep down at the bottom of our heart, even we enjoy those weird actions and those
Yeah.
weird knocks and finishes which happen. And everybody loves action, right? Everybody wants to see those gunfights. Of course, rotations and all, you can theory craft a lot about it. But at the end of the day, you love to see those guns blazing. But speaking of big teams, you know, Johnny, I feel like, yeah, they are gonna come back. There will be a time when Medal, Revenant, and all these other big names who are there, even Insane, as a matter of fact, like these teams will come back in a flash and you wouldn't
Yeah.
even realize. There will be one chicken dinner where they might acquire around 20 finish points, and all of a sudden they're back in contention for the number one spot. So those games are going to be there, and especially with the maps which are coming up, be it Sanhok or Vikendi, I feel like those are going to be the table turners. You know, those are going to be the maps where a lot of things will change. And to kind of solidify this fact, I'll just put up one example, right? GE Phoenix, first 3
Oh
games,
yeah.
1 point. Last 3 games, 47 points. I mean, you can't really count out anybody at this in this tournament, you know, Johnny.
Exactly, and I think GE Phoenix is the perfect example for this. I mean, just and because we usually expect, all right, when teams are going to pop off, we're going to see big finish numbers on the board from the start of the game till the end. They're just going to fight, and we're going to see them win a lot of team fights. G Phoenix did not go that route at
Yeah.
all. They were like, you guys do whatever you please. We're going to sit here. We're going to stay in the corner. We're going to play for positions. We don't care what you think about us. Even if we get 10 points from this game, we want those 10 points. We secured 2 extra finishes. Doesn't matter. That's a total of 12 points, even better for us. And that is actually the perfect mindset to have. You have to think about every single point that you can secure, no matter how it comes your way. If you are not comfortable in those fights, don't try and force it. But this man, Hangzhou, was definitely quite brutal on the opposition. I saw him win 2 individual 1v1s towards the end, and both in an impressive manner where he just wide swung the opposition.
Yeah, man. I mean, Hanzo, we know, as a matter of fact, Johnny, you and I were both weebs, and Hanzo was brutal in the anime as well. He's brutal here as well. 5 finishes, absolutely brilliant. PK and Hulk as well, 5 finishes, 4 finishes respectively. Team Fatality, they've actually had a fatal game on the other teams. In fact, 15 odd finishes shared between 3 players itself. You've got Phoenix as well as OSSR with 4 finishes respectively. So the top 5 players are definitely stacked. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the point standings. And of course, right at the top, Team Fatality stand up tall with 30 points. You've got Claw Esports with 19 points for themselves. Silent Killers, another consistent display, 17 points for themselves as well. Spy Esports, 13 points. And then there is starting off the tip, Forking, 6 points. FS Esports, 6 points. And Team Insane, they did find themselves inside the top 8, but 5 points is probably not what they're looking for, Johnny.
Yeah, probably not happy with those 5 points. I think they're going to look for a few more, but they're going to wait. They're going to have to wait for the next match to make anything happen. But as we move on to the next page of the rankings, we see FORCA official with just 3 points. Revenant Esports, I have no idea. I mean, it's just 2 games. I'm going to wait for the next one before I say anything. But yeah, 2 matches, both of those games, Revenant was on the second page of the rankings. Surprise, we are seeing Medal and Team Snax over here as well. Snax on the 12th and Medal on the 15th position. But as I look at more names, it looks like just the second page of Miramar is stacked with the biggest names that we have had in this lobby. AUTOBOTZ Esports, 5 Chiefs. But moving on to the overall rankings, here they are. And Silent Killers, well, they are extremely deadly. We know that now.
Yeah, I mean, their name is Silent Killers, but of course they're not extremely silent, as they've got 17 finishes for themselves, the highest in the lobby so far, 25 placement points and 1 chicken dinner, 42 points up top, 32 points for Team Fatality, 32 points for Spy Esports. These 2 teams, they have been extremely consistent, and even Claw Esports, as a matter of fact, 20 happy with their performance in the first 2 games. In fact, the rest of very confident. They seem very confident in taking those fights.
Well, let's see. I mean, we were just watching and observing the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, me and Salty, just trying to understand what is happening over here. Because, I mean, Silent Killers are good, Fatality is good, Spy is good, Claw Esports is good, Four Kings Official good, Celsius AKD also amazing, BLOODROSE Esports also amazing. AUTOBOTZ Esports is the only team that is a little bit known in the scene in the top 8. Every single big name that we talk about is on the second page of the ranking. Insane is here on the 11th, Medal 12th, Snax, Team Snax on the 15th position. This group is fun.
I'm not sure if it's fun for it's definitely fun for the neutral audience, but for the players and the teams who are on the second page, this probably is a nightmare, Johnny. That's how I would like to call it. And how are they going to come back into the top 8 is something which I don't know, because Team Snax, only a couple of points from the 2 games, not the greatest of showing so far. I mean, you know what? I still remember in round 1, this team was extremely strong. They were taking their good fights. They were engaging in good rotation because, of course, they had that experience. But suddenly, this team now feels like in the middle of nowhere. They're not aware of what's happening in and around them, and they're getting picked apart one by one. Not ideal, of course. And even the same goes for Medal as well as Revenant. Yeah. I'm not really sure, Johnny, if these teams will be able to come back with it. Sanhok and Vikendi coming up, there's still hope, you know. I'm hopeful.
I mean, yeah, hope is always going to be there, but that's the thing. They have to have also realistic expectations from the matches. You can't expect to just like go into the next game, walk away with 30 points instantly. It has to be a step-by-step approach. So I think it is the same thing for the experienced team. But hey, what will happen? What will these teams do in the upcoming matches? That is up to them. We'll find out the results when the game comes to an end after this very short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
एक HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go down. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that. There you go.
मेनका का मोह जा।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों, आगे बढ़ो, शक्ति दे! खत्म कर दो!
Me. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and this time around, this is going to be Necro joining me alongside for the maps of Sanhok. Of course, it's going to be extremely interesting, but you know what? There is something interesting as well, which I need to inform you guys. Are you aware that the Indian faction is actually coming to the Road to Valor, of course, which is sort of a historical moment for us, and you guys have something interesting for yourself as well. Just go and participate on 15th of August. The event is Guess the Guardian, and if you can guess it right in the comment section, then you win a glorious chest of 20, or rather not 25,000, 2,500 gems actually, and that is going to be extremely crucial for you. Also mention your IDs in the comment section so that you might be the lucky winners. 5 lucky winners are get the rewards. So what are you waiting for, man? I mean, just go prepare yourself and just participate. But coming back to the day itself, Necro, how are you feeling? How was the game which you saw from the sidelines? What do you think of Miramar?
I mean, to be honest, FY being able to win that game, just surprised. Once again, consistent finish from the side of Spy Esports, but then the storylines for some of the known teams where I have so many expectations from them. I'm also speaking about overall FS Esports. I'm speaking about a couple of more other known teams who are just not able to showcase up or show themselves up to the occasion.
Yeah, but of course, right, the big names, there is certainly, me and Johnny were discussing about this, the fact that there is a nightmarish situation for them right now because they don't have a lot of points. And we've seen, right, Necro, that a lot of these teams who don't really start well, a lot of the games don't go their way, and then in the final couple of games, there's just enormous pressure mounting on their shoulders. What do you have to say about this? Do you think like Sanhok will be the game for teams like Medal and for teams like Revenant to actually stand up and show what they're capable of?
I mean, to be honest, for Metal, if I talk about this team, in general, they should be chilling whatsoever. We know what their caliber is. I don't think so they're going to be struggling to qualify whatsoever. We've still got a decent amount of games in the future line, too, considering still only just 2 games are done so far. We've still got 4 games to go. And I think so Metal, they can definitely make it inside top 8. Even Team Insane can make it. But can Revenant make it, considering how the flow's been looking like for this team? Now, that's a really big question that even I'm looking to find an answer to. Because as I mentioned, in general, a lot of these known teams, a lot of these known players, they have been struggling inside all the lobbies.
They certainly have been. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, just like we always love to talk about, it is the map of Sanhok. And Sanhok has always been Sensei's home turf. I just want to see how he can lead his lads to actual success on this map itself. Maybe overturn the tables. But of course, the Sanhok map, all of that results will come after the end of this game. But for now, though, the flight has taken to the skies, ladies and gentlemen, and I am excited. We have Team Snax on our screens right now, hoping a good performance from this team as well, Necro.
Exactly. Of course, we all want to see a really fantastic performance from Team Snax because another one of those known names right inside the lobby. But as I mentioned, with how Team Snax have been playing inside the game, it just feels like they're just going with the flow. They don't have like a set pattern to play inside the game. Now, sometimes going with the flow can be really good as well, depending on how the situation is, but not all the time, man. I feel like you should have a really good playing pattern already pre-planned, and then you're going to be looking to execute it inside the games. And the only way you're going to be getting a pre-planned pattern is to knowing the team's past. You know how a team plays. You know what can happen possibly in the future lines too. But going with the flow, the only way you can manage to get a chicken dinner with a going with the flow type of play style is if the circle is going to be favoring you. But for now, it's the players of Fatality against the players of Insane. And actually, Hulk manages to smash down the player in the front.
No! Oh my god, that was a brilliant move coming in from Hulk. The first shot was brilliant. He did take a little bit of a damage initially, but then that slap turnaround was brilliant. Slug actually comes in to save the day, and I feel like it's been neutralized right now. Another one of those players goes down, and Team Fatality, they're answering. They're replying to entirety of the retaliation which is coming in from Insane. Beautiful stuff from them.
Oh, but look at the third party too. There's 3 teams dropping down in the same vicinity. And because of this, there's way too many bullets that the players of Team Insane are facing right now. Slug, barely alive on a sliver of health. He does not even have any HP left, actually.
One
single bullet. Even a little blow from the wind, he can be taken out of the game. That's how sensitive he is right now. That's how fragile this man is inside the game. He needs to be safe and sound. He needs to stay inside a compound and make sure he's not even giving out a single footstep.
Dude, I feel like Slug has a single-digit pulse right now because even I can't see anything on that HP bar. I don't know how is this man even surviving. You blow him a little bit of an air, I feel like that's gonna finish him off. But of course, Team Fatality will be looking for that extra finish point. You know, I mean, it does not matter if the HP bar is low or not. A man is worth 1 finish point, of course, and Team Fatality will be looking for all of them. But once again, the highlights, this was brilliant, right? Hulk, he was low, right? He was the one who got shot down early on, but then the wraparound and the shot with the DBS and the shotgun, it was absolutely brilliant. And then the backup was always there for Team Fatality. You know, they've always been sticking together. Even on the map of Miramar, we saw that they always value teamwork. But look at this, though. Hanzo from the third party situation actually gets knocked out. BLOODROSE, they're trying to close in the distance right now.
INTREPID Esports, Nate tossed in, Slug is way too low, and now Nate's gonna steal the deal. What a Nate that was, Zeus! Oh, man, knew exactly where the player was, and that just guessed Nate coming in, just guessed the enemy's position, having a little bit of sixth sense as well, maybe, but yeah. What a Nate that was. A 3-pointer indeed. But now look at this third party that's going to be presented inside the lobby. It's the players of BR going up against FY.
Yeah, absolutely. Who would wonder the sunny day on the lush green map of Sanhok would actually turn into a nightmare for so many teams? It's an absolute bloodbath on Painan. No matter how fertile the land is, it is going to turn infertile with all the blood that has been dripping from these players' bodies. And the sole contenders of it will be Team Fatality as well as BLOODROSE. BLOODROSE, of course, closing in the distance, trying to use their man advantage against them. They know for a fact that Team Fatality, they have been softened up. But of course, look at this with the DBS one shot, and he's going to go down. Halusa gets the first one. I believe that one man is still alive, and BLOODROSE will be hunting for him.
Oh, what a knockout that was. And now it's going to be in the name of Hulk. This man did have a DBS in his hands a while ago. and is probably going to be looking to smash down the team at the front. BLOODROSE, to be honest, it's a name to be feared. Trust me. Even inside round one, this was one of the most aggressive teams that I've seen inside the lobby. And Johnny, there's a reason why he was rooting out for this team from the start. He just loved the play style that this team showcased in the round one. He knew off the bat this team has a lot of caliber, and that's what we're here to see. I hope that BLOODROSE, they're going to keep on moving forward like this with the similar amount of momentum they've got so far inside the lobby. And to be honest, who would manage to, or who would even think of possibly pushing inside a city where you don't even know the enemies are going to be? But still, BLOODROSE, they made that happen.
And no matter what happens, I feel like BLOODROSE, they always have that good decision making. They did not overextend way too much, right? They did not go to the other side of the Painan city because they know for a fact that there might be some other team. And it eventually was INTREPID Esports were actually holding the other territory, holding the other guard of that Painan city. So good stuff from BLOODROSE Esports as well. But look at this, the Medal Esports, they've taken a little bit of a damage as Paradox has actually been wiped off. They are duking it out against Spy Esports, who have high ground for themselves. But wow, beautiful stuff from Encore. What a shot that was. Skullbreaker.
Just nasty. Indeed, just cracked his skull open and shattered his blood all across that stone that was in the front, or the rock. But right now, FS Esports too, just beating the slithering snakes as they are. AUTOBOTZ Esports in the front. All the four players right next to each other. I like the thinking that the players of FS Esports, they've got over here. They probably just want to sneak attack the players of AUTOBOTZ, but somewhere down the line, AUTOBOTZ, they are sensing this entire presence that FS Esports is inflicting.
Yeah, exactly right. They know for a fact that there is someone who is slithering down their spine at this point because they're extremely close. FS Esports, they can hear the little bit of the breathing. Of course, not technically in terms of game sound, but mentally they can sense that something is wrong. And I love what Team FS is doing. Look at that split, right? The 3-1 split or the 2-1 split, which you can see. I believe that Nirvana and Chaser might be the ones who can start this onslaught and then flick Whitey from that flank angle which he has created. And it's a good decision from AUTOBOTZ to actually step back from this fight itself, not engage any further, but they are on foot. They need to cover this distance as quickly as they possibly can, Necro.
AUTOBOTZ Esports, I mean, AUTOBOTZ roll out of that position. Yeah. And considering they've managed to get a little bit of control for themselves inside that warehouse, this is quite an interesting one. FS Esports still on the top of that hill, so they're going to be chilling and pretty comfortable in that spot. INTREPID as well, still inside the Painan City. I mean, in general, BLOODROSE, they've done their job. They got so many elimination points. They backed out of that Painan City. They're off to a great start.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it seems like for them, it's going to be a wise decision to try and get themselves in that good position. Just hold themselves for a couple of more circles so that they still retain that man advantage. Something which is going to be extremely interesting is how Revenant plays it out, because look at that massive split. Sensei is right toward the southern shoreline of Bantai, and I know exactly what he's doing. He's looking out for those first aid kits. He's looking to play out that med strat, which we always talk about on the map of Sanhok. The rest of the two players are still playing in for the circle, but two players, or at least one player, will always going to be stationed for that heal battle, and I wonder how many first aid kits he has at this point.
Just tapping away, Spidey. He knows that Spy Esports, or at least some team is there in the front lines, but maybe he's just trying to take out the vehicles that are around the compound. I guess that probably has to be his main intention. TSK on our screens, and speaking about this team as well, one of the most consistent teams so far inside the lobby. They started off with a chicken dinner, so that's a great way to kick things off, but now inside map 3, once again, taking things a little bit slow, safe and sound. You don't really need to be over-aggressive in these type of moments. If you're going to have peace around you, you might as well remain in peace too.
Peace. Hopefully Team Snax, of course, will be looking for a lot of it. Will try and get as many placement points as they possibly can so that they can at least ensure that their ball is rolling on this day of the BGI as the grind. They certainly have not got it moving so far. Their gunfights aren't working out, the rotations aren't working out. So on the map of Sanhok, the first check mark which they need to accomplish is going to be find those placement points for yourself. Not get taken out mid-rotation, at least what has happened in the map of Erangel and Miramar. Revenant Esports in a similar fashion as well. They need to be looking out for those finishes. Apollo has been firing in all cylinders. I feel like this man has sort of been carrying the team to success. Not success, but whatever little success they've had so far, I believe it has been due to Apollo and and Sensei, but so far the other two players, they still need to sort of, show up and possibly pull up a fight so that this team can actually climb back up onto the top 8. Team FatalitY, they have been absolutely brilliant, but I feel bad for Hulk and what went on with this team in the early stages of the game. This is not usual Necro when you get to see a triple threat happen on the city of Painan right from the get-go itself.
And not just that, I don't even know what Intrepid Esports is doing. Still just sitting in that Painan spot. They haven't even moved out of that spot just yet. And I would say, if I am Intrepid or if I'm even the team coach, I would ask them to move up and get that high ground control. That is right behind the Painan City. Go for the hills. Once you get that high ground control, they can have so much visual information to play around with, because in the future lines, if the circle moves away, you can use all that visual confirmation to reroute yourself inside a better spot in the upcoming circle.
Yeah. And of course, right, the hill behind Painan actually leads you access to boot camp as well, where a lot of those circles land. So, I mean, good stuff. You certainly have got the potential to become a coach, Necro. But speaking of coaches itself, Metal Esports, I feel like what their approach is going to be to this game is something which is very surprising, right? I want to see the aggressive Metal which we got to see on round 1, so they can rack up a lot of points for themselves. And so far, we have seen a very sly shadow of their own real self. Look at this, Team Silent Killers. Their name is Silent Killers, but they are not silent at all. They spot a player out in the open and they show no mercy, Necro.
Exactly. Once again, just able to shred that enemy apart. The bullets just piercing through his armor. And I just love the map of Viren's Silent Killers, I have to be honest. Just able to eye out every single possibility that might occur in the future. They're able to just take out the enemies pretty nicely. It's like they've got a filter. They're able to filter out all the enemies in that spot. And somehow, whatever spot they're going towards, not a lot of enemies are found around that. Spy Esports just eyeing out the team in the front. Once again, I mean, for Spy, considering they've lost out on one of their players quite early off inside the game, so that's not really a fantastic news for Spy.
Yeah. Definitely not the greatest of news, but I believe that they know how to sort of adapt to situations. This team is extremely good in adapting to different conditions, and a 3v4 situation or being in a 3-man squad right now, I believe that they have already practiced for it. They are conditioned to how to maneuver and how to go about it. So I believe they have plans, but we'll actually find out if those plans will actually work. But so far, Team FS Esports, just like you mentioned, they are also dwelling in the high grounds right now. Just trying to hold the topographical advantage and trying to get as much information as they potentially can. And I believe they have a lot of information. They can spot Team Metal in the background. They can spot AUTOBOTZ in the background. And a couple of other teams as well. It's good stuff from this team.
And not just that, look at Claw too. Speaking about this team, Claw Esports. Zarif in the front as well. And Claw Esports, they've got 3 players themselves too. But what this team is doing, they're playing it quite safe. Not really going for that extra bit of risk that can be found in the future lines, but I think so Claw should try to spread themselves out a little bit more. Maybe they should send that one player in the compound that's right ahead of them. That can give them a little bit more breathing room to play around with at the same time. The player that's going to be far away, if in case those 2 players that are in the back lines, they get pounced upon by another team, the player that's far away, that can provide them such a good cover fire. But once again, these type of strategies can be implemented, but Claw, they're just deciding to play with each other.
Of course they will play with each other. But look at this. Team Snax, they've got a massive split to work with. I mean, they held the Delta region, but I believe that this is the situation where it's not going to work that well, because the circle is sort of shifting away from the Delta region. It is steering towards the mainland, and therefore I feel like it's going to be that territory where Team Spy is holding, where the final circle is going to form. For Team Snax, that situation could have been advantageous if the circle was about to shift to some other islands, maybe towards the eastern island or the southern western island or something like that. But that's not going to happen so far. And I think eventually Team Snax will have to move. It might just be a good option for them to try and go aggressive. Even Revenant, as a matter of fact, it's been an extremely silent game of the map of Sanhok. It's just reptiles all around these grass fields. And Necro, I'm just so scared because, every time a team tries to go in for a rotation, there will be some shots. Triggers will be pulled, especially when their guard is down. So I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for those snake gameplays.
It's just funny that you call them the reptile.
Reptiles.
It sounds a little weird. I mean, as you said, reptiles, the first thing that popped up in my mind was lizards and all that stuff. So, but yeah, speaking of that, we've got a couple of more teams in front of us, and even the airdrop actually is quite close to this team. BLOODROSE, I mean, it's an AMR. I think so you guys should definitely go for it because it has the wall banging capabilities, and to be honest, that's one of the most satisfying things that you can do inside this game because that's the only gun that has the potential to do so.
But of course, I don't think guns will be of any use for a long time in this game so far because teams are so comfortable. We've actually flushed out a lot of players pretty early on from the game itself. One team has been wiped off. We've finished off 11 players from the lobby and 53 teams. 53 players. Yes, for a matter of fact, there's a lot of space for them. And as soon as I say that, Team Revenant, they actually are on the move. One-off player from Team 5 Chief was caught off guard and he has been punished for it. Of course, go back to your teammates because you need to go back, stick with them, Revenant Esports, that was the statement, and they have spotted the rest of the players from Team 5 Chief as well, Necro.
Exactly. And look at TSK. All the 4 players still alive, but I just love the spread they have. This is what I say, right? A good team, they will always try to split themselves out. They will always try to spread at least a little bit, but not too much. They will only spread each other to the point where they've got the visual confirmation on their own teammate, and they know that they can back him up instantly. Revenant Esports finally a massive pounce on the players in the front, and eventually TFC, Virus gets knocked out, and also out of the game as well. Revenant Esports, now they've managed to breach inside this entire compound so far, but it's going to be a tough one to take the entire one.
I don't think it's going to be very tough because Spidey and Red, they are not moving. In fact, Red will have no retaliation whatsoever. He was burned to a crisp. Spidey showing his backs to the opposition. Not the greatest of ideas right now. Tries to go in for a spree fire. But of course, with 2 players wrapping it around, there's no way Team TFC can survive. It seems like for Team TFC, it was almost a shock that Revenant Esports came in and wiped them off in a flash. And they put no retaliation whatsoever.
And that was way too quick, too. Revenant Esports, they're making it quick, man. Not even making it hurt, or at least not even giving a chance the opponent to have even second-guess their own decisions. Just such a quick execution and a finish, too. Working Esports. Oh, the players in the front spotted out. FORCA, a little bit on the receiving end this time. But both these teams, they probably have got so much visual confirmation onto each other. So they're going to be good when it comes to the information trade-off. But look at FORCA's position as well. It's a 2-2 split that's going on right now.
2-2 split. Will it work out? Because we just saw that the splits weren't working, especially when the bigger names try and climb on top of you. And it seems like a few of those names are trying to be on the hunt. Revenant Esports, as a matter of fact. Even Medal might be, as a matter of fact, looking to find themselves those finish points. Look at this, though. Bam, FORCA spotting a couple of players. The holographic sight is not going to be of much use at such range. It did manage to land a lot of shots, but Team 4King, they will survive. They will live to fight another day. But of course, as soon as they rotate, I believe they are going to find themselves in the midst of another fight, which is going between Team TSK and Celsius. The circle taking a massive shift towards Painan means that the entirety of the teams in the Northern Hemisphere will have a massive curveball to deal with, and so many teams will have to rotate. This is so crazy. This map of Sanhok has been berserk.
Yeah, exactly. Circle shifting down south like that. Not even showing any mercy on the other teams. This is the BGMI gods for you. They will not have mercy on any one of these teams inside the lobby. They will do whatever they want, and that's how they will direct the game. Circle being shifting down south. Now all the teams, they will need to make a quick and a desperate rotation all the way down south. Revenant Esports on our screens. They know still the team in the front can be a really big potential threat for them. And considering Revenant Esports, it's an uphill battle for them, they can also be in a massive sandwich situation. The best spot for Revenant Esports has to be to get out of this position as quick as possible. And I think so that's what they're trying to do.
Probably right. Embarking on the vehicle and getting the hell out of this situation is going to be their #1 priority. Of course, Revenant Esports need to make a move, need to retain all of those players who try and actually contest for the chicken dinner. It seems like they are not going in for that heel battle strategy. It seems like they are going on an all-out brawl at this point because their statement is clear. They have all of their 4 men in the front lines. Nobody is holding back from pulling the trigger as such. Of course, there is going to be
Exactly.
one thorn in their path, and that is going to be Team FORCA official, who are starting to take shots, and Sensei takes in a lot of damage, but will he actually sustain it? That's going to be the question. Actually, he does, and the first knock has been confirmed. Beautiful recovery from Revenant.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a trade-off, but still,
Nate!
Revenant Esports having a little bit of a disadvantage in that fight. Another nade comes into play, and Sensei actually gets completely confirmed from the game, eliminated. FORCA, a great start from their side. The trade-offs are happening back and forth. Revenant Esports, though, they've got a bit of a man disadvantage to play around with. Now for FORCA, not really in that great of a spot, but still they're trying to hold off the players of Revenant Esports, while Revenant, they're quite desperate to make their presence known inside the circle. Pulls up way too close, but the shotgun in the clothesline will shut down the man that closes wall. Now it's going to be close range battle, but the DBS comes out on top. It's Fierce.
Fierce trying to prone himself, trying to hide his presence, but of course the nade being lobbed in, if it lands in the right spot, might just wipe out the entire team. Of course, Fierce trying to be as aggressive as he possibly can. He does have the support of MJ from the backlines as well. FORCA Justice trying to revive his fallen comrade. Team FORCA official, they've been hurt quite a lot, but they want to retreat from the situation. They still have two players up and alive, and they can still play the placement game for themselves, but right behind them is going to be Team Spy. It's not an easy job when you are in a sandwich situation in such open territory. And I feel like Forking official as well on the other side, they are in the midst of a fight with Intrepid.
Exactly. And Forking officials, just look at them, how they're moving around. Loser in the clotheslines. Considering they're probably, or at least have managed to almost clear out this entire building. As I say that, one of the foe from the side of Intrepid, he peeked out, got one knockout, but that's all he's going to get. He needs to be satisfied with just that knockout. The rest of the two players a bit far away from Intrepid, not even close enough to provide that cover fire. But these two players from Forking, they will need to patch himself each other, or at least patch himself back up as quick as possible, because now the rest two enemies from INT, they've pushed up way too close to comfort.
Yeah, and I feel like the circle, which was favoring Painan for so long, has sort of betrayed all of these teams. It seems like it's a good decision for them to actually retreat from the situation, get inside the circle, because they are 150 meters odd away from it. They need to make the rotations quick, because of course with so many teams coming in from the northern hemisphere, I feel like the real estate which is inside the circle will be up for grabs. They are under prime importance right now, and a lot of buyers for it. Forking officials trying to go for a drive-by, but they are going to completely ignore the fact that Intrepid were still there. Actually, they are still going for the high grounds.
And not just that, even teams like FS Esports, they've lost out on 3 of their players handicapped inside the lobby. For Team FS and Team FatalitY, it's next to impossible to win the game at this point in time. Just trying to go for the placement points. Team Snax bouncing on top of the opposition right now. Snax getting the knockout. Really nicely done. A good trade to play around with, but now the rest of the Team Snax need to capitalize on quickly enough. It's the likes of BloodRose Esports, and trust me, BloodRose is one of the strongest teams inside the lobby. You do not want to face against them with an unorthodox approach, and that's what exactly is happening.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
He manages to wipe out every single player from Team Snax.
How is that possible? He actually jumped down from the window, created that flank angle, and beautiful stuff. He got 2 ultimate moves coming in from the backlines, and Team Snax, they could not recover, they could not react to it. That was extremely quick, that was extremely fast. The neck was broken in a snap, but now, what happens is something which we will find out. BloodRose Esports, even they have taken a little bit of a hurt. I believe it's coming in from Medal. A couple of players have actually been knocked out. They need to revive their fallen comrade and actually go in with all of their players who are still alive. Kyoya trying to create their flank angle. Look at that split coming in from Medal. A 1-1 split. Of course, not the ideal, but currently with 2 players up and alive, I feel like for Medal Esports to recover this game, they need to take that risk to try and get as much map control as they possibly can. And Orgor is trying to pin down so many players in front of his crosshair. The Molotov was correct, but of course, his rest of his team at Kyoya had actually been knocked out.
Yeah, in the front lines too. Not a good news. Kyoya needs to back out of that situation, and actually seems like that's quite a tough one too. But that entire fight, Team Snax approached against the players of BloodRose, as I mentioned, it just seemed like an unorthodox approach from them. They did not plan things out in a good fashion. Eventually, Celsius Kid is going to put an end to the fairy tale of Medal Esports, and they get eliminated from the game on the 5th spot. Celsius Kid Knight, he knows that there's still a possible threat lingering around in the front lines, and that's in the name of PR Pasha OP.
Revenant, they're going for it. The evil men, fierce, of course. They don't really have much of first aid kits. They only have 4 to actually work with, 3 right now. But still, one of the players from Revenant will always go in for the heal battle. We know it. It's written in the holy books of BGMI. But of course, it's not going to help them much because they don't have those monstrous numbers in terms of the healing kits as we generally do tend to see. Last day, we actually saw a few of the players with 28, one of them. But look at this, Apollo from Revenant actually finds another one from INTREPID, and now only 3 teams remain.
I knew it!
Fierce actually gets knocked out, of course. He ran out of medkits, but now it's just 2 players who need to pull this off. 2v1v1 situation, Necro.
He didn't run out of medkits. He actually was not able to sync the first aid properly enough. And when he took the time out to shoot at the opposition, he sort of broke that sync for himself, so now it's being knocked out as well. This can be a free elimination point wrapped up from Pasha OP. If he's going to use it to perfection, with Pasha having that Achilles suit, it gives him a massive advantage. Now finally position compromised. Celsius Kid knows exactly where the last man of BLOODROSE is. Pasha OP, though, still trying to play it as safe and sound, but he doesn't know where the repositions came into play. Celsius Kid Knight, he's repositioned himself a little bit on the right side, so his position's unknown, but Revenant Esports, they take out the likes of BLOODROSE.
Yeah, they certainly do right now. It's a 1v2, and even he has been completely wiped off. MJ was there. Even before Apollo could cook up that nade, MJ was like, you know what? You've had 7 finishes to your name already. Give me a little bit of the limelight, Apollo. And that's how the bite the dust. And Team Revenant, they get the winner chicken dinner for themselves. What a beautiful game they've had. So many finishes to work with. This is the game that I was talking about. Could potentially turn the tables. This is the big game that I was talking about, which I was waiting from the big names. And it finally came from the likes of Revenant. And it did not come the other way, like they had to go in for a heal battle or such. They went aggressive with so many finishes.
And as I mentioned, man, especially even that fight from the side of Team Snax, it just felt like that was such an unorthodox approach from them. They did not plan that fight out properly. They didn't know if the fight actually does go down, if they manage to get the first knockout, how to adapt quickly enough. And just on that side, that's where Pasha got a massive advantage. He had a DBS. All he needed to do was connect one shot on every single player, and he ended up 1v3ing the likes of Team Snax. Now, that is a big blunder from the side of Team Snax, but still hoping that in the upcoming three games, they can get something established. But another big team, man, that is really not able to play up to the mark or perform up to the mark has to be FS Esports. What are your thoughts of them?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, they somehow got extinguished in that entire mess that was created in the 3rd and the 4th circle, with so many teams trying to vie for that little bit of space and the hard shift from the circle coming in at every point of time. I feel like that is where they somehow got completely messed up. You know, it's an extremely difficult situation to combat. And FS Esports, they could not deal with the opposition as well as the circle playing them, throwing them a complete curveball. We might actually get to see them get eliminated in this highlight itself if we get to catch a fight, get to catch a glimpse of that particular fight. But Revenant Esports, this is where they started their onslaught. Team 5 Chief were actually their first victims, and we saw how quickly they got eliminated. That is when I knew that Revenant is probably back in form, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, you probably thought that Revenant's back in form. And yeah, in that game, Revenant did a fantastic job as well. Considering for Revenant, yesterday's day wasn't really that good. Now, today's day is something they need to make something happen, because at least try and make it inside the top 8. Try and qualify for the upcoming rounds as well, because you do not want to be one of those teams that has had a bad day throughout. And then FORCA Esports too, somewhere down the line, able to showcase themselves in some fashion. But this fight right here, such an unorganized fight from Team Snax, not panning out well, and them getting wiped out of the game.
Yeah. Even this moment was right. I mean, BLOODROSE Esports, they've been consistent so far, every single time, just pulling an ace up their sleeve, trying to do something different, which they did from the last game. And with these unorthodox plays, I feel like it's extremely difficult for teams like Team Snax, who have played for years, and they haven't faced something like this. They're like, wait, how did they pull that off? We did not expect that. I never knew someone could pull that off. And I feel like this is what has been working for the underdog teams. You know, those unorthodox play styles, the new strategies which they come up with. BLOODROSE official, they are certainly knocking at a big chicken, I feel like. But there's time. There's still time for this team to actually rack up one. But I'm very much looking forward to this team with the kind of performance that they've showed so far.
I mean, to be honest, do BLOODROSE really even need a chicken dinner? Because they're probably going to be qualifying whatsoever. They're really consistent, trust me. In the overall standings, this team's going to be one of the most consistent teams out there. Game 1, decent finish. Game 2, decent finish once again. Game 3, quite a late game finish for themselves. If you saw, I think so they were able to squeeze themselves in the top 3 or top 4. So I would say that's a decent amount of elimination points and a decent amount of finish points as well, or placement points. So BLOODROSE Esports, yeah, chicken can definitely add on, you know, like icing on top of the cake, but I don't really think so. You need an icing on top of the cake to eat the cake.
I mean, you know what? I mean, me and Johnny, we had a conversation regarding this, right? If you have a cake set up for you already, why not ice it from top? I mean, make it look a little prettier because, of course, when you go and proceed towards the further rounds, a lot of teams will be looking at your performance. You want to instill that fear in them. You want to show them, you know what? We're not just a consistent team. We can get those big chickens as well. But I agree with you. Of course, when you have those consistent points, when you have so many points racked up already, you probably don't need to work that extra hard. You know, you probably don't need to try and create a record for others to actually beat. But I mean, if you can, is it a bad addition? I don't think so.
I mean, it's definitely not, right? It's always going to work out in your favor whatsoever. It can also give you a little bit of confidence booster too in the upcoming rounds if you're going to be performing exceptionally well. But I mean, once again, when you're going to be trying to get that chicken dinner, you might also end up revealing a couple of your strats because you will try to play towards your main book, or you might also pull out those strats that you really need in order to get that chicken dinner. So I would say as long as you're able to keep yourself consistent inside the top 5, I wouldn't really say you don't really need. I would say it's okay if you do not even get a chicken dinner. It's completely fine. Just keep on moving forward. That should be only your goal.
All right. But, I mean, we've talked about the underdogs for a while right now, right? And they have sort of been dominating the top 8. But, Necro, I want to bring up the conversation about one team, right? Revenant Esports, they've had their chicken dinner. They are now comfortable inside the top 8. All right, fine. But what happens to Metal Esports right now? What happens to the likes of Insane? And what happens to the likes of Team Snax? Because now they only have 3 games left to go, and I feel like they have a Herculean task in front of them.
Exactly. I mean, speak of that Herculean task, right? And, I don't know, man. 3 games, the pressure is going to be too much. The upcoming game is going to be, of course, on the map of Vikendi too. So I guess you can count yourself in till the late game scenario too, considering the first 2 circles are way too slow. You can try to position yourself in a better spot and hope that the circle is going to keep on forming on top of you as well. But I don't know about the upcoming other games, man, considering after Vikendi, you've got Miramar and then Erangel once again, where the pressure is going to be surmounted even more.
Exactly right. I mean, with every passing game, the pressure just exponentially increases. And that is where I feel like a lot of these players, they tend to crumble. A lot of these big names have actually crumbled under the pressure of performing in the last 2 games because of the fact that their first 4 games did not plan out exactly. I mean, take an example of Enigma Gaming, take an example of Global Esports. All of these teams, they had way too many points to actually recover in the final 2 games, because of which they would always falter. And that is one of the reasons why I have been calling out to these big names to try and perform as quickly as you possibly can. Sanhok was a table turner and Revenant stepped up, but Metal could not. For Metal, it's extremely important to step up in the game of Vikendi at least, because you don't really want to keep your fate up till the last 2 games. You know, it's way too dangerous. It's not the territory where you want to be. And just like you like to call it, I feel like it's extremely volatile and anything can possibly happen.
Exactly, but you know what? It's time to find out who's going to be the MVP of that previous game. And I've also heard by the producer, apparently it has to be Apollo. And he's also got a decent amount of finishes wrapped up. So let's go and take a look at that. 7 finishes wrapped up from Revenant Apollo. That's a magnificent performance. Actually, a nuclear performance from this player. Now let's move on forward and take a look at the top 5 of that previous game. Metal Esports and Core 2 finding himself in there. But in general, from the side of Revenant Esports, even BLOODROSE and even AUTOBOTZ, it was quite a solid game.
Solid game for sure, right? And AUTOBOTZ, I mean, they have been knocking inside the top 5 region for quite a while right now. They didn't get a big chicken for themselves or manage to find themselves in the top 3 with a lot of finishes, but they've been extremely consistent, and so has been BLOODROSE. It seems like it's just Metal who needs to up the ante, and Encore sort of led the charge with 5 finishes. And I mean, of course, they've just been brutal on the map of Sanhok. But ladies and gentlemen, all of that is going to come down to the point standings of this game. Revenant at the WD top with 31 points. Oh my god, they threw in a 30 bomb?
I mean, not just that. Look at BLOODROSE. with 21 points, 10 placement points, and 11 finishes. Now, tell me, honestly, do you really need a chicken dinner if you're anyways doing this good inside the game? I would personally say no,
Possibly
you don't
not.
need to. You are just going to be chilling inside the game whatsoever. You should be Enigma Gaming at this point.
Of course, but of course, look at how the drop-off starts, right? BLOODROSE with 21 points, and then there's Celsius, AKD. Even this team has sort of been making a name for themselves. 14 points for themselves, 12 placement points, and 15 finishes. That last remaining player actually did so much heavy lifting in terms of the placement points, but now this is where trouble begins, ladies and gentlemen. The second page, where it's the dangerous territory, where you don't want to find yourself in. Team Fatality, of course, they've had the greatest of beginnings in the first two games, but now this game, they fell a little short with 4 points. Team Snax, once again, usual placement for them. They just can't manage to get themselves those double-digit points, can they, Necro?
But I just want to look at the overall standings. You know what? This all, okay, yeah, FORCA not doing that fantastic. Even Team Insane struggling in a lot of the aspects of the game. But you know what? Let's take a look at the overall standings. Because, as I mentioned, right, Team Insane is one of those teams that has been in an insanely good form so far inside BGMI. But still, inside BGI is the grind, not able to compete with their fullest potential. It is definitely something that's stinging me as one of the viewers that has been enjoying their gameplay so far. Now, as we do more on forward and take a look at the overall standings, and look at the overall standings, so many of them are actually the underdogs. And inside the top three, you see Revenant Esports. That is the only known team on the first half of the board.
And that too, they made the climb in the last final game. I mean, look at this, right? They have 38 points out of 3 games, and out of which 31 points were acquired in the last game itself. This is how big of a jump they actually made. But I love the fact it's completely dominated by underdogs. Silent Killers with 47 points, extremely consistent. Spy Esports without a chicken dinner, they've managed 39 points out of 3 games. Fatality, BLOODROSE, of course, 36 points. Yes, Necro, I agree to the fact that they don't need a chicken dinner at this point. But teams who need a chicken dinner are on the second page, Necro. Team Snax, 6 points out of 3 games. FS Esports, Insane, Medal Esports, AUTOBOTZ. All of these teams need that gigabanger of a map on the map of Vikendi.
I mean, Team Insane especially, as I said, they're capable of taking down some of the best teams inside the lobby, but still, I just don't understand. As I mentioned, they're just playing with their, they're not even able to play with their full potential, or that's the problem. I feel like they should start going for these fights. That's where they're really good. They should start ramming their vehicles onto some compounds, start taking these fights, try and win those fights. That's the Team Insane that I've known since the past. But right now, Team Insane, with all this passive approach and the defensive approach, I'm not loving it, man. If you guys are listening to me, go back to your old play style and start taking down teams.
Yeah, I mean, even I am hoping for a couple of teams to actually start playing a little aggressive, because that is what they're known for, right? Even Medal Esports, they're known for their aggressive playing style. I mean, we had the stat book in front of us a couple of minutes earlier, and we saw that Medal Esports, they had acquired so many finish points inside the first round itself, and now I'm just hoping that this team can actually come back in form. But of course, as the day progresses with Vikendi up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be another opportunity at all of these 16 teams to make a name for themselves and overturn the tables once again, Necro.
Exactly. Vikendi's on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen, from which all these teams once again will be duking it out to make a chance, or at least to make a name for themselves in the top 8. Teams like Spy, Revenant, even teams like the underdog teams have been making a name for themselves from the start of the day, but the known teams are all the way on the latter half of the board. FS Esports, Team Insane, Medal Esports, qualifications on the line.
Well, let's see, will they actually make it through, Necro? Because, I mean, as you mentioned, qualification is on the line, and still the consistency in their performances is lacking. Especially FS Esports and Team Insane, 2 of the biggest names in the region at this point, are just failing to show up in the first 3 games that they played. Now, the big question, will Vikendi be theirs?
I mean, Vikendi, as I said, Vikendi in general, it's just so tough to know that whose map it actually can be. I think so. It will be a team's map, whoever manages to find themselves in a really good spot, or at least in the center spot of the circle.
True.
That's whose Vikendi will be. Because, as we all know, the first 2 stages, the circle barely makes a move. It's like just going to be staying in that same spot, stationary. So teams have a lot of chance, or at least a lot of time, to reposition themselves, and also at the same time, if they want to go ahead for the loot or even scout out a couple of compounds, they can do that. They can literally take a little nap in the map of Vikendi.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's just up to the teams, dude. If they're actually going to be managing to position themselves in a centric spot of the circles, then good enough. If that's not going to be the case, well, try to fight it out, I guess.
I mean, see, you gave a few good advices. One advice of yours that I will be completely against is taking a nap mid-game. That is not a good idea at all, so don't go to sleep. But yeah, playing the center is a brilliant move in Vikendi. The problem is that almost everyone has the same idea. Go to the center early and just hold for position. And because of that, those rotation fights become extremely critical. But let's see, this is a different game. These are a different set of teams. And now, again, I think all eyes will be on Insane NFS to see what they will be up to in this game that can actually make or break their qualification.
Exactly. But as we've got the plant fly path on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, starting all the way from Milnar to Port. Now, this is quite an interesting plant flat path, Johnny, considering it's tilted all the way to the left side of the map. Now, teams that do want to go towards Cement Factory, Peshkova, even Trevno, it's going to be quite a tough terrain to pass through. It's going to be a long extend.
I mean, it is going to be a long extend, but just like on Sanhok, Vikendi is quite small, so you will get quite close to your preferred drop location if they are anywhere towards that eastern side. As you mentioned, Peshkova, Trevno, Cement Factory, Hot Springs, you can easily glide towards Volnovo and go to Hot Springs. All you have to do is just cross a small measly bridge. But
oh my God,
this early zone just centered between Podvosto and Castle. Now, this will make for a lot of interesting early game action, because now I believe a lot of teams will actually think of playing from Castle, playing from Cement Factory, and I want to see if there are drop clashes. And yes, there are. It is BLOODROSE going up against the players of Revenant, and BLOODROSE is the team that is coming out on top in this early fight. They have secured an early finish as Fierce has been taken out of the picture already.
Oh, I'm not a huge fan of this double-barreled shotgun that Apollo's got in his hands. Yeah, I can dish out quite a lot of damage, but the problem is you don't really have a lot of shotgun shells in one single magazine. There's a reason why it's only called double-barrel, and you will only get 2 shots to make something happen. And those 2 shots need to be precise as ever before. Revenant Esports losing out on Fierce, but they've still got their IGL up and alive, who can guide them to victory. But at this point in time, most of the approach that Revenant Esports will probably take, most of the measures that Revenant Esports will probably take will be out of desperation, considering they're on a massive man disadvantage inside the game. BLOODROSE, once again, getting chipped out a little bit, but they've got the man advantage, so nothing to worry about.
Yeah, and Apollo has actually tucked himself into a nice little corner, avoiding any line of fire from the 3 lads of BLOODROSE that pushed his building, and also Harshu, who had a brilliant flank available to him. Sensei, look at him. I believe there was a smoke lobbed inside the compound to just try and deny some vision to the players of BLOODROSE, but Husla, he will have an incredible opportunity to take down Apollo, and he jumps down. Both Sensei and Apollo will be knocked out. BLOODROSE Esports, what an incredible conversion in this fight. And look at this. God. They are not done with Revenant Esports. They are going to cut them into bits and pieces with those melees.
Yeah, well, that's machete for you, man. Just going to slice and dice them up. But BLOODROSE Esports, I mean, I guess, do they make roses out of blood?
I guess so.
Well, BLOODROSE moving around. Revenant Esports Sensei is actually still knocked out, so you can't say that. Maybe he's got a little bit of lifeline gifted to him.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. MJ is going to be revealing his spot whatsoever. Somewhere down the line, Revenant Esports knows that Sensei being knocked out, crawling back to safety, is sort of like a little bait being set up from the players of BLOODROSE. As soon as MJ will reveal his position, BLOODROSE will probably try to take him down. So MJ really not just falling for that bait. Instead, he's going to try to play it as safe and sound. Look at this. You can see Rickson instantly just moving in forward.
I mean, what you're saying might actually be pretty on point. BLOODROSE trying to see if they can use Sensei as a bait, force MJ out. But Sensei also realizes this. He has moved a little bit away from MJ's position, trying to see if he can lure the players of BLOODROSE away from his teammate. And look at MJ. He's just isolated in that central building, while the players from the side of BLOODROSE are just looking for him everywhere in these compounds, but they haven't found him yet.
BLOODROSE is one of the strongest teams inside the lobby. So you cannot just go up against them like that. And to be honest, Johnny, even teams like Team Insane not really able to perform. I mean, I personally thought the team at Sin would not have any problems qualifying, but now they're really starting to struggle, man.
Yeah. I mean, the struggle is there, but I mean...
Piece of candy.
That's just one elimination, Necro. He still has 3 more players to deal with before we actually call this a piece of candy. But...
I mean, this is a
BLOODROSE,
whole candy factory in the name of BLOODROSE.
True. It's the Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, basically, at this point.
Yeah. The official BLOODROSE chocolate factory. Loki, yeah. But getting back to the game, Revenant Esports, MJ on our screens, and oh, look at him. He's got so much information to play with. He knows 2 players are up top, but he's still searching out for that 3rd player. That's why MJ, he's not taking a move just yet, not even striking down the players, but somewhere down the line, BLOODROSE, they know MJ in this nearby vicinity. They just want to find out where exactly MJ is. Pasha way too close to comfort, but one single angle. If he would have moved up a little bit, he could have found out MJ's position, still uncompromised. And now MJ might just be taken down out of the game as well. And yeah, really good cover fire from BLOODROSE.
I mean, impressive. Pasha was able to save his own teammate over there quite brilliantly as well. And as you mentioned, impressive cover fire indeed. Otherwise, MJ's moves were looking cleaner and cleaner by the second. He was so lucky for so long that the players of BLOODROSE did not have any vision of his position. But as soon as they did, he took down the first individual he saw. The next one, he wasn't really able to deal with them all, but still, I think Revenant, they're going to be happy with the fact that they did not take an exit on 0 points. They were able to secure that 1 finish in this fight and make sure that BLOODROSE won't be progressing in the game with all 4 of their players. A few moments ago, we did see Team Snax as well in a little bit of an awkward situation for themselves. Now, I wonder how they will deal with this as Kratos and Cloud have been finished off already.
I mean, considering so many of the players, right, inside the circle being taken out, as you mentioned, even from Team Snax, there's a little bit of casualty going on. Tough outing for a lot of the teams, not really able to position themselves in a good spot. As I mentioned, it's going to be the fight for the centric spot inside the circle. Another fight brewing up in the name of IT. Intrepid Esports in the receiving lines. And now Team 5 Chief. They've managed to find a couple of knockouts, or at least that 1 single knockout with the utility, but, he patches himself back up. That was not a knockout.
Just figured out a way to bring himself back into the game, and that is quite lucky for his teammates, considering now they won't really have to deal with the disadvantageous situation. But 5 Chiefs against Intrepid. This is going to be an interesting fight. 5 Chiefs not really having a good day so far. Every single match that they played, they've been on the second page of the rankings, quite far below in the rankings, in fact. And this is an important game for them. They need that chicken dinner. Anything less from the chicken dinner, I think they're going to be under immense pressure in the last 2 matches. So for 5 Chiefs, I think winning is the only option they have left on the board. And Intrepid is the team standing between them and victory at this point.
And Johnny, not just that, you saw the utility utilization too from the side of TFC. They used every single piece of nade that they had available in their inventory, and that's why we were talking about the efficiency of the utilities, and that's why they're lacking. 1 single fight found, a lot of these teams just tend to pour all the utilities they've got without even knowing the exact position of the opponents. I think so they got to value the frag grenades a little bit more because they can provide you so much of an upper hand inside any type of fights. 4 Kings, way too close! They're against an opponent, INT, not a spot you want to stop against, but 4 Kings, they're just waiting for the players of Intrepid to step inside this compound. As soon as the first step's going to be made, the players might just start to fall down, but it's actually in the name of 4 Kings. Look at the shot from the DPS. He manages to get another knockout as well. What just happened?
He does manage to secure the knock, but from the distance, it is Snax from Team Snax who finds the trade. And now Intrepid are just pushed into the corner. They have only one option, that is push inside, push indoors, and finish off the players of 4 Kings, gain their cover, steal the cover away from them, and hold on to this position until Team Snax arrive. The last player from the side of 4 Kings, he's trying his level best to fight and survive, but he won't succeed at all. Intrepid Esports wiping out 4 Kings in a matter of seconds. Let's see. Alright, last man is still standing. He's not been finished off yet, but this nade can actually make it happen, and it has.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Just wipes him out. Just wipes him out of the game. Nicely done. And to be honest, what a clean wipeout, too.
Yeah.
All the 4 players are going to be back up on their feet. A really good fight execution from the side of INTREPID Esports, even though they got third party by the likes of Team Snax. Good recovery from that spot. But now, as we all know, in the upcoming few sides of the game, in the upcoming few times of the game, it's going to be the podcast average, Johnny. And it's time to talk about a little bit more about our lives.
What's up, Necro? What are you doing?
Nothing much, man. Just looking at this game of Vikendi where things are getting way too spiced up, but now it's going to be a big stalemate. Now it's going to be a big full stop. As you like to call them, the slot zones.
Yeah. I mean, these are extremely brutal on the players, extremely exhausting mentally. In fact, because there's a lot going through your head. You're thinking about where the other teams are going to be, where the players are headed, the players that you are spotting, rotating out in the open. And you're thinking about where exactly you need to go to have the best possible result at the end of the game. BLOODROSE Pasha needs to be a little bit more careful with how he's positioning himself quite close to those windows. And especially, definitely looks like he's not afraid of the opposition at all.
Yeah, I mean, he was just tossing in a first hit for his teammate, Johnny. He's being a really good support player. Not exactly support, but at least providing support in that situation. Now, I don't know what's going on with BLOODROSE, man. At least one of the players always has an iron side of the M416. He's got some weird obsession with that. But look at these jump shots that we see from INTREPID Esports, too. He's being able to get that knockout. I think that the player in the front from that team was actually not able to move for that certain amount of second, because once you get shot at in the back of your head, right, you're of course going to try to move because you just took damage from the back lines. But that player was just standing in that same spot.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, the progression of the game will actually give us all the answers that we are looking for. For now, though, 14 teams still left, 52 players still surviving as we transition into the third stage of the game. We see the blue zone collapse. What are you expecting? A hard shift towards Kresnik?
I want a hard shift over Castle. Like, literally, I want to see a Castle circle. Trust me, Johnny, it is one of the most fun circles you can see, because the only way you can try to make it on the Castle side is through the bridges. The waterways are going to be way too risky, so they're going to be pretty much out of the way. You cannot go through the waterways. So the only way you can make it inside the castle are those 3 pathways that are being given to you. And most of the times, all of those 3 are getting just camped out by the teams. So it gets next to impossible to breach inside castle.
Completely agree with that, and I think the length of the bridge as well proves to be an additional challenge, because if you have early control of castle, it's quite easy for you to actually gatekeep all 3 bridges at the same time. Plus, if anyone takes the swan dive down in the valley, they will take additional pressure from the teams holding the high ground on the either side of the bridge.
Oh my god,
look at this FS. Oh my goodness, Spy Esports, they show up as a bunch of spies, and FS was caught completely off guard. 2 players knocked out at the cost of nothing.
What's going on with FS? It just feels like they're not present inside the game at all. They're getting picked off like nothing. Not even proven out to be a threat inside the lobby so far, Johnny. They haven't really been doing that great in the game, man. They need to step things up as quick as possible. You haven't really got a lot of time to actually try and readjust inside the game anymore, but talk about the team in the front for now. It's going to be in the name of FORCA, and both of the players getting knocked out, and also the confirmation is going to be there following it up instantly. Celsius get another one of those teams that has been a massive threat and a name to be feared.
Well, let's see, though. How much fear are they going to instill in their opposition? That is what we are about to find out right now. Celsius, game number 1, we thought we were hopeful for a big performance from them, but we were a bit let down. Now, game number 2 and 3 haven't really gone their way, but now on Vikendi, maybe we're going to see them pump up those finish numbers on the board. But while all of that was happening, let's talk about FORCA Esports as well. Right now, kind of up against Medal Esports. Well, not really. Medal is quite close to them, and if FORCA makes a move, or they see Medal rotating, then maybe they're going to look to engage in an early fight. But considering it's just 2 players, it will be an extremely risky move from their side.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say, too. FORCA, I would think so. It's better if they just do not really apply a lot of force. It's better if they keep themselves calm a little bit, because considering with only 2 players, it's going to be tough to apply a lot of force inside the lobby, because the firepower is already cut down to the 50%. And so far, in general, their firepower hasn't really been that phenomenal, speaking about all the other teams compared to TFC. A team that ran out of utilities a while ago. I'm speaking about the frag grenades. A couple of players do have 1 and 2 here and there, but still those frag grenades are so crucial in the late game stage. And look at Slayer from Team Snax, the lone wolf. Let's see how much he's going to be able to pull off for his team.
Let's see, Slayer has a lot of experience of being in these situations time and time again, but this one is definitely feeling a little different for him. Considering even the start of the day for Team Snax wasn't that great, now they are in recovery mode, and this is a replay from the early collision between Celsius, AKD, and the players of FORCA Esports, where FORCA lost 2 players. The other 2 lads did manage to make a great escape. But talk about escapes, and it looks like Insane, instead of running away, have just charged upon the players of FS. 1 lad knocked and finished, and FS, before they can do anything, will lose one of their own. But Slug and Skips are extremely low, so if Flick chimes in, he will secure those 2 knocks as well, and the fight will be a 1v1. But the safer option over here has been taken, and Flix has decided to back off completely and walk away from the fight.
Yeah, before Nirvana was even able to know that there was something in the way, he got knocked out. So yeah, not really having enough time to react onto that. And Team Insane, nicely done. As I said, this is the Team Insane I want to see. I want to see them pounce on top of the other teams. This is not the usual Team Insane that we know and seen in the past. The aggressive playstyle is what really suits them. And finally now Team Insane back in their true potential. I just want to see them bum rush down even another player from the side of FS. And that's what Slug is trying to do, I guess.
Let's see though. How far will their luck take them? That is the question. But well, Fatality over here. All right. It is Speros right now taking down by the lads from AUTOBOTZ, and yeah, the team nade from AUTOBOTZ was the reason Mr. Spray is on his knees right now. So Mr. Orlo will have to definitely apologize for the mistake and also give a revive now. But let's see, Fatality, I mean, they don't really have an option to react to this. Peros is going to be picked off, and Hangzhou and Hulk are going to be left in the backlines, just waiting and watching. As AUTOBOTZ, I don't think AUTOBOTZ is abandoning that compound anytime too soon. They are in a very good position inside of the zone, at least for now. And I think until the zone completely abandons them, they are just going to stay here. But let's see. TSK against Claw. I want this fight to happen, man. This is going to be a fun fight to watch.
Team Silent Killers versus Claw. Yeah, indeed. I mean, considering Silent Killers have been the actual Silent Killers inside the lobby, and they've also been top in the charts. So for Claw to go up against them, that's going to make things even more difficult for them to claw on top of the overall standing. So, yeah, Team Silent Killers, they can try to take down the possible threat that is in the front lines as quick as possible. But as we do have another team, FORCA, once again, we saw a while ago this team was taken down to a 2-man squad. Now they're really just trying to play things as safe and sound as possible. Team Spy Esports, 2 of the players. I like this separation coming in from the side of Spy. Look at this 2-2 split that's going on. Perfect.
Well, the split looks good for now, but what about a few moments more inside the game once the fourth stage, the fourth zone is here. Gyro God, we see him moving inside, jumping. Yeah, there and everywhere. I mean, this is what happens in Vikendi when you don't really have a lot going on. You're just waiting for the oppositions to reveal their positions in front of your eyes and waiting for an opportunity to take them down. But when that doesn't happen, that is what you do. You just jump around, practice your movement, practice your aim a little bit. Although, will be an interesting spot for the final game positions if the zone actually just keeps moving up north. Since a lot of teams will be moving from the southern edge of the circle. But look at this, Fatality Hangzhou. Now the third man from the side of Fatality has been caught, and AUTOBOTZ.
Oh, RZ was on fire. Yeah, he was almost about to be burnt down to a crisp, but eventually that man who tried to infiltrate in that compound was taken out of the game. So AUTOBOTZ, once again, they roll out their opponents pretty nicely.
And all 4 players moving in tandem. They picked off Hulk and Hangzhou basically at the same time. There was a split-second difference between the two. And I believe while Hulk was caught off guard out in the open, Hangzhou just running into that corner room. The Molotov was perfect. he just stuck into that corner. I believe he thought the molly did not connect at all, and because of that, the player that was running towards him was perfectly healthy. And of course, in close quarter combats, you will always nowadays expect a DPS on one of these individuals. So again, another reason to just stay in the corner. But he did not really have a lot of other options as well. He was outnumbered. He was completely pincered down. Nowhere left to go. Either he picked off one player, instantly secured the finish, or he was done. And, well, since the knock wasn't secured, he realized his fate was sealed.
Oh, insane up against the players of Celsius Kid. Oh, I do not have a good feeling for this. It's like a storm that's just waiting to be called out. Any of these teams end up colliding against each other, it's going to be an absolute massive blunderous situation for any of them, because both these teams have got incredible amount of firepower. And when these two teams will collide, destruction will be dealt. But the problem is, it can be either good for one team or completely bad for the other. Now we've got AUTOBOTZ too, once again, just taking over the compound of BLOODROSE Esports, finding out one of the players. Now it's going to be balled down to only 2 players left alive from BLOODROSE. Pasha OP is going to be the man in the front lines. From AUTOBOTZ though, they're going to be happy at least to have this little bit of piece of compound secured up.
Man, the name says Autobots, but at this point, they're just playing more like Decepticons, just running over anyone and anything that they see moving inside of the game. Orlo's Molotov was a bit off. He almost took himself out, but the next one is going to be lobbed towards the opposition. And I believe the knock has been secured by Autobots as well. But will they be able to take the finish as they see and realize the fact that there's a team in the distance that does have vision of this position, and they're looking to delay both these teams over here, Autobots and BLOODROSE. But INTREPID, will they actually be able to secure these finishes? The blue zone is closing in from the rear, and this wall of death is going to dish out a lot of damage.
Exactly, Johnny, I don't know what's happening to the players of AUTOBOTZ, but this aggression play that we're seeing from them, it's been phenomenal. And now speaking about all of these players too from the side of AUTOBOTZ, look at the amount of shots they're taking. Good spray from INTREPID. Nitro, able to chip out so much damage in the front lines, but still AUTOBOTZ now, they're going to try to tuck themselves back inside cover. So yeah, safe for now.
Well, safe for now, but how long will they be safe for? That is the question they're asking themselves. As we're down to 11 teams, 36 players still alive, and the players from the side of FORCA, as we did see them, quite close to the players of Metal a few moments ago, are still quite close, although they have taken a massive hit. One of the individuals was knocked out. They did get a trade from the side of Metal, as Encore was the man put to his knees. But now, FORCA, they have gotten the revive in. Top Dog, he's looking to stop the opposition in their tracks, but the smokes are blocking his vision. He secures a knock and the finish in a single spray, taking down 2 individuals as they try to make an escape.
And not just that, look at Metal Esports. I mean, considering, once again, even Metal Esports having a solid game for themselves. As I said, Johnny, look, all these teams, in general, they're going to be having a phenomenal game. It's not this one. Vikendi really gives you a chance to survive till the late game situations and sort of tries to break things down a little bit more in the simpler fashion for the teams once they start to get used to it. And right now, Claw Esports, as we've got them on our screens, even for them, they need all the points as they can to keep themselves in a bit of more cushiony spot inside the top 8. Claw Esports, they've got the information that there are a couple of foes lying around in the front, but still not really deciding to react onto it.
Well, they haven't reacted yet. When will they? I think that is what we are waiting to see. I mean, they are in a perfect position to secure a lot of elimination points from the teams around them. But look at this, Metal Esports, even though they have lost Encore, they have managed to make their way towards the southern edge of the zone. But
oh no,
Top Dog, even though the move he made a few seconds ago was absolutely brilliant, he just runs right into the crosshairs of Bunny from Spy Esports, and it was quite an easy knock for Bunny to secure. Now Paradox, the last player surviving, pinned out in the corner. What? Did he just run back into the blue? Yes, he did.
Yeah, he probably did, yeah. Paradox, I mean, I was just talking about Metal Esports having a good day so far, or at least this good game of Vikendi, but then out and over, you blink it and you miss it.
Yeah.
Metal Esports down to that one last man surviving. And now as for Spy Esports, though, once again, all the 4 players in a really decent spot, but they still need to make it inside the safe zone. And look at Slayer, he's using the snowmobile. He's just hoping that no one's going to spot him out, but soon enough, they're going to hear the sound with the snowmobile. Slayer able to breach inside the circle, but he's got no meds to back him up, Johnny.
No meds, and look at the radar. There's a player up on top of that cliff, and he knows exactly where Slayer is. He's looking in that direction, so Slayer needs to be extremely careful of what exactly will his next move look like. And moving forward is not going to be easy. Looking for first aid will be of the utmost priority for him. And even if he can find those bandages and stay inside the safe area, then I think he can bring his HP back up slowly and steadily. But Paradox is always going to be in Paradox, but this time he has turned himself into a fish, has gone for a little bit of a swim right next to that boat, is protecting his position in a brilliant fashion. But from here on out, I think it's just a few more minutes that we are going to see him and Slayer inside of this game, because there's a lot of open space in the next zone. And these players, especially considering they are individual players surviving in this game, won't really be able to find that solid cover that they need. Look at Celsius, the impressive drift right on that frozen lake. They do avoid those gunshots for a few seconds, but now are again on the move.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to find those elimination points, Johnny. Celsius kid out in the open, not really a good spot. Spy Esports, Zap, spraying down the front lines. Not able to find the connection still, though. Spy Esports, two of the players in the front, they've actually managed to squeeze themselves barely inside the circle. Now Celsius kid, they're going to be on the receiving end from so many of the teams at the same time. Even Spy wanting a little bit of piece of those elimination points. They've got a couple of knockouts inflicted.
The knocks are going to be secured, but Spy Esports can secure the finish as well. Knight is still out in the open. He did take that extra shot on his body. And look at RUD. He is also knocked out now. Celsius all of a sudden find themselves down to their last player. And this is not a position they thought they were going to be in this game. 3 finish points secured. That's all that Celsius has. And Spy Esports, look at them. They do not want to back off. They want all 4 points. They do not want a single one of these individuals to get away. But the last point, it's going to be stolen by the players of Insane.
Yeah, and then AUTOBOTZ too on our screens, and a really good spot inside the circle. As I mentioned, Team Insane really needed to go all out inside the game, and that's what they're starting to do so far, Johnny. Finally, the Team Insane that we know, they're back in their full form. They're back in the flesh, and now AUTOBOTZ, a lot of threat lingering around. That's why they're going to try to clear their sight lines first, but one of the players getting knocked out. Not a solid news. Still, Orlo in the close will try to go for an instant resurrection. But he still doesn't exactly know where the foes are positioned. He doesn't exactly know where the remaining player of the opponent team can be. That's why he's way too paranoid while still going for the resurrection. Spy Esports against Team Insane, and they spray him down.
Well, the spray down is going to be there, but Team Insane, this game is extremely important to them. They need to win this matchup, or at least finish in the top 3 one way or the other, with a lot of eliminations if they want to secure a spot in the top 8 in the overall rankings. And so far, I mean, today has been extremely brutal to them. But Intrepid Esports, they have gotten better and better with every single game that we have seen them in so far. And even in this match, they hold a pretty decent position on that southwestern edge of the zone. They have concrete cover available. Silent Killers, let's talk about them for a minute. Consistent throughout the day. And even in this match, they have made it into the top 6. Claw, Serif, he's not going anywhere. The nade goes indoors with him, and he's going to be blown to smithereens.
A really good confirmation coming into play from them. Claw Esports, 2 players still up, Devil and Phoenix. Devil, utility tossed out, he's tossed out the nade, but wait, these 2 players, they're way too close to comfort, but eventually an up comes out on top. Nicely done, Team Silent Killers, they're not so silent after all. Straight up just rushing down the players of Claw, and now the final player named Phoenix will be claimed by that nade.
Well, finish point still yet to be secured. AUTOBOTZ, 1 player down. Mr. Spray is there to go for a revive and help his teammate back up on his feet, but Silent Killers against Spy. Bunny, the knock was secured, but the finish has been denied so far as Jaragod is there right alongside with his teammate, going for the revive, and Silent Killers being put under immense pressure. But the fact that they keep hearing the noises Intrepid is making behind them as well, they expect the other team to push, but that is not really happening. And Spy Esports, one way or the other, this team keeps finding their way inside the zone. Even though right now they are right on the edge of the blue, they're still safe, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, GSK in general, they've just got a decent spot. Yeah, as you mentioned, still not exactly in the safe, so the problems are going to start to occur. Before Spy, they try to make a rotation in the circle. A little bit of desperation move, but they've got no other option anyways. Spy, they got picked off by the players of Intrepid, and now even they found themselves against the players of Team Silent Killers. A really good nade onto Bunny. Now the last man's going to be in the name of Zap. He pulls out the TBS, manages to get one knockout, but the second one will be denying that. Team Silent Killers, once again, claiming another squad in their hands.
Silent Killers are definitely living up to their name. They have been quite silent throughout the game, but towards the ending moments is where we see them in action. But talking about action, Autobots, how can we forget about them? Look at there's 10 eliminations secured in this match already, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon. 2 players pushing in tandem with the DBSs. And, well, one of them was knocked out. Orzi needs to be careful. One shot and he will be done for as well, but he managed to survive. And it should be an easy revive for Autobots, considering they are the only team with any control of this next zone. Autobots have pretty much secured this matchup already. They have the momentum, they have the circle as well. All they need to do is deal with the players of Intrepid and TSK.
I mean, top 3 teams alive, Johnny, and 12 players in total. Intrepid having all the 4 players. TSK with only 3 players, still looking to make something happen, still looking to make something miraculous happen. Varun goes all by himself against the likes of Intrepid. He managed to find Zeus. He knows the players of Intrepid have been pushed in a massive state of discomfort, so he wants to capitalize onto that. Orlo, a really good nade tossed upon him by Lol Noob. He manages to find that knockout as well. Autobots, oh, this is not really a good spot for them, but still going for that battle for the likes of TSK. It's going to be an uphill one, so it's really tough for them to win this battle in general.
Well, it is going to be extremely tough. We knew it was never going to be easy, but Autobots, they are not looking to stop anytime soon. More finishes secured, more points secured. TSK down to their last player, that is Varun hiding in the corner. Intrepid on the other side. They have the numbers, but do they have the angle and the information of how Autobots are looking to move? Because look at this, Krills and Spray holding the flanks, while Orlo and Orzi are first getting their HP back up, and then they will decide which teammate they want to join. Orlo, look at this, clearing the position with a nade. Kind of a good decision before they actually move towards the players of Intrepid, because Intrepid just have that small little hill in front of them on top of that rock to work with. And if they get spotted out, they won't really have anywhere left to go.
Yeah, Varun, look at him. Just proning down, does not want to give his spot away. He knows the teams in the front, they're alive in full force. Does not want to give them any chance to take him out of the game as well. Varun finally trying to push up against the likes of Intrepid, but Intrepid, they pushed up against Autobots, and finally the fight breaks down. One of the men finds the opening, the second one goes down as well, but this DPS, it seems like it's going to keep on inflicting the pressure and the pain, and in the end, it's going to be AUTOBOTZ Esports who come out on top.
And it is quite incredible that they pull this off in Vikendi as well. One of the most difficult maps to have constant aggression in. Autobots, this was a phenomenal performance. And again, this is what we expected from them from the start of the day. But finally, the team has showed up. And I want to see what impact this match will have on their overall rankings. I believe this will help them actually move into the top 5 quite easily.
I think so. It should actually help them too. But you know what? I mean, in general, as we all know, the production crew isn't really going to be showing us the overall standings too. Because after that game, I'm pretty sure the overall standings have been spiced up. Right, Johnny? And as usual, we know how cruel our prediction crew is. They like to spice things up even more. They like to keep on the suspense even more to just not show that. But you know what? True. For now, the only thing that we can look at is highlights. So let's go and take a look at that.
I mean, and this game was filled with a lot of interesting action. I mean, the early game as well, we saw a few teams get picked off. Talk about the early wipeout that was there for the side of Revenant. Did not expect Revenant to get beaten down this brutally right after coming from a impressive match win on Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, MJ2 at least was able to get one elimination point wrapped up into that fight, so I guess you can say didn't really get taken out with 0 points, right? You can feel a little bit good about that. But as you mentioned, yeah, from a chicken dinner directly getting taken down to that spot, it's really quite tough, man. But in general, even Spy Esports able to showcase a really great gameplay inside the game. I love the split the players of Spy Esports had. AUTOBOTZ Esports, though, this team was just going all out. They were going after teams after teams after teams. They were not scared of anyone.
Yeah, they weren't scared at all, and I think Spy Esports have built that competition, confidence over time. I mean, they've been consistent throughout the day. The first game was decent, the second game was decent. Yeah, we haven't really seen them win matches, but just like BLOODROSE Esports, Spy Esports is one of those teams that will fly under the radar, and then all of a sudden you see their points stack up and get them a very good position on the overall rankings. This was one of my favorite moments of this match, where the door just opened up and the nade slipped in along with Seraph. And after that, the silent killers weren't really silent anymore, because this is the fight that started it all for them. This is where they picked up their few initial finish points. And from there on out, they did not stop till the very end.
I mean, DSK too, what a great showcase from themselves as well. In general, the entire team was able to take those fights in such great fashion. And to be honest, so far, one team that I've seen with the most accurate utility utilization, with the most precision with the nades, has to be DSK. Every single nade, it felt like, was able to find value from them.
True. And again, the utility usage from the side of TSK has been impressive. Their positioning in the game has been quite phenomenal. And also, they have been consistent throughout the day so far, Necro. Just like we had Xnor yesterday, TSK today have done a similar thing. In the 4 matches we have seen them, they are consistent. They have at least 3 matches they've played extremely well for themselves. And I believe by the end of the day as well, they will finish up in the top 5 of the overall rankings.
Hey, not just that, man. Now, after this game, it's just going to increase a little bit more concern for me when it comes to the likes of FS Esports, Johnny. FS still not able to perform. Throughout the day, they haven't really been getting a lot of points. Now, even inside the game of Vikendi, where I thought there could have been a possible chance of them at least having a decent game, even that's been stolen away. Team Insane, somewhere down the line, I love this switch up between the playstyle, where they're now starting to hunt down teams a little bit more. We're seeing them aggressive a little bit more, and that's the FS Esports we all know.
Yeah.
Or that's the Team Insane we all know. But FS Esports just not able to get back in the groove.
I mean, what you said about Insane, kind of a similar situation for FS as well, wherein one game, I mean, the Miramar that they played was quite decent from their side, but apart from that, every single game has just been a fall off. Even in this match, FS, the mid-table exit wasn't really something that we expected. Insane on the other side, I think the way they've picked up the aggression, as you mentioned, in this particular match is what we expected from their side from the start of the day, but that wasn't really the case. I think they were being respectful to the other teams, being in the sense that they did expect the other teams to show up completely prepared for the action. But I think to a certain extent, they ended up overthinking their own capabilities, or just double guessing their own capabilities. We know Insane is a strong lineup. We know this team, what this team is capable of. And I think they would just, had they been a little bit more comfortable in their own shoes, we would have seen Insane pop up. But I believe this map, the way they played, could be a momentum builder for them. So hopefully in the next 2 maps, Miramar and Erangel, we're going to see them at least secure top 3 finishes in both of the matches with 5 to 6 eliminations.
And not just Insane too, right? Then you really just dial the conversation down to the players of Metal Esports as well.
Oh, yeah.
And Metal Esports too, having a little bit of limelight for themselves, but still throughout the day, we're just not seeing that pop-off game from their side. The Metal Esports that we know has been missing once again. And getting back to the conversation about FS Esports as well. Now, if you remember at the start of the day, I mentioned this as well, is that one of the main problems for FS Esports have been their indecisive nature somewhere in the mid-game phase. They're not able to reposition themselves in good spot. And most of the times, FS Esports, the only time they end up getting taken out of the game is when they reposition themselves in a certain spot, or when they are actually in the midst of repositioning themselves.
I think those mid-rotation finishes, mid-rotation eliminations for FS happen quite often, as you mentioned. I mean, their rotations always, I think, just unfortunately for them, do put them either in rotation collisions, or they will just be headed towards a compound that's set up as a trap by another team. And they have been quite unlucky in that way. But again, 2 matches are still left. So opportunity has not yet slipped from their hands. They still have an opportunity to secure a position in the top 8. Because let's not forget, you do not need to win in these lobbies. You do not need to finish on the first spot. All you need to do is be in the top 8, and that is your ticket to the next stage.
And you know why the rotations have really been a problem, Johnny? I just feel like lack of information. They don't know exactly where to rotate from. They don't know if they have the proper information of where to rotate from, how they can carve out a rotation pathway from the map, then these problems would not occur. But still, the lack of information is really just stinging them over and over again inside all the games. But now, as we take a look at the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Zorzi from AUTOBOTZ Esports with 9 finishes. That is a humongous game.
That is actually humongous and a monstrous performance coming in from Orzi. But it's not just him. Mr. Spray is going to be there in the list of top players as well, with 3 eliminations to his name. So that's 12 on these 2 individuals themselves. Then we have Spy Bunny with 4 eliminations. Top Dog is going to be there from the side of Metal with 3 eliminations to his name. And at the last position in the top 5 players, we have Zap from Spy Esports with 3 eliminations. Spy Esports have managed to be consistent, as we have talked about them. But let's have a look at the rankings of this game and see what the situation looks like for the other teams.
Oh, the point standings in front of us and Team Insane, as I mentioned, definitely a more better performance compared to all the performances they've had so far inside the game. AUTOBOTZ Esports, 16 finishes actually. That's going to give them 31 points in total. That means even more comfortable spot inside the top 8, Johnny. I think so they've probably managed to breach inside top 3 somewhere.
Well, let's see. I mean, it should be enough to put them in a decent position, but I think it all sort of depends on how the future matches go for them. But I mean, at least signs of hope are clearly visible. Claw Esports, 5 Chief, Insane, BLOODROSE Esports. I mean, I did expect BLOODROSE Esports to do a little bit better, but during the game, I think they just got a little too over-aggressive for their own good and ran into an unfavorable fight, got wiped out. But as we were talking about them, silent killers have been so phenomenal, Necro. As we were talking during the game itself about their consistency, even from this game, they walk away with 18 points, and that is massive.
I mean, in general, for teams like BLOODROSE, Spy Esports, even INTREPID, TSK, they're all already doing really good in the overall standings we saw a while ago. So even if they do not perform in the upcoming games, they're still going to be qualifying whatsoever. They've got a really big cushion. But then you take a look at the latter half of the board, Johnny, and this is where the real problems start. Not even Revenant Esports, even this team's doing pretty phenomenal. But Team Snax, FS Esports, Metal Esports, 4King, Team FatalitY's in a really good spot too. But the names that I just took a while ago, the 4 names, these 4 names are some of the most known names inside the IGC and still not able to make a mark for themselves inside the top 8. Once again, another concerning group.
I mean, it is a concerning group, considering, as you was talking about those big names, those well-known names, a few of them are constantly on the second page of the matches that they played, Team Snax being one of them. And I think, again, massive point of concern, 2 maps remaining. It will be extremely important for them to bring themselves back one way or the other, because, I mean, you do not expect, I don't know what universe we are living in if Team Snax gets eliminated like this.
I mean, you know what? I mean, as usual, right? Team Snax, as I mentioned, they're just trying to go with the flow. But hopefully they're going to find a good pattern in the upcoming 2 games, because once again, we're going to be going back to the basics, Miramar and Erangel. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, as you guys all know the tradition, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करेंगे। साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me.
Alright, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that. There you go.
मेनका का मोह जाल
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty alongside with me. And I mean, a phenomenal trailer for the new changes that are coming to Road to Valor Empires. I mean, I can't wait for the updates to happen. And also a lot of exciting rewards being introduced for you guys, where you guys can win a lot of mythic rates for yourselves. And I think wonderful opportunities. So do go ahead and check out Road to Valor. But also, right now, it's our turn to check out what these teams will be up to in the next map. That will be Miramar. Salty, are you ready for the action?
I am always ready for the action. Honestly, Johnny, I was just sitting in the sidelines, just hoping, that there will be certain teams who can sort of make a comeback on the map of Vikendi. But then the script, once again, it's sort of flipping out for a couple of teams out there. I'm still hoping for that medal comeback, still hoping for that Team Insane comeback. But it's not just coming out to the fray. I mean, Revenant Esports have been doing fine. I mean, especially after that Sanhok map, I don't think they'll have any troubles. But the other big names, what's going on with them? I don't have any clue.
I mean, we don't have an idea what's happening to the big teams, but we will find that out. And there's also what we were talking about Road to Valor a few moments ago, to bring it back. Because, I mean, you can get mythic items from the glorious chests that are there. They're worth up to, I think, 2,500 gems, if I'm not wrong. And there will be an opportunity for you guys to actually win all of these things for yourselves. There are contests running, so you can go to the RTV pages and official social media pages, get spam your IDs over there and get these rewards for yourselves. Again, do make sure you're mentioning your IDs on those positions. But with that being said, I guess time to bring the conversation back towards the action.
Exactly. I mean, one funny thing about it is, because I still remember there was a time when people used to mention their IDs in the BGMI chat and hoping to get some rewards out of it as well. But now they actually do get to see do that in the social media handles and then get rewards for themselves. But that's for a different game. But now, though, of course, the map of Miramar is going to come up extremely soon, and we've got the 16 teams lineup. Of course, AUTOBOTZ, they had a phenomenal run in the last game, a 30 bomber from their side. But still, I'm waiting for a couple of teams to still show up. Johnny, Team Snax, as a matter of fact, who are still reeling at the very bottom of. They've got stars whom we would want to see at the top level once again. It's been a lot of days that we haven't seen the likes of Crores and the likes of Slayer at the typically top of the community. Just hoping for that run of form once again.
I think, my apologies for that. As I was saying, I
was pretending as if I could understand.
I did that to you, I remember once, but coming back. I think it's the reason because we have these expectations that it hurts to watch the performance that is being delivered by Team Snax, as you mentioned. And again, the only thing we can hope for is that the fact we know these players are good. We know these players have a legacy behind them. We know these players have a massive, massive history of success that they've left in the past. We just want them to regain their old form, and only 2 matches to go. I think I don't want to say this, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Hoping that it's just enough, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, the flight once again takes off on the desert fields of Miramar, and it is going to start from the right hand side, or rather the left hand side of Impala, and end towards El Pozo and Trailer Park. A rather interesting flight path which sort of cuts diagonally over the map itself. Majority of the drop locations will be available for the teams who will try and drop near La Cobrea. Probably for teams trying to go towards Torre Ahumada or Campo Militar, that might be a little bit far off. Even the Los Higos Island will be a little bit far off. But I mean, considering where the circle has sort of panned out in the recent days, you know, we've seen that northern circle today. We've seen those Craterfield circle as well. But Johnny, I'm waiting for that little bit of a southern shoreline circle. You know, that makes things so much more interesting.
True. And I think I'm going to be hopeful for a southern circle in this game as well, specifically Porto Palacio. I mean, we did see that a few days ago, and it was quite interesting. But before we talk about the zones, what is happening in Impala, man? I mean, 2 teams dropping right on top of each other, an early drop fight. It's going to be super fun to watch nonetheless, but still waiting to see where the zone goes. Also, I mean, if we don't get a southern zone or shoreline zone on this, I think another zone that can actually produce a lot of good situations is an El Hazar endgame situation for these teams. But let's see, towards Impala, as we're talking about it, the early drop fight is between Team Silent Killers and Team Snax.
Exactly, and I was extremely flustered when I saw that Elf Esports tag on Aryan. I mean, I thought that, wait, Elf Esports had their matches yesterday. What is he doing here? But then I realized, oh, wait, it's actually Team Snax. So team tags are extremely important, ladies and gentlemen. But look at this. Snax is actually going on the offense in this one. This man wants a little bit of blood for himself, all by himself. And of course, the shotgun strikes. First man down, advantage for Team Snax.
As the iconic line says, the man just jiggled in and out over there, securing the opening knock, but needs to be careful. Runs behind the cover again, avoiding the line of fire and the damage from Varun. And now, with this, Team Silent Killers, for the first time in the day, I would say, have found themselves having a bad start to a game. And well, they turned it around even before I finished my sentence. And Aryan has been traded out by Varun, and Varun is now looking to secure the finish onto Snax as well.
Oh, damn, he's actually trying to close in the distance without any support whatsoever. He knows, as a matter of fact, that even Snax is quite low on HP and nobody else from Team Snax is around. Of course, he does not have any throwables to work with, only 3 smokes. But had he had those nades, he could have lobbed them to perfection, and Team Snax, they would have been reduced by a lot. So far, even have a look at this. Ammunition is not much on Team Snax as well. So that is going to be a little bit of a concern. But Varun, that angle which he is holding will cause a lot of problems, Johnny.
Well, let's see. Problems are always going to be a part of the action. But Team Snax, their ability to deal with those problems, that is what we want to see put on display. The nade was lobbed by Kratos, but he did take a lot of damage as well. He's being forced to run back, and Varun is just alone, putting so much pressure on all these players of Team Snax. Kratos, look at him, has no first aids available, just a few bandages to work with, and I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah.
Snax still trying to deal with a lot of pressure along with his teammates. Takes a lot of damage through the window, but finally it's going to be Narcotic who finds the knock on Aryan. Team Snax down to their last 2 players. And I think this will be an early squad wipe for Team Snax.
I mean, it seems like Team Silent Killers, they're coming, they're firing it, all guns blazing, 3 finishes for them. And I feel it's just a matter of time when the rest of the team also gets completely wiped off. They are going to resurrect their fallen brother. And look at this, like what a revenge it was. Of course, it was Team Snax who got the early advantage for them, with Snax pushing out early. But then the retaliation and the recovery from Team TSK is absolutely brilliant. It just goes to show how much of a how much of a factor form and momentum plays into the game, because Team TSK, they were the ones who have an advantage mentally over the entire day. They know, as a matter of fact, that they are topping the charts right now, and Team Snax, they certainly are not in position to try and fight them. They did try to go in for a fight, but this is the outcome. Just one player remains in the form of Slayer, Johnny, and he needs to escape the situation as fast as possible, and I think he did that.
It won't be quite easy for him as well. Slayer, even in the last map, this is exactly how it went down. Players picked off early. Slayer was the last man remaining, and he was just playing for survival under immense pressure yet again.
Oh,
Focus to the players of Metal now. I mean, we do have a southern zone, but I believe this one is going to end somewhere between the triangle of Los Leones, Picado, and Minas del Sur. If it goes towards La Penedita, it might get a little bit more interesting, but probability of that happening is quite low, to be honest.
exactly. But then, obviously, there's the potential of a hard shift. I'm just hoping for a big hard shift in those third circle situations, because that is the one which is going to throw in a lot of curveball for a lot of these teams. But speaking of the circle itself, I feel like it's sort of supportive to the majority of the teams in the lobby. Most of them are holding good positions. Revenant, they've got complete control over the Los Leones city, and I believe that it's not just going to be them. There will be other teams in the fray as well who will try and come in and join Revenant at Los Leones. I believe that is going to be the center of habitation for a lot of these teams when the circle shrinks. But for now, though, Intrepid Esports team, who has once again sort of established that underdog teams are the way to go forward. I feel like they have performed brilliantly. If not brilliantly, I feel like they're at least above average at this point. They're still holding that position in the top 8, and I just hope that they can hold on to it till the end of the day so that they can qualify,
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but Intrepid, I think they, as we were talking about them, I mean, they were in a decent position as well, and I think Intrepid has showcased a lot of potential in the previous few matches, so I want them to push themselves to show us what their max peak performance is going to look like. Insane on the other side, just like Team Snax, not really living up to the expectations that were there from them. I mean, it has been an absolute struggle from the start till match number 4, and in this game number 5, they're off to a slow start, but that is how you want your Miramar to go. And I'm going to be hopeful that by the end of this match, if Team Insane can find a way or the other to secure at least 20 points, then that should push them in the top 8 before the last game, and the last game they can just utilize to hold on to their position and protect themselves.
Exactly. I mean, the 5th game is where your last options or your last chances of qualifying actually starts to extinguish, because like we said, right, the 6th game, it's a monumental task. It becomes almost impossible for you to pull off so many points. You know that you only have one shot and you have to get this many points. It's utterly impossible, especially from a player perspective. But I mean, Johnny, I really want to understand from you, why have these big names faltering, especially with underdogs coming into the fray with different play styles? Why do you think so many big teams are actually not being able to qualify? I know this is a tough question at this point. I know it's it's hypothetical.
I have no idea what's going wrong with them, because even though the decisions that are made, they seem quite decent, considering we always assume that, yeah, these experienced players do have the fighting capabilities still in them. But for Team Snax, I think it was just like the players being out of practice for a long time. And for Team Insane, I have no idea. You should be the one answering this question, considering you've been chatting up a lot of players recently, huh?
I know, right? I mean, for sure, and Team Insane actually look pretty confident whenever I meet them. Their coach is pretty confident. They have a very rock-solid background, but it just does not add up, right? Every day I come up with a statement about this team, whom I had breakfast with, and they say that they're confident. They just suddenly land up outside the grind itself. So I've sort of restricted myself from actually not talking about it. It seems like it's turned out to be a curse for a lot of these teams. So I'm like, all right, guys, I'm going to chill out. You guys play your game howsoever you want to talk about it, howsoever you want to play it. But look at the circle, Johnny. The hardship that I was talking about. Sutton still supporting that southern shoreline, and Team Claw, they have got a nice little position over there.
And this is actually quite a brilliant circle as well, considering one of the most difficult terrains in this map of Miramar are the southern hills of Los Leones. Them and the Valle del Mar mountains, I hate both these hill lines. In this map up, extremely difficult to traverse, a lot of cover available for the opposition to work with, and it's even you hear all these guns being fired, those weapons being fired all around you, but
Yeah.
there's no real way of gaining that information without putting yourself out there in the line of fire as well. You are going to be exposed, so it becomes extremely tricky to take fights towards those hills. But talking about things that get trickier and trickier by the minute, let's talk about Forking Esports, because I mean, expectations from them were there as well. Not as much as Team Insane or Team Snax, but we did expect at least Forking Esports to pop off in one match, and I'm still waiting for that to happen.
Exactly right. I mean, all were actually waiting for that one big game, but look at this though. Medal Esports Encore is stuck in a very precarious position behind this bus, just trying to stay hidden inside it, trying to switch seats so that nobody expects his position. I believe that Team FORCA, they're trying to hunt him down. They know for a fact that there is somebody inside. This trick is not going to play out. Or wait, is it going to be? Mera just still trying to scout out if there's somebody inside. And wait, what? Did he just pull this off, Encore?
Oh. This...
What?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that was a 200 IQ move. Just flip your bus and just stay in there while it's flipped. No one, absolutely no one who is in this lobby will even think to consider that there might be a man still in the driving seat.
I mean, you know, at this point, I sort of was expecting that. We have seen this trick performed once or twice. Like, I thought that the players would be expecting this. But the fact that Encore actually pulled it off to perfection, that was brilliant.
Yeah, they left him. They've left him behind. Oh,
you know,
man.
once they look back at the stream after all the games, and they would be kicking themselves because, you know what, wait, we actually left this guy who was inside the bus. Nobody gave the call out. There is going to be a massive ruckus. But speaking of ruckus itself, it's Team Insane who are once again holding that higher turf for themselves. This is a very good position to hold. You know, you've got such great sightlines. Yes, you sort of draw a lot of attention towards yourself, but you get so much information on the back of it, you know?
Yeah, true. I mean, definitely quite true. I mean, the height advantage does give you a little bit of an added bonus for taking the risk of getting there early. But let's see, I mean, how it's going to play out towards the final few moments of the match. Although now we move on to Revenant Esports. Again, a team that has been controlling the city of Los Leones from the start of this game till now, in fact. And I think they've started to anticipate that, all right, a lot of teams are going to move towards us, so we need to pick an edge of the city and protect ourselves. But look at this, a fight out in the open, and this time it's going to be Spy Esports who find the opposition completely off guard and have gone on to secure the opening knock against the players of TFC.
Yeah, Team TFC, they kind of look stuck in a very, very weird spot. It seems like they cannot retaliate whatsoever. There is no way this team can recover from this point on. Look at this, right? Completely out in the open without knowing what to do. The vehicle wasn't moving. All that they could potentially do was just try and disembark, maybe take a couple of shots that they can dish out a little bit of a damage. But we all know Team Spy, they are not going to let them live like that. It was easy pickings for them, an easy squad wipe to be very honest, and 4 free finish points.
I mean, they made it look easy. That's what I'll say. All right, finally Encore has been picked off. I was just wondering what the man is going to be up to, but he's been finally picked off by one of the lads from the side of Celsius. And Celsius did take a hit in that collision. G-Star was knocked out, but since his teammate was right next to him, it was an easy revive for Celsius to secure. And now, again, with the 4-man strong team, they're going to look to move forward. On the other side, though, Revenant, they find themselves in an extremely awkward position. They did secure a knock on the player that has been pinned down in the shack, but there's another team that's closed in on their position, and Revenant is under immense pressure from the lads of FS. Their finish points are getting stolen, and now Revenant is in a panic mode as Sensei has also been picked off.
Panic mode for sure, as an instant cavalry from Team F has actually approached them. All the vehicles just tumble down, and The entirety of Revenant was shook over there. MJ still trying to hold his ground, trying to create that soft cover for himself. But look at this, right? His teammates are quite far from him. Of course, there are other teams in the fray. Team Silent Killers who are trying to make it easy for Revenant to come out of that situation. Shots being fired against Team FS might make their life a little difficult, but Flake Whitey still hasn't been revived, and for them, that resurrection is going to be of prime importance. They need to get out of this situation as soon as possible. They've got the monster truck, they've got the terrain for themselves as well. They can use those ridges to their utmost advantage, but they need to get away from Varun's crosshair. That is #1 priority.
Well, let's see. And the Silent Killers has been the team that we have been talking about quite a lot. And why not? I mean, they deserve this. They deserve all the attention upon them. They've been phenomenal in all the matches so far today.
Yeah.
And even in this Miramar, their positioning looks good. Yeah, they did lose one individual in the early stages, but they got a squad wipe off of that, so it's totally worth it. And even now, I think as we were talking about, the high ground advantage does give them a lot of information, but Revenant Esports still going up against FS, and after both the teams traded out bodies from either side, I think the reset was there. Slayer has been surviving for so long, but unfortunately for him, no one other than his teammates were picked off in the early stages of the map.
Yeah. I mean, pure guy Slayer. Just, moving around in his truck, probably playing that song on his speakers. It's been a long day without you, my friend. I mean, I'm not a singer, but yeah, I think that's what he's feeling right now.
He's out on a drive, man. He's just chilling at this point. And he's pretty far away from the safe zone as well. So I think he's going to have to continue to chill for a little while alone. And as long as there's no one around him, I think he will be feeling quite comfortable. But TSK, the Silent Killer, in a state of absolute discomfort as one Pixel spotted loser was trying to land those shots, but did not really connect. But anyways, TSK, they're down to their 2 players. And in this fight, I believe 4 Kings, they have the upper hand.
They certainly have the upper hand. The ridge is going to make so much easier their life because, of course, Team TSK are the ones who need to come uphill. They're the ones who are supposed to create that angle so that 4 King are at a disadvantage. But, of course, no matter how many times they split up, I believe that 4 King will always have that bit of extra sight lines. And as soon as those heads pop out, I believe that it's going to be easy pickings for 4 King. Just like I said, Varun did try to create a little bit of a distraction, but of course it was always going to be the head of Varun which was going to get taken down. It was one of the players from 4 King, I believe Mandy was the one who actually confirms Varun, and now Team Silent Killers, only 1 player surviving, and this is time when 4 King can actually start to dominate with all of their firepower. 4 players still alive, they can try and eliminate the entirety of the other team first and then focus backward. But then Celsius AKD from the back lines, brilliant backstab and a third party, which might actually ruin Team 4 plans, Johnny.
It has already done that. They've already succeeded in ruining the game plan for 4 King Esports, and Celsius, I think G-Star, if he can dish out a little bit more damage on the other individuals, the situation is going to look even better for the team that was almost wiped out a few moments ago. Look at that. Team Silent Killers, they're down to their last player, but LOL Noob is just hiding in the corner, and G-Star from the side of Celsius is not looking to stop. 1 player from the side of 4 King was brought back, and instantly the other one was put down.
I love the position where Celsius are right now. The 2-2 split. 2 players are in charge of gatekeeping that southern shoreline of the circle. Meanwhile, the other 2 players are holding that added map advantage. So, once the gatekeeping job is done, I believe that Celsius AKD, they'll still retain that added position further inside the circle. This is brilliant stuff from them. And I feel like they're making jobs so much more difficult for Team 4 King as well, because they need to recover from it quickly. The wall of death is approaching them, and look at this though, even BLOODROSE Esports, even they are being almost encapsulated by the wall of death. It's going to approach in 22 seconds, and they need to get this revival quick and push forward as soon as possible, because look at this, AUTOBOTZ, they're not going to let them live in peace.
AUTOBOTZ haven't let anyone live in peace throughout the day, especially with how they played on Vikendi. So again, props to this team. They have been incredible. Props to BLOODROSE Esports as well. I'm just going to talk about the under gods in this game, man. I mean, they have been extremely impressive. BLOODROSE have been phenomenally consistent throughout the day. And with how they played their round 1 matches, I did not expect them to improve this much, but kudos to them. They put in the work. They have grinded enough to, well, pull off a brilliant performance in BGIS The Grind. And, I mean, I want to see what their run in the BGIS is going to look like. But so far in this game, I think FORCA is the only challenge in front of them, because FORCA has at least some cover available. AUTOBOTZ Orzi on the flank can't really do much to stop the players of BLOODROSE, but if BLOODROSE figure out a way to deal with FORCA, even if it's just one individual picked off, I think it will make their push deeper inside the zone much easier for them to execute.
The plan of action for Orzi might just be to try and stay silent, because he's the last remaining player for Team AUTOBOTZ right now, just to wait for the other two teams to just go in for a fight. Speaking of fight itself, it's Team FORCA Official who are currently engaged against Celsius AKD. The third party which was happening has now actually been turned into a full-out brawl right now, and G stocking up that nade might actually have so much damage going towards that Urus. Of course, a shot's being taken. Celsius AKD, a clean sweep, absolutely clean pickings from them. They take no casualties, no prisoners whatsoever, and they finish off the entirety of FORCA, and now they proceed forward. Up front, of course, there is going to be Team INTREPID Esports, but they haven't recovered from the last fight. All of these players need to heal before they engage in another battle, Johnny.
I mean, they will have to be extremely careful, but Celsius, they run face first into the players of Intrepid. And even though they did lose out on one of their players as Knight was knocked out, his teammate was right there, running in without any delay, getting the trade, getting the finish, and putting Intrepid in an awkward position. But look at this fatality against the players of Claw. Devil pinned down inside the smoke. Hulk did go for a check, and Angzo as well. But with how these players from the side of fatality are moving around, it feels like they don't have the information of the lad that's right behind them. Or, well, kind of part of the team right now. But what will Devil do? It is absolutely nothing, because no matter what he did, no matter how long he stayed hidden, his teammates on the other side got finished off, and desperately he tried to secure a few eliminations, but fatality, they had the upper hand already.
Exactly, Johnny. I mean, look at this, right? This is stage 5 of the game right now, and with so many teams still surviving, it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath. The floor is lava and so many bodies are falling. Namely, of course, Team Fatality on the receiving end of some sort of action. Celsius are going to fall right now, Flick, with the brilliant M4 usage. And I believe that Celsius, they need to let their player go, of course, trying to still hold that angle inside the circle itself. But with so much pressure coming in from the back lines, Team Fatality, they are going to capitalize right now. Another 2 players will get wiped off, and now it's just Knight from Team Celsius who is still carrying the hopes of this team.
I mean, as you said, Salty, Celsius should have let go when they had the opportunity, and now they are just pinned out in the open. Knight, the last player surviving. 1 nade, 1 Molotov will be enough to push him outside back into the lobby, and before Fatality can actually think of lobbing utility towards the opposition, they need to think about protecting themselves. Shots being fired upon them from all the different directions, but what did I just witness? What was I watching there? Insane focused on Metal Kyoya running out in the open to save his life, while FORCA comes in from the rear for the third party and have, in fact, completely ruined the chances of Insane winning this game, and in fact taken them away from them, as Insane is going to get wiped out with Vamp's nade.
It was a valiant effort from Skips, who actually took down 2 drivers from 2 different buggies itself. It's an enormously difficult move, of course, but Skips pulled it off. But as soon as he stopped, it was that 1 nade from Vamp which finished things off, and now he is the only player remaining from FORCA Official. Team Metal Esports also trying to hold back strong. Top Dog and Kyoya are going to be the 2 last remaining survivors. They have that added shot cover inside the circle itself, but how long can they hold on to it is going to be the question right now. Team FS Esports have this little ridge to their advantage with all 4 players up strong. I believe that they can put so much pressure onto Revenant Esports. They're pushing them back as much as possible, and Revenant Esports, they know for a fact that they need to press forward. The wall of death has started to approach, and Fierce needs to do something about it. Molotov being thrown, 1 player found knocked out. I believe that he's going to find the confirmation as well, but is he aware that there is a crossfire setup? Fierce tried to react, but that's not going to be enough, as Storm is going to find that finish onto him, and Revenant, they've been wiped off, Johnny.
And finally, FS, they show their true colors as they take on the players of Revenant. But what is happening over here? BLOODROSE getting destroyed by the players of Spy Esports. Honey, the last man left standing, and Medals Kyoya from the distance and looking to secure or in fact steal a few of those finish points. And he has succeeded as well. In fact, Spy, Honey is not going to be happy about this, but he can't really do much. He has other things to deal with, like the players of FS, Flick, and Lord, who are right next to him. Now, Honey is, well, he's been quite cheeky so far. He's hiding behind the buggy, waiting for the opposition to reveal themselves. Ooh. The DBS one shot does connect, but that's not going to be enough. The distance is a little too much, and the bullet spread is going to reduce the damage. And look at this, while Honey was juking left and right, trying to avoid the players of FS, from the rear, the shots from Top Dog hit his body, and he's going to go down.
Sneaky little bugger, Top Dog from Metal Esports. Beautiful stuff. Just waited for his opportunity to strike, and when he could, he delivered that knockout blow. Of course, they need to rack up a lot more of these finish points if they want to climb up top inside the top 8. Metal Esports, the situation isn't the greatest, but of course, the only two players who can turn it around are still on the battlegrounds right now. Kyoya as well as Top Dog. It's going to be interesting to find out as the circle is sort of betrayed everyone. It's in the open terrains. And now FS Esports, even they are trying to make their presence felt. They've spotted Knight in the distance. The smokes aren't really going to help Knight as such. But of course, he sort of delivered a cheeky move right there, Nirvana. He lost Knight in his crosshairs. But I believe that as soon as the smoke dissipates, Knight will still be in under fire at this point, John.
I mean, he's still going to be under heavy fire. But at least he's going to stay alive if he manages to just use the chaos for himself, but that's not going to happen. The moment we say the name Knight, the other teams realize, alright, there's an extra player. They kick him out of this game, and look at FS Esports Nirvana making sure Intrepid is not going to be, well, feeling too comfortable in these endgame fights. He's just running out, shooting down the opposition. 8 eliminations secured, 5 secured by Nirvana all alone. And now Intrepid, as they're down to the last player, Harshu, is just hoping and praying to the BGMI gods that this one man who has all of a sudden just transformed into an absolute monster does not see him. But guess what, lad? Your prayers are not answered. Nirvana's eyes, well, he got them from an eagle, and he was razor sharp with those shots as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a 1v3 at the end of the game. It's just Kyoya from the side of Metal left to deal with 3 players from the side of FS.
Dude, Nirvana just turned into a Super Saiyan mode at one point, and he just never stopped. This man is running around like it's his own ring. He's like Mike Tyson inside a boxing ring at this point, and no Molotov is actually do any damage. Metal Esports still inside the top 2. It's a Herculean task, 2v3 right now. Of course, extremely doable, but considering the position where they have been completely pinned from multiple directions, it's going to be so difficult. Top Dog has actually been knocked out, and Kyoya is trying to hold his ground for himself. Top Dog will be confirmed, man. It's all down to Kyoya. He still needs to find that first knock for himself, but that's not going to happen as Lord puts the final nail in the coffin. Metal Esports wanted that chicken dinner, but of course, the ones who are going to deny them is going to be FS Esports, and very deservedly so, who had come for a sweeping from the upper ends of the terrain. Many teams were their prey, and Nirvana is going to be smiling in from the tippity top. I believe that he is going to be the MVP of this game. You know, he has to be the MVP of this game.
For sure. I think hands down Nirvana is definitely going to be the MVP of the game. He got his team to win. He got all those elimination numbers as well. And I think he was the one who was actually dealing all the damage out from his team's end as well. Because just being confident enough in your own abilities and realizing, all right, my teammates are under a lot of pressure. They're feeling a little unconfident. If I am the one whose aim is working right now, I have to be the one dealing with every single team that we encounter, and I have to be the frontliner for my team. So that is why he was a little far away from his teammate, because then all the attention would be on him, and even if he went down, his teammates would actually be able to push inside the zone. That was a sacrificial move he made, but luckily for him, it just worked out perfectly. But let's have a look at the highlights of this match, because I want to talk about the very first fight that was the 5 Chiefs going up against Silent Killers, against Team Snax.
You know what? I mean, this fight was extremely weird because Team Snax, they got the advantage for themselves. They had the man advantage, but they did not capitalize, Johnny. And I want to know your thoughts. Like, what went wrong for Team Snax in that particular fight?
I don't think anything went wrong. I think the early game fights are just complete 50-50. I think rather than something going wrong for Team Snax, it was actually Varun from the side of the opposition who actually did in fact have an individual moment of brilliance. I mean, that gap through the window was extremely small, and him just lining the spray perfectly onto Kratos was what gave the opening to the opposition. And I think that is the one thing that they just used and just pulled the advantage from. And in the end, I think they also made a blunder, though. They let Slayer get away. I think that extra point could have been theirs as well.
100%, 100%. And I'm not sure exactly how Slayer went down, so we'll have to find out how many placement points Team Snax acquired from that game itself. But BLOODROSE were ruthless, at least in the early stage. We'll have to find out how many points even they acquired. A lot of teams actually showed signs of brilliance. BLOODROSE were aggressive, but they were extinguished at the 7th spot. Team FS Esports, of course, they got the chicken for themselves, but they came in sweeping from the edge, right? And every single team who tried to contest against them, they fell. Number one reason for that was their numbers advantage. Number two reason was going to be Nirvana.
Exactly. I think Nirvana was like a big reason for a lot of these teams falling. But I mean, before this, Medal I think should not have been allowed to be in the top 2, because a few moments ago we saw two teams collapsing upon them. Insane actually almost had Medal down, pinned down on the verge of getting eliminated, and then I don't know from where there's another team pushed in from the rear. They just saw Insane. Kyoya realized, all right, this is my moment to just start turning myself into an athlete. Started to run out in the open, managed to get indoors, and managed to get himself to safety. And that one third-party fight that happened made sure that Medal was going to be a part of the top 2. Had that not happened, then Top Dog would have been finished off. We would have seen another team move up the rankings, but it doesn't matter now. The game is done and dusted. And before we head to the last game, I think I want to see how many total points actually a lot of these teams got, especially Team Snax, as you were talking about them, because I believe Slayer was actually picked off by the blue.
Interesting. We'll have to find out where they exactly stand. But of course, Johnny, not every one of your prayers will be answered, because the overall standings, it's something which you won't get. You'll get that after the map of Erangel. You will still get the point standings from this game itself. And if you're good at math, if you're good at remembering numbers from last to last game, then maybe you can add them up. But I believe that, it's not our job. I don't think none of us are qualified enough to actually do that. Johnny, do you have...
We forgot about one thing. I'm gonna this is an acting thing right now. I'm gonna act like one of the players inside of the game. You tell me who I am.
Oh my god, encore.
That is going to be the highlight of the day, by the way.
I think that was the accurate representation. Honestly, when that moment actually happened, I was like, wait a second, we've seen this before. And I think players from the other team, FORCA, I believe it was, right? They should have expected someone was trying to pull it off. But no, wait, Encore is a fabulous actor, man. I mean, he looks like a hero himself, and I believe that he just pulled it off to brilliance. That was great acting. It's more like, when a bear approaches you and you just have to lay down there, not breathe, so that he thinks that you're not alive anymore. Encore, just absolutely brilliant.
I mean, he was just brilliant, phenomenal. And I think it was an important moment for him as well. But let's see how many points has Medal got, because Medal, I believe, were a part of a lot of these early fights, but those finish points as well are going to be important, and especially considering they made it all the way to the top. To the placement points are there. I want to see what the total tally for the finish points is going to look like for Medal, because this was an important game. Medal wasn't having a good day before this.
Exactly, right? And that is the reason why I'm sort of happy that this team came out at least on the 2nd spot. They had a decent number of finishes to work with, so they've got something, if not nothing, right? And I still feel like this is sort of a good platform for them. If they have a good game of Erangel, they can still proceed, because for a matter of fact how high the stakes are at this point, right? And Medal need to qualify. They know that this is as great as it gets. They really want to play the BGIS, because we know, as a matter of fact, in-game qualifiers, it's a very dicey situation. You're never really sorted for life in that situation.
I mean, those matches are tough, man. You never know who you're going to run into. I mean, You're gonna see all of these weird names. Turns out it's some pro player playing in the back lines. So you never know who you're gonna encounter, and you go into these matches thinking, all right, these are just in-game qualifiers. You think you're the best in the lobby. Turns out you're not anymore. There's a lot of different players that are there who are equally as skilled as you, and it does come down to the macro of the game. But all of that, I mean, we'll be discussing in a little bit more detail, but let's see how the last game is going to play out for a lot of these big names, and what exactly will they be able to pull off by the end of the last map of Erangel. I think extremely important game for a lot of these teams. Insane as well. Let's not forget, I have no idea how far they've pushed themselves inside of this, inside of the rankings, because we haven't seen the overall rankings yet.
I mean, credits to production, credits to us as well. You know, the fact that we're not good with numbers, it's also contributing to the fact that we have no information whatsoever. Hoping that if there was somebody like an Ocean Sharma who remembers all of those numbers inside his head, maybe he would have had a better idea. But of course, all of that will figure out once we see at least the point standings of this game itself. That will give us an idea. I feel like if Insane, Medal, and each of these teams, right, who are struggling in that middle pack, in that probably 8 to 12th position, right, if they get themselves those 10 to 15 pointer games in this one, I feel like they will have a good platform to actually work with. I feel like that will give them that morale boost which they were needing for, and they can potentially push forward. But of course, this is time when we actually talk about the MVP of this game itself, and I think we both have our prediction set. It's going to be Nirvana from FS Esports, no doubt about it. 6 finishes to his name. This man was basically a walking machine gun.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it wasn't even a question. Even we knew this, that Nirvana was going to be at the top of the leaderboard, 6 eliminations secured, and he made it look easy. But look at this. All right, so now my moment of concern is completely gone, because Medal Esports, we see Kyoya and Top Dog there with 8 eliminations. Celsius is going to be there with 4, but FS, they have a total of 10 eliminations picked up in on those 2 players. And I think FS might have actually secured a position in the top 8, Medal as well. I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, right? I mean, I'm not sure about Medal. We'll have to find out. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, the point standings from this game. Look at this. FS Esports with 26 points, 11 finishes to work with. Medal Esports as well. The game that they were hoping to find 20 bomb from them as well. Maybe this is the start of a comeback, but they only have one more map to go, Johnny.
Just look at FORCA Esports. I think this is that one game that can turn things around for them. They only have 14 points from this matchup, but this was the first time we are seeing FORCA inside of the top 3. So I think if they manage to have a similar performance in the next match, maybe they'll be inside of the top 8. What do you think? 28 points should be enough to keep FORCA Esports in the top 8?
Depends on how their other games went. All right. I mean, I always agree with Necro, because that man, he's had that blessings of God. Whatever he predicts, it actually comes out right. But of course, the second page is where genius, of course. On the other page, though, I mean, this is where the kind of concern lies, right? Team Insane, 3 points once again, just not having the greatest of days. Team FatalitY as well. Somewhere down the line, this team has somewhat fallen in terms of performance. The performance that we got to see initially. Team Snax, AUTOBOTZ once again. AUTOBOTZ, they've had 1 good game, 2 good games, but the rest of the performance has been rather concerning.
Yeah, I mean, especially one more team I'd like to add to the list of concerns has to be 5 Chiefs. Constantly at the bottom of the leaderboard. They have not had a good game so far, but hopefully this last game of Erangel, they just go YOLO and secure the win. But before we jump into the game, let's have a look at the teams that are going to be playing the matches.
Exactly. Once again, the same 16 teams are going to duke it out on the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be their last shot, so they can qualify into the next round. Not just in the next round of the grind, but also into the BGIS. It's going to be extremely important for the likes of Medal and AUTOBOTZ to secure those safety points, I would like to call it, because if they get those 10, 12, 15 points, I believe that their qualification will be set. Their qualification will be secured. Revenant, as a matter of fact, they've had that one big game because of which they are sort of solidified. Even Spy Esports, as a matter of fact, have been very consistent. But, of course, joining me on the desk alongside is going to be Necro right now for the last game. Necro, how are you feeling? How was the map of Miramar? And what are you expecting from Erangel?
To be honest, from Erangel, once again, the teams that are going to be in the latter half of the overall rankings, I just do not want to see a lot of known names in there. Now, it's understandable if a couple of known names are over there. It's understandable that these underdogs are really just able to outperform some of the most T1 teams inside the lobby, but too many known teams, it's going to sting a lot of the fans, right? And I do not want to see that sting being inflicted onto the fans.
Exactly right. I mean, we also want to appease the fans, but it's sort of like, you know, for the neutral fans out there, they're going to be extremely happy because the underdog teams overshining the competition. I've talked about it last day as well. The storyline is going absolutely crazy. BGI's The Grind was somewhat a tournament for the grassroots, and it seems like the grassroots have come up to a level where they are beating the top dogs, and it seems like it's sort of time to refresh everything. All the existing knowledge of BGMI, whatever was there, needs to be refreshed once again. We need to set up tier lists once again, because I don't feel like you can call teams like FS Esports or teams like, you know, the Silent Killers underdogs anymore.
I mean, these are the small teams with a big boom, right? Inside the lobby. They have been showcasing that big boom since the start. But as I mentioned, for a lot of these teams, even in general for FS Esports, still the qualification's on the line. A lot of the question marks are going to be there. Yeah, one decent game is there from their side, but still the consistency needs to be maintained in order to move inside the top 8, because those top 8 teams, they're not going to look back. On the other hand, though, you take a look at Team Insane, where once again, things are getting a little bit more in a complacent manner. They're starting to get confident inside the game. And to be honest, as long as you're confident when your Team Insane, you will start taking those head-on-head duels. And that's what I want to see Team Insane do too. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the day is on the way. Erangel is on the way.
Erangel is certainly on the way, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to be your captain flying this fight starting from Severny. It's going to be a vertical flight path, completely straight, heading down right towards military base as well as Novorupnoi. What is your thoughts on this flight path? I want to know, because I'm expecting a few drop collisions here and there, you know, Necro?
I mean, I want to see some drop collisions. Why not? They just try to spice things up even more off the pad inside the game. And Team FS, as usual, just dropping down in Severny. They're not going to have any possible threat around them. AUTOBOTZ as well, they've been looking really phenomenal so far inside the game. So even they are going to be in a really comfortable spot. But you asked me, what do I think about this planned flight path? And I think so. It's pretty good, to be honest. It's not going to push teams out of their comfort zone. They should still be able to just collide towards the spots where they want to. Yeah, for the left side of the map, it's going to be a little bit of tough extent, but still not that big of an issue.
Exactly. I mean, at least better than the first Erangel flight path, which we got to see, which was extremely skewed towards the southern side of this whole map itself, towards the military base island. But for now, though, it's going to be FS Esports, who's actually taking a drop location at the extreme northern fringe of the map itself. It's going to be extremely interesting on where they actually start looting and how do they manage to find a rotation. On the other side, of course, towards the Georgia Pool side of things, we can find AUTOBOTZ as well as FORCA going towards that location, hoping that these two teams land on two different parts of the Georgia Pool city. But look at this, the near school itself, we have a little bit of a skirmish here and there. It's going to be Team 5 Chiefs up against Team BLOODROSE, and I'm not sure if this is a good idea for Team 5 Chiefs to engage in a battle this early on, especially against a blood-hungry side like BLOODROSE, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not just that. Then you also take a look at another team. And BLOODROSE, to be honest, speaking about this team's performance so far inside the game, they've been doing pretty confident. As you mentioned, you do not really want to be the one to be in the receiving ends of this team. And BLOODROSE, right off the bat, they're just looking to be aggressive against the enemy lines. M4 pulled out, a lot of shots taken, but not able to inflict the amount of pain he really wanted to. Team 5 Chiefs, they're off to a great start, having a massive advantage to convert into a victory inside this team fight, but the shotgun to the face is going to deal the damage.
Yeah, but BLOODROSE, they've lost a player in the process, and that might just sting them in the end game, because BLOODROSE, they are fighting for qualification at this point. The jump shots come in, and of course, in easy pickings, Spidey just could not react to the improvement in terms of movement that there was, the quickness in the movement there was. And of course, the last player, or rather the last two players from 5G, Distro as well as Virus, they have a Herculean task up front.
Oh, Virus, he had a shotgun trying to back his teammate up, but BLOODROSE, they're going to stomp across the players of TFC. Team 5 Chiefs out of the game. The first team to take an exit inside this final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, without even a hesitation, BLOODROSE just completely wipe off the entirety of Team 5 Chief. Of course, there were casualties, but I feel like BLOODROSE, they're going to be happy for the fact that they had 4 early points for them, and they need these points. They need at least 10 to 15 points, I believe, to secure their qualification inside the top 8. They've been absolutely brilliant, and I believe that they don't want to repeat the same mistakes once again. Wow. It's sort of like Team 5 Chief, they invited BLOODROSE into this, right? They were the ones who sort of brought back BLOODROSE, invited them into this house itself, wanted to take a fight, but they were just not prepared. I mean, look at the quickness in their movement and the way Team 5 Chiefs reacted, right? They were just not up for it. They were not mashed up. But elsewhere, of course, Team FATalitY, they're up against Team SPY.
Yeah, Team SPY just going for the aggressive plays and also going to eat alive. The likes of Team FATalitY out of the game off the bat. So many eliminations happening off the bat, and I'm just loving it. Team SPY, they're already way too comfortable inside the overall standings. So if they would have been wiped out in this scenario, it wouldn't have really affected them a lot. But in general now, going to be sitting inside a massive comfortable spot. Team SPY Esports, oh, they're off to a rocket start. I mean, 4 finish points already. Nice one.
Exactly, and they still retain all of their players. No casualties whatsoever. But I'm a little concerned about Team FATalitY at this point, because they were in a dicey situation. I believe they were in that mid-pack, and the fact that they got eliminated so early without any points whatsoever might just actually start a little bit of a struggle for them. They will have to find out what happens in the other teams, what happens in the points table as well, if they are qualifying or if they're not. But there is a point of concern, and that is going to be the fact that Team Snax, they are approaching Team FORCA officials.
Oh my god, look at Justy from FORCA. This high ground that he's got. He knows exactly every single player's position from Team Snax. Once again, Team Snax, have they actually planned this entire attack out? I hope that they've actually planned this one out throughout, because so far, whatever they're trying to do inside the lobby hasn't worked out. It's one of those teams that likes to go with the flow, and so far, it really hasn't been working out.
I don't think they're aware of his position, Necro. Justy has had brilliant trigger discipline, and Team Snax is completely unaware, which means that they were so vulnerable. But the fact that FORCA official did not strike does bring a lot of questions in my mind.
I mean, Justy cannot really strike in this situation. The only reason why he cannot strike is because, once again, he's only got an M16A4 in his hands, right? And considering that is in his hands, you will only have the burst fire mode that's available, or even the single tap, which will be quite tough to take your opponent down, unless if it's not in extremely far ranges. So, makes a lot of sense why he didn't really go for that spray anymore. But finally, as soon as he finds out one player off guard, he's going to catch him. And now as he's also found the advantage for his team, but Team FORCA themselves, they've lost out on one player off the bat too. Justice has been knocked out and also finished.
Exactly, things have been neutralized. Justice will try and find the confirmation for himself, and Snax out in the open, but brilliant stuff from Kratos. A long-range spray coming in, completely blowing Justice, and I believe that there is no way this man will be resurrected, especially from up top. Kratos and Snax will try and look to capitalize on it, but of course the rest of the teammates from Team FORCA official, they should just try and retreat, but even retreating is going to be such a hard task, Necro.
Indeed it will be, Kratos. I mean, Team Snax, once again, just looking to retaliate back to each other. But FORCA, now they're getting picked off one after the other. A really good challenge from the side of Team Snax. At the start, it did feel like they're sort of just stepping inside of no territory, but the quick adaptation, as soon as they found out the player on the top of the building, or on the top of the tower, they knew exactly how to take him down. Especially Kratos just creating that off angle, helping his team out in that situation. And now the last man, Miraj, is just going to try to take an exit from that freight. Does not want to be anywhere around that. He's the final glimmer for his team.
Final glimmer of hope, of course. Did ditch the boat, of course, because he knew that the boat would explode extremely soon. And Team Snax, they're not actually letting their foot off the gas pedal right now. They are just constantly pressuring this team, and they will try and do it as long as they wipe out the entire squad. Of course, Miraj did survive this initial skirmish, but for how long is he going to stay inside the waterways? Because the circle is completely on the other side. But elsewhere, we've had another fight. Team FATalitY, brilliant stuff with the DP28 out there. Team Spy Esports, they did take that initial little bit of a damage, but of course the recovery was absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. I mean, Spy Esports in general, with how they were playing this entire fight too, right? And the crazy part is, what we've been noticing from the side of Spy is that their individual firepower has been brilliant. Nothing taken away from that. It's been incredible. But the problem is the team play. That's where they really do tend to lack. The communications being a massive issue for them. But as soon as they're going to get that sorted, then trust me, Team Spy might be one of the most known teams inside the community as well. The only thing they need to work on is the team play. Right now, FS, one of those teams, as I mentioned, they really need to perform good. But inside the entire shelters, or inside the bunkers of the shelters, we've got Celsius Kid, the entire squad just camping it out.
Yeah, the entire
look at
squad
Insane.
just being inside. But of course, Team Insane, they're trying to hold the upper ends of it. They're actually hot on the tails of one of the players from Team FS, and they're not letting him get away. This is nice stuff, fast and furious chase happening, ladies and gentlemen. Nirvana, the MVP of the last game, is still trying to survive. And I'm not sure if he's going to hold on to it. This is such a Tom and Jerry run in front of us, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, this is the Team Insane that we know, and Team Insane just not letting go of the tracks of Nirvana. Nirvana, on the other hand, is trying to go back to his teammate. He's trying to make sure that his teammates are going to be providing that cover fire, but still, he cannot stop moving, because if he stops moving, Team Insane will probably try to strike him down. All the players of Team Insane still on the chase, but eventually now finally stopping out, because they know there's someone in that compound. Now, FatalitY might just be on the receiving end soon enough.
Yeah, maybe. He's the only one in the compound, and of course, Adi has got some sightlines on him. I believe he's not going to go in and push him with the buggy itself. The slam won't come forward, at least for now, though. But Adi does have backup, and they might decide to try and double team on him. It's going to be interesting to find out what is Team FS and Insane's move, because I feel like Team FS, they are constantly on the move. They're still rotating, apart from that one single player in the form of FatalitY. But look at this, though, the mini-map, of course. The circle is shrinking, and so many teams inside the circle. There's going to be a massive cluster for space and fights.
Indeed, it will be. I mean, Team Insane, as I mentioned, they're starting to get a little bit more complacent inside the lobby. They're starting to get a little bit more comfortable inside the lobby. And that's why they're able to hunt down teams. They're able to chase down teams, going for those elimination points. They're finally feeling themselves, because they know that when it comes to the 4-on-4 firefights, they are one of the strongest teams inside the lobby. They were just looking for that little confidence booster that they can find, but they eventually did.
But of course, confidence is not just going to be it. Of course, they need points on the back of it. And so far, they have secured none. Team Claw Esports, as a matter of fact, comfortable inside the top 8. They've had a very, very consistent showing. Yes, they are still shy of that big chicken dinner. But so far, I believe that their showing has been extremely promising. And right now, Zeref actually has Fierce in front of his screens right now. Crosshair will be locked on him, but no shots being fired. Claw Esports just trying to get as much information as they possibly can, and the split from Revenant might just actually be that it might just be deterring them from their success. MJ is quite close to Team Claw Esports, and he certainly isn't comfortable at this point. Disengages from that particular fight, but look at this. BMWI IGL is still hot on his tails. This is an absolute warfare of vehicles. Everybody is trying to get themselves the upper hand.
Exactly. Revenant Esports for players in the front of us, and considering a couple of players are still back on the tail as well. Once again, I mean, as the circle's going to keep on shrinking down, things are going to get way too tougher. It's going to keep on spicing things up. Team Snax, a late rotation out of the military island, but hey, as long as you're going to be good to go, that's all okay. They've managed to get 3 elimination points so far, and they can rely on those 3 elimination points, considering that's a really great starter for them inside the lobby. Spy Esports too, they managed to wipe out the entire team in the front in the name of FatalitY, and now they're still inside the game with full force. So in general, a lot of these teams having a good start.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, good start is certainly the name of the game, especially when inside the second stage, we have bid goodbye to almost 13 players inside the lobby, and 3 teams have left us entirely. BLOODROSE being the only one who is not at full strength. They have 3 players who is up and alive, but look at this though. Claw Esports, I believe that they have spotted Spy in the background. Crosshairs being tried to lock in, but Devil just trying to hold this shack for himself might just be deadly, because if Claw decides to engage, I believe that Devil might be under fire. The circle once again shifting northward, and I believe that Claw Esports need to move once again. And again, they will be gatekept by Spy. The circle just keeps moving and moving. Not the circle, not the zone itself. I'm talking about the circle of BGMI life cycle.
But not just that, look at the southern side of the zone too. So many teams, and now finally, a little battle that's brewing up. It's the players of INTREPID Esports going up against the players of Spy. Nitro way too low for comfort, but he's still somehow surviving. Now just taking shots against the likes of Spy, but eventually INTREPID Esports, they're also on the verge of winning this entire battle out as well. Threats did happen back and forth, but now it's all down to Buddy, and even he gets taken out of the lobby. Nicely done from INTREPID Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect Team Spy to actually get extinguished so soon, but of course they decided to engage, and this was INTREPID's fight all along. They had the hot covers, they had those exits properly panned out as well, and the strategy to actually go out flanking from the backlines was absolutely brilliant. Shotgun usage from them, quite crucial, and Zeus was the one who actually struck the final nail in the coffin. But of course, the other guy, I believe it was Nitro, who actually got 3 finishes to his name. Oh my god, wait! Dark Lord got knocked out from the backseat of the buggy. We know how vulnerable that player is, that position is rather. And Team Revenant, they know for a fact that they've got to finish for themselves. There's no way he will be revived, Necro.
Exactly, Team Insane Adi. I mean, considering, as you mentioned, Dark Lord, he's knocked out in a really uncomfortable spot. It's going to be a tough one to get him back on his feet. They're trying to go for a little 3-1 split. I like the thinking from Team Insane, but as I've always mentioned, that player who's spread out, he needs to make sure that he's not really giving his position away. Once the position's compromised, that's it. That 3-1 split's not going to come into play anymore.
Still outside the circle. Team Insane, whatever they do, they need to get inside the circle. They've lost Dark Lord already in the process, and right now, they're still trying to press forward. It's going to be interesting to find out if they are going to find space, because this entire region is completely out in the open, Necro, and the only form of cover they are going to find is going to be their 2 buggies, and they don't have very big, huge vehicles, right, in the form of those UAZ or the Lambos as well. Nothing of that sort. They've just got 2 buggies to work with.
I mean, not just that, right? Team Insane, Adi. I mean, in general, look at Insane, how they're moving. Yeah, they're 1 man short, but still they've got the confidence. Even if, in case the situation calls for a fight, they're not going to back down from that. Metal Esports just moving out from the outskirts. And considering Metal Esports, they've got the confirmation that there's no one really on this side. They can play so freely, too. They've got so much breathing room to play around with. But the team in the front, in the name of Insane, it's going to create a bit more problems as the time's going to keep on passing by. But look at this fight that erupted in front of us. INTREPID Esports and Spy Esports, where I personally thought the Spy Esports could have a little bit of an upper edge, but INTREPID did a really good job neutralizing the threat.
Exactly, and Nitro had other plans. I mean, through the window itself, he got 2 players down and out, and he established that early little bit of an advantage for the team itself. And after that, of course, they had the man advantage with 2 men down already. That was a miraculous move, to be honest. And I believe that if Team INTREPID can carry forward the same momentum, they will be able to kind of get themselves a big W in this game itself. But Metal Esports, I feel like they're the ones who have the best position. The circle, of course, towards that Rozok Bridge region, and it might stay towards there. The waterway is going to be crazy difficult. It's going to make things so much difficult for the teams, because it basically cuts the circle in 2 halves, and the teams will have to adjust themselves in that little pocket of space that is available. The entire northern part of the island is going to be left empty.
Exactly. But Revenant Esports, nice shots taken against the players in the front. Look at that little flip that came into play. He tried to straight up just ram his vehicle into that compound. Yeah, but not really able to pull that off successfully enough, or that clean enough. But hey, as long as you were going to get the task done, that's all that's going to matter. Revenant Esports, though, I think so they're having the similar type of mentality as well. Now they're going to try to get real up close and personal to that compound. TSK, they might be in a bit of a trouble, as MJ and his teammates are finally going to move up close and personal.
Absolutely, all of these players came charging in. Lolnu will try and at least use his artilleries to his advantage. Apollo has actually been taken down, of course. Team TSK taking a little bit of a hurt, of course. Sensi coming in from the backlines. Brilliant stuff from Revenant. But I believe it's still a 3v3 situation. Where are the rest of the players from Team TSK is something which they need to find. There was 1 man, he has been taken down. Varun is still lurking in the background, using the smokes to deny any sort of lines of sight. But for how long is this going to last?
Oh my god, he's literally creating a massive smoke trail to keep himself just unknown inside the lobby, but those smokes are eventually going to give his position away whatsoever. So, yeah, I mean, most of the teams are probably going to know that there's a man just slithering around in the rice fields of Yasnaya. But still, considering it's only a single man, it's not going to be that big of a threat. Revenant Esports, though, in general, that execution inside the fight was phenomenal. Finally, the last man from Team Silent Killers has been taken out of the game. Now, he's going to be out of the lobby as well. TSK taking an early exit inside the lobby, but as I mentioned, this team is already doing way too comfortable in the overall standing, so it's really not going to hurt them.
It's not going to hurt them. A lot of these teams, they do have compounds for themselves to hold on to. Look at this, FORCA, they have one for themselves. Team Snax actually have a couple of compounds. We just saw the Team FS also are quite safe. And Team INTREPID, they're actually holding the most interesting real estate out of this all, right? They're holding that little bridge, which is sort of joining both these two islands. I'm not sure how effective it is it going to be, but at least they have a safe spot for themselves. They will try and keep themselves away from all of these firefights which are happening left, right, and center. And it seems like Team FS, they are out in the open. And Team Snax, he has them on his crosses. A couple of shots being taken and they connect. But Nirvana is still going to survive. But for how long is going to be the question as he embarks on his vehicle and tries to get out of this situation.
Exactly, but those taps are just so clean. Snax. Oh, he was able to dish out a little bit of damage, but hey, the enemy, he has been shook away from that comfortable spot. For FS, as I mentioned, yeah, that was a really solid performance from them in the previous game, but still the qualification's on the line. Still, you need to be in a little bit more of a comfortable spot, right? Because throughout the day, you guys weren't really able to secure that many amount of points. But for FS Esports, this is the moment of truth. This game is going to be do or die. And soon enough, they're also going to get rammed in from the back lines. Probably it's going to be the likes of Revenant Esports. But still, they're not going to go for a straight-up ram in. They're just trying to scout out the edges.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant Esports just looking to avoid the fight which is up front. They know for a fact that Team FS will try and gatekeep the southern shorelines of the circle, and therefore they want to try and extend towards the left or the right side, but little do they know that there are teams in that region as well. Look at the minimap, so many splash of colors, and Team FS Esports, they're guarding the shoreline and like an absolute Baywatch. It's going to be interesting to find out how they neutralize the threat from their little fangs that there are. Metal Esports on the right-hand side, and of course Team Claw on the left-hand side. Multiple directions which they need to clear out before they start pressing forward. But of course, in the center of the circle, there is Team Snax who are taking a little bit of hit. I'm not sure which team it is. I believe it's Team Claw. Or rather, it's actually Team INTREPID, who's found a little bit of an angle onto these players, and nicely done from this team. 2 players are knocked down already, and there's just 1 or 2 players who are still left to go. Team INTREPID, they will like to capitalize on this situation, maybe get themselves a couple of finish points in the process.
But INT, I mean, considering even now they're just starting to chime inside the action. Look at Aryan from Team Snax. Slayer getting back to safety. Shouldn't be that tough to get this man back up on his feet, but still Aryan, if he's actually going to decide to peek out, a couple of shots will be taken against him, but sits inside the vehicle, wants to get away from this spot, but will not be able to do so. Vehicle blown up, and so Aryan as well. And now FORCA trying to close onto that spot, gain all the loot as possible, also gain that spot control, but Intrepid Esports, they're probably going to try to raid down a lot of utilities on top of them. Molotov tossed, actually a really good area coverage too with that molly.
Team Intrepid Esports, they're trying to press forward, but are they aware that AUTOBOTZ is still in the background? I'm not sure if Skrill's position has actually been discovered, but now look at this, FORCA. They're the ones who discover Skrill's position, and they have neutralized the threat. Harshu is still holding the back lines, but of course, he won't be able to do anything. He won't be able to save his teammate as well. I just want to figure out where Hemant is still holding on. He's probably somewhere in the waterline, swimming deep inside so that his position isn't given away. But FORCA, they want those points for themselves. They absolutely do.
They do. And considering FORCA underneath the bridge lines too, I mean, in general, they're just having a decent position on that spot. But the problem is they're not making it inside the circle. FS, they're in a really comfortable spot in the circle too, but FS, they need to be so aware of the surroundings. That might just be a little bit too much to ask to, because they've only got 2 players up and alive. It can be way too tough. But look at the minimap as well. Look at how many teams got taken out inside this final few moments of the game too. It's an absolute graveyard.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? And the circle also shifting towards that mainland itself. We always knew that it was going to shift towards that mainland, but of course a hard shift is going to throw so many teams off guard. namely, of course, Team Intrepid as well as Forking, who were extremely invested in this fight to find those finish points for themselves, but now they need to kind of have different priorities and actually move inside the center of the circle. A lot of space has been created, and they can be the early movers, and they might have the early movers advantage. Forking Esports will have greater sightlines on Team Intrepid, and look at this, Harshu is actually under fire. Loser knows exactly where it is, a little bit of a tumble down there, but Loser taking shots from the backlines will have to disengage, Necro.
Forking Esports, the 4 players just trying to edge keep the likes of IT, and I guess, well, they're also on the verge of getting eliminated from the game. IT, Intrepid, it's next to impossible to make it inside the circle. Even Forking, now they're starting to get third party from the back lines. A massive backstab coming in from the side of Metal Esports. It's going to be tough to out-survive all the rats that's going to be inflicted onto them. All the pain and hurt the players of Metal Esports are looking to put up inside the lobby. Team Insane with a decent spot, but not a lot of players to back him up. Even that's going to be a massive concern, but look at Top Dog. Just peeks out, gets down 1 player. Intrepid Esports on the verge of getting eliminated.
Yeah, certainly just 1 player surviving, and Team Metal Esports, they've actually started to go on the offense in the final stages of the game. Of course, Encore is in the world of hurt right now, especially him being taken down. I believe that the firepower of Metal Esports will be cut by a lot, but look at the entire smoke clouds that has been created. Harshu still trying to hold on as long as possible, and I believe the grenades will be lobbed in extremely soon in the general direction to try and take him down. Intrepid Esports just surviving by a sliver of HP. A beautiful nade that was lobbed in towards Orzi, but it's not going to do much hurt. He still has those first aids to heal himself up, and AUTOBOTZ, I believe they are in a good position. I love this play that is coming in from them. It's just on to Odin as well as Orzi to get those finish points and secure those nice little placement inside that overall standings. 9 finishes already for this team, and I believe they're looking for more, Necro.
Exactly, they should actually look for more. And speak of this, now this final circle is gonna get even smaller, Salty. Things are getting way too spiced up, or maybe I would like to say salty. Metal Esports in the clotheslines, and FS Esports having a really good and advantageous spot. They've got information on every single team inside the circle. They know they've got sightlines on all the teams in the final moments too. Now it's up to them. How are they going to be utilizing this information to get a chicken dinner?
Exactly, that high ground inside the zone itself, inside the final circle, and the rest of the terrain is completely open. This is a boon for Team FS Esports. This is a chicken dinner which is handed to them on a golden platter. But of course, the rest of the teams will try and do something. With so many teams still surviving, AUTOBOTZ having 2 players up and alive, Metal Esports having 2 or 3 players still up and alive, FS Esports, for sure, they are pulling out those emotes right now, but it's not going to be an easy task for them to hold out this final circle, and FatalitY needs to be proactive. A Bgis is approaching them. A lot of shots were fired, but I believe that that's going to dish out a little bit of damage. Not enough to try and stop that attack coming in from Metal Esports. Paradox will throw in that molly, but so far, it hasn't really done a lot in terms of damage itself.
Yeah, FS Esports. 2 players, these last 2 pillars of the team. Metal Esports, they've got a bit of a man advantage, but I like the stance that's coming into play from the side of Metal Esports. That nade was so close. The vehicle blew up way too close to them. Paradox, still just looking to put in a little bit of more pressure on the players with those utilities, but they're just not finding the mark yet. Metal Esports themselves, they don't really have the guts to push on forward because they don't exactly know where the players of FS are positioned. They do not want to get striked up on from a off angle. But FS, with patience, they're playing this one out quite nicely. Lord gets knocked out. Now Paradox and his teammate will probably try to make a push on the close player. And now FatalitY is way too low for comfort. 1 HP left over, but from the back lines is the players of AUTOBOTZ who are putting in so much work.
AUTOBOTZ and Metal actually working in tandem together to actually eliminate the likes of Team FS, who had such a great positioning. We saw the remotes were coming out, but like I said, problems were not finishing, and now that lot has been taken out, it's a monumental task for Flick to try and resist both the angles. Of course, AUTOBOTZ are under fire, especially with Encore and Paradox. I believe it's Top Dog who's actually holding a flank angle for Team Metal, was trying to hold them back. But look at this, 2 teams survive. Paradox up on the offense. Orzi is taking so much damage, and now he has been dished out. Metal, they get that big chicken dinner which they were waiting for such a long time. And I believe with this, they are going to solidify their place inside the top 8, Necro. It's still just a prediction, but I believe they have acquired enough points to go with.
Exactly. What a solid chicken dinner from the side of Metal Esports. I mean, they had the man advantage, but still, I'm not going to lie. The terrains they had for themselves in the final few moments, Salty, it was really tough to convert a chicken dinner from those terrains, but still, them managing to eliminate the likes of INTREPID Esports, even all the teams around them, they were able to clear all the sidelines too. And in general, things were just looking so nice and so smooth for them in the future lines as well. So I would say Metal Esports, 100%, they really deserve that chicken dinner. But once again, have FS Esports made the cut to qualify inside the top 8? The question still remains. What do you think, Salty? Have they?
Probably. I just hope, I just hope this big name actually qualifies. But with that chicken, and I'm pretty sure that Metal has actually done that. FS Esports has acquired a couple of points here and there, but I still need to check on their finish numbers as well, if that is going to be enough for them to actually make the cut. But of course, we'll have a look at the highlights. We'll relive the action once again. And it started off with BLOODROSE being on the offense and 5 Chief yet again being taken down in the early stages of the game. Nothing actually went according to plan for this team today.
I mean, look at this fight that happened, and then the two players, actually that one player from the side of Spy to clutch it out. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, right. I mean, 2 players got knocked down instantly from the side of Team Spy as soon as they were approaching them, as soon as they were trying to push up. But then Zap from the other lines, he was like, all right, boys, just leave it on to me. I will carry this team. And he carried that fight completely all by himself, taking down all of the 3 players from Team FATalitY. It was absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. I mean, even Nitro, too, he was there. And then Revenant, this push from them against the opponent team that was actually holding down one of the most controlling spots inside that previous circle, but then the circle moving away on top of that hill sort of took away the advantage the players that Revenant had. When Revenant tried to breach inside the circle, they got eliminated. FS Esports in general were just able to really just turn down the competition on top of the hill, but in the end, AUTOBOTZ Esports, they third-partied FS Esports, and that's why maybe that backstab that came into play. FS Esports weren't really able to hold on to that foul that they had.
Yeah. Of course, part team forking. You've got to talk about them. You've got to give them credits because they were the ones who were holding the northern shorelines for a very long time. If not for that circle hard shift in the final stages of the game, I believe that forking could have actually used their numbers advantage to great extent. They could have actually gotten a chicken dinner for themselves. But of course, Metal Esports, right? You really need to have guts to actually push up against a team like FS, especially when they're holding that controlling spot inside that final circle. They knew that they had the numbers advantage. They knew that there were only 2 players left from Team FS, and they were the ones with 3 players. They left Top Dog behind, and the other 2 players, they pushed up because that fight was so important. That sort of distracted Team FS, and AUTOBOTZ had the opportunity to strike from behind. It was great, right? It felt like AUTOBOTZ and Metal, they worked together to eliminate the FS Esports likes.
I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, AUTOBOTZ just like pushing it from the back lines, and then FS Esports was in the front, and then right in front of the players of FS Esports was Metal Esports. So it's like a little center situation that happened against FS. But still, as I said, that was a really solid outing from them. But if they would have played just like that from the start of the day as well, then maybe things could have been a little different inside the overall rankings, right? Maybe things could have been much more consistent, much more better. FS Esports wouldn't have been inside such a lot of pressure. But I just cross my fingers, and I hope that maybe FS Esports are going to make the cut. But you know what? A known team that's not going to be making it whatsoever, it has to be the likes of Team Snax. Probably Team Snax is not going to be qualifying inside the BGIS, or at least they're not going to be moving on forward from this round 2.
Yeah, I mean, and that definitely hurts, right? I mean, Team Snax, they were looking for that big performance, but it just never came in. Every single time they tried to do something, they were stopped dead on their tracks. They were not quick enough. Of course, they had a couple of good fights, but majority of the times they were facing teams who were having phenomenal days. We saw on the map of Miramar how Team Silent Killer just easily wiped them out in spite of being at a man disadvantage. This just goes to show that Team Snax, they're probably not ready for this level of competition.
They indeed are not. I mean, you can also say that maybe a little bit of lack of practice as well behind the scenes. Exactly. Or maybe Team Snax, as I mentioned, right, in general, their approach inside tonight's day was just so unorthodox. It didn't feel like they had anything planned out in a proper manner. It didn't feel like they have a proper plan to execute things around. They were just going with the flow. They stepped inside the battlegrounds, and they were like, okay, whatever happens right here, right now, we'll try to adapt onto it on the fly. But hey, man, most of the times you really need to do a lot of research. You really need to find out what kind of opposition you're going up against. You need to have a little bit of more set plan on how you are going to be thinking inside the game and how you will Just make those decisions. If, for example, if a Southern Circle is going to be there, then what can you do to make it inside the military island? You need to set up a quick rotation pathway for yourself and know that, okay, whatsoever happens, we will probably make it down south. Or in general, just have a little game plan for yourself. But Team Snax did not do that. It didn't feel like they do it, at least.
Exactly, 100% agreed with what you said. And even if it was a firepower as well, right? You associate players like Kratos, you associate players like Slayer as well as Snax with heavy firepower. They are the stalwarts of the community, and they sort of set the community in the right direction in its initial stages. But now it seems like the underdog teams, or rather the underdog players, just sort of overshadowed them with practice and grind, and this is their time right now, right? And the fact that they are the ones in form, they're the ones who have been practicing really hard. Of course, these players, these experienced players, they've got a lot on their plate right now. They're doing multiple different things, be it content creation, be it this or that. So of course, that amount of practice, that amount of hands being warmed up, that is never really going to be a reality. But of course, enough about Team Snax. I feel like, of course, they will try and come from the in-game qualifiers of the BGIs. I hope that they actually form a team and come back. But of course, there's another team whose qualification is actually up for question, and that is going to be Team Insane.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we'll be able to see that if they're going to be qualifying or not in the upcoming lines. But for now, let's take a look at the MVP of that previous game, and let's find out who was that man who was able to get a lot of elimination points. I think so has to be someone from Metal or Revenant Esports. I don't exactly know. I'm just making guesses at this point, but it's actually going to be from the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports. It's going to be Zorzi once again with 7 finish points. I think so. This is his second time where he's being the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, this man actually carries the mantle for the team quite solo, to be honest. He's the one who has the highest finish contribution for the side of Autobots, and Orzi has always been that brilliant fragger. Like I described Nirvana being that man, walking machine gun in the last game. I feel like Orzi also fits that same description, but it's just that he's a little more clever when it actually comes to taking those fights. Paradox has always been brilliant. I mean, Metal Esports, they're great when it actually comes to stealing those finish points from the players who have been knocked out at a distance. They have been brilliant in terms of third-party teams. BLOODROSE, of course, you've got to find one of those players. Pasha OP, absolutely ruthless beat with the shotgun bait in the close range AKM battles. Lord with 4 finishes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a look at the point standings. And Metal Esports, they had a 20-pointer in the last map, and now they've got a 23-pointer as well. With that, I believe that they've sort of secured their position. Autobots with 22 points as well, even their position has sort of been solidified.
FS Esports, though, 15 points secured. Have they really made the cut? I'm just having so many question marks in my mind right now. But for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the second page of the points standings of that last game. And Claw Esports actually going to be the one. As I mentioned, Team Snack probably hasn't made the cut, and I think so they probably will not make the cut to make it inside the top 8. Spy Esports, they were in a comfortable spot, so even if them getting eliminated out early off, it's really not going to affect them. Same thing goes with FatalitY and even Silent Killers.
Exactly. I mean, these teams have had their time of the day itself, right? They performed right from the get-go itself, which sort of gave them that little bit of an extra edge when it came to the final stage of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to view the results. Who has qualified and who hasn't? It's going to be extremely interesting. Autobots right at the top spot. Silent Killers, Spy Esports, Metal Esports, INTREPID
FS
Esports,
made it.
BLOODROSE. FS actually made it. Even Revenant, as a matter of fact, with 50 points, they had just one good game, but I feel like they barely made the cut.
Oh my god, 5 points difference from the 8th and the 7th spot. FS Esports, they clutched it out in the last 2 games, and Revenant Esports, they barely made it on the 8th spot. To be honest, I understand. We know what Revenant Esports is capable of as well, but this recent form Revenant Esports has been in really just raises a lot of question on their performance inside the game. That inconsistent nature has really been affecting them inside the games. Hopefully, they're going to wrap their head around on what exactly is going on amongst the teams themselves and try to figure out a new play style. But now, right now, as we do take a look at the latter half of the board, ladies and gentlemen, Team Snack on this. Team Snax, Team Insane not making it. What just happened here?
I mean, for sure, Team Insane were actually not that great in terms of overall gameplay, but I'm actually pretty concerned about Team FatalitY. They played so brilliantly. They're probably the only team with a chicken dinner who has not actually made the cut.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why we always talk about how important it is for you to stay consistent. I still remember FATalitY, the one game where they played actually well, they had somewhere more than 25 to 30 points. And then the rest of the games, they could only acquire 10 to 15 points. It's ludicrous to think that you would let yourself down, especially after having that such great early game.
This is just some crazy stuff that I'm seeing in front of me. Team Insane not able to make it. I mean, FATalitY too, as you mentioned, this is the only team for the chicken dinner. But Team Insane, this team is one of those teams that has been performing so good recently. They've been looking in form in their firefights. I don't know what just happened here. This is not the outing that I expected from the likes of Team Insane. I wanted to see them in a much more better fashion inside the games. But again, as I mentioned, from the map of Vikendi, they started to pick up the pace, but I guess the pace they picked up should have been a little bit more quicker. That could have panned out even better for them. But Team Insane, I guess they can't come back from the open qualifiers in the future once again.
Yeah. I mean, I think to kind of encapsulate what you just said, I think they had the intent, but not the execution. Team Insane, they looked strong, they looked confident, but somewhere down the line, they were just failing to acquire the required amount of points every single game, and we constantly saw them on the second page of the point standings, which of course is not the place where you want to be. I'm extremely surprised with the fact that Revenant Esports and Medal Esports, both of them made the cut in spite of not having so many great games. And I was extremely hopeful for Team FATalitY, to be honest, Necro. I really loved the way this team approached the fights. I loved the way that they had such brilliant early games. I believe it was the map of Erangel and Miramar right at the start of the day where they acquired that one chicken dinner. And they had so many points to work with. I was hoping that this team is going to be right at the tippity top. But not making the top 8, that has been a disastrous downfall.
That indeed has been a massive downfall, man. I mean, Team Insane, I just hope that they're going to be able to recover quickly enough, because this is something that really does shocks you as a professional player, right? Because in general, if you imagine Team Insane's mentality for today's day, they're probably going to be like, okay, we're going to make it inside top 8. It's not going to be an issue at all. But then when they actually step inside the battlegrounds, that's where the real issues start to hit them. A lot of these known teams like BLOODROSE, then other teams as well who are currently sitting at the top of the board, AUTOBOTZ Esports too, they just start striking the lobby down in some incredible fashion. And even teams like Revenant Esports too, FS Esports as well, they barely managed to make the cut, they barely managed to qualify. That just explains us the amount of caliber these underdog teams once again are possessing as the days are passing by. And it just feels like seeing all these new groups just come up, teams are getting better and better somehow.
Definitely, the underdog teams, they certainly are getting better and better. And to be honest, at the end of the overall standings over there, I sort of had a sigh of relief because Medal, Revenant, these are massive, massive teams. And with the kind of history that we've had with round 2, I just prayed to God that these big names, they hopefully make the cut. And finally, in the last couple of matches, they actually made the cut. But you know what, Necro? It's been a fantastic round so far where the underdog teams, they've truly showed what they're capable of. And with the coming games, with the coming days, of course, I believe that it's going to take up a notch higher as well, because as days pass by, we have seen the underdog teams, they're constantly studying. They don't have anything else to do. They're grinding and they're studying the teams and how they like to play. And I believe that they have so much information. I believe they're making such great use of it. They are practicing. Their mechanical skills are absolutely at their peak, and their communication is spot on, Necro. I'm just so hopeful there are going to be multiple underdog teams inside of the BGIS this time around.
There are probably going to be a lot of these underdog teams, Salty. Trust me, considering we all know what the future holds as well. I just cannot wait.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, I think that is it for us. I think our time is up. We're going to see you soon next, same place, same time tomorrow as well. So bye-bye and stay safe.